Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Green buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes and shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead.
Hello, good morning, Pickles. Hello, Susan. Hi, Lois. Hi, Paula. Hi, everybody. Hello. I am very quickly going live because our dear friend Jermaine Bass is having his sentencing done, and I was not gonna go do this until later in the week when we're done. But apparently, they're almost done with the court, and he's about to speak. So I was just like, I need to go live now because there is no way I'm gonna lose this, and there's no way you guys gonna lose this. So, very quickly, happy Monday. Hello. I'm still like not even half set up. I don't have anything set up of my stuff, but hey, here we are. When am I ever ready? I'm never ready. So let's get the show on the road. Is the good thing is then we can watch the this part at 1.25 speed, and it's not bother. We don't have we can skip all the breaks and everything, and I am sure we're not gonna be late for court again. I will make sure that we're not late for court again because I want to watch this trial live because trial is getting spicy. The trial that we're watching. I hope everyone had a great weekend, a great Sunday, because I know I've seen you, most of you, on Saturday. Paula, I hope you had enjoyed painting. I was gonna text you, but then on Sunday, I did something that I never do. There's nothing. I did absolutely nothing. But enough of me yapping. I can yap after the sentencing room before court. Let's hear Jermaine Bass testifying or talking in his court. So let me know if the sound is okay, and let's get started.
Thank you, Antonio. Mr. Bass is going to make a brief statement. All right.
Your Honor, growing up for me as a child, it's been tough. I was raised in a single parent home till about the age of 10 with my cousin that my mom adopted. And we had good times. We had some bad times. I've always gone to school. I've always had good grades. Like my mom stated, I've always worked. I graduated from Hillsborough High School. I'm a good person. I've worked. I've always provided for my family. I've always been in good spirit, a good cheer. I was always the favorite cousin, the favorite brother, the one who was, some people may say, the privileged one. Made sure that my family had the best. I always strive for the best. I moved my family out of Tampa to the Gibson area, a 2-story home, to provide for them, to make sure we had the best life in a nice subdivision. All those things I lost on this journey, but I did everything in my power to redeem myself and try to make things better. I love my son. I made sure that when he was going through his speech issues, I gave him a tutor. I made sure I put him on that football field. I made sure that no matter the cost for the elite cheerleading. I made sure that my daughter was able to go, no matter what was the circumstances or hardships that my family had to face. I made sure to try to come up with some type of resolution to get them to find a way out for them so they can have a nice life as a father and as a husband with my wife. Since we were like high school sweethearts, and we've been together, and she will always be my one heart, one love, one mind, regardless of the circumstances on how anyone feels or what they may accuse me of. I know the outcome. I just want to say out of hardship comes relief. And I hope that my family and her family, they find some type of peace. And I know that it may be difficult because the accident, but I hope that God guides them and give them strength as the same strength that He's given me, and the courage and the protection from all evil. And also, I know that God has a plan for everything, and I know He works in mysterious ways. But in the end, I know God will always watch over me. La ilaha illallah. I got nothing else to say, Your Honor.
And the accident that you're referring to is the death of your children in that statement? That's what you're referring to as the accident?
Yes.
Anything else from either side?
Your Honor, of course, has no discretion as to count one. The defense is asking that you take into consideration the lack of criminal history. Mr. Bass's statements about being a good provider and a good father are actually true. You took a deposition of Miss Bass. She indicated all of that. He was a loving father, took care of his children, participated in their school. He was a loving husband, provided for his family. I don't think anybody understands to this day why this happened. Just like echoing the comments of Mr. Thierry in opening statement, why? So at this time, Your Honor, I am asking that you run 2, 3, and counts 2, 3, and 4 concurrent to count 1. And I would just ask my co-counsel, the parties, and that's all we have. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, come on.
Oh. And Judge, we have calculated the credit and the clerk has the same calculation we do, and it is 917 days.
917.
Yes, ma'am.
State requesting cost of prosecution
Yes, Your Honor.
and any objection from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
And on count 2, there's a 25-year min-man.
Yes, Your Honor.
And on count 3, there's a 20-year minimum mandatory.
It's the same judge, same.
Is it?
They're both 25 years.
Discharged with great bodily harm. All right. All right, based on the jury's verdict, Mr. Bass, on counts 1, 2, 3, and 4, you're adjudicated guilty, sentenced to life in Florida State Prison. Counts 1, 2, 3, and 4 each carry a 25-year minimum mandatory sentence. Count 1 is life without possibility of parole. That's for the first-degree murder of Jayla Bass. Impose all mandatory costs as a lien against you. That includes the $150 for the cost of prosecution. You have credit for 917 days. Is that your understanding of your credit time?
Yes, Your Honor.
All the counts are to run concurrent. All the minimum mandatories are to run concurrent. Any questions about this sentence? You have 30 days to appeal the verdict of the jury and the judgment of the court. If you cannot afford the services of an attorney for the purposes of appeal, one will be appointed for you. I know the Office of the Public Defender will perfect the appellate paperwork before they withdraw from representation.
And Judge, may we send you an order today appointing us?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Did you get the motion for new trial filed? It's not a
And it's gone for life. So basically, like, obviously we did not catch the whole thing live of the sentencing because I was not here. I just got home about 20 minutes ago. Yes, I was just checking. Am I unmuted? Yes, I am. So I was just like, oh, okay, I'm gonna watch it a little bit while I am still getting ready for stream. But then I saw that he was gonna testify, and I was like, oh my days, I cannot miss this, and the guys cannot miss this as well. So oh yeah, they did speak. I mean we can watch the whole thing again from beginning because he wasn't not that long. Do you guys want to watch from the start? Because we have plenty of time for that. Because it was not even take that long, and we still have like half an hour or an hour ish before stream before the trial to. Yes, please. Okay, I'll do it. I was just gonna talk for an hour, but no, I'm joking. Hang on, let's get this started. Playing from the beginning where we started. It was not that long, like I was saying. It's about what, 40 minutes, not even that, 30 minutes. There we go. We can even watch at the normal speed too, because we are not rushing at all. So here you go. I'm gonna put where it's actually started. We just see him. So it was a small little one. Like I was a little bit more scared because after what happened on Friday, I got a little bit scared of like the length of doing sentencings before the trial. But this one was chilled. So yeah.
Have received the defendants and motion for new trial. I never read that as well.
Yes, I did. I'm gonna go ahead and be on the person. Sure. Yes, they're coming in. Okay. Is that, oh, she wanted me to speak in? Did you want us to address that right now, Judge? Yes.
Oh, are you ready? Or are you waiting for someone?
Ready?
Okay.
I'm just waiting for the family for the sentencing.
All right.
Judge, as you can see, I was able to detail my argument in the motion, and I believe we all know what they are. I have filed a motion for new trial on behalf of Mr. Bass. I think and believe that the strongest appellate argument is the fact that another court had denied his motion to suppress. I firmly believe that that motion should have been granted, and those statements would not have come into trial. And I have detailed out in the motion, and of course, we had the proffer during trial. We have all the evidence from the motion before Judge Fernandez, and of course, we have all the evidence she was given as well. The second was not being able to make arguments concerning voluntariness of defendant's statements. And the third would be all the information concerning all the other ammunition that was in the master bedroom, which of course the state's own testimony said was clearly not related. So I would ask the court to grant Mr. Bass's motion for new trial. I'm relying on the rest of what is in the motion, of course, for detail, and the other arguments that we made during trial. Thank you, Judge.
And for the record, I know that you had also indicated that you had not had a chance to respond to the state's case law. But
Yeah, did you see the email?
you did in an email and you distinguished those
Yes, I did.
cases.
Yes, I did.
But
Thank
I
you,
think Judge Fernandez came to the same ruling despite that. All right,
Thank you, Judge.
you're welcome. Mr. Terry, did you want to add anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right, the motion for new trial is denied.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. All right, state ready to proceed with sentencing?
Yes, we are, Your Honor. I know some of the family members would like to come up and make a statement.
Of course, yeah.
Who's first? You first.
All right, sir.
See that right here, that mic right from you.
Anyone asking for these witnesses to be sworn? No. Right. All right, if you would please introduce yourself and tell me what your relation is to the children in the case.
My name's Richard Romeo. I'm the uncle.
Okay.
Sir, did you want to, we're here for sentencing. Did you want to make a statement to the court as far as what your family feels, how this has affected you all and what you would like to see happen?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to say, good morning. First, I want to address the court and the jury and say thank you for some kind of justice for me and my family. Jay, there's no amount of time that you will be serving to make this right. The trauma that you caused, we will always be affected, not only for my family, but your family as well. I tossed and turned many nights thinking, how could someone do something like this to their kids? They do not understand the joy of being a father. I guess I would never comprehend that. Because being a father is the most rewarding thing I ever had to experience. Jay, you will never get the pleasure of hearing, Daddy, I love you. Daddy, Daddy, I need you. And so on and so on. I pray that that eats up at you at every night of your life, for the rest of your life. That you will never hear that again. Jay, you're truly definition of a coward. You took your anger out on your own kids that were very defenseless. You intended to hurt my family without thinking about hurting your family as well. You're not there to comfort your family members. You're not there to do anything to make it right. You left JJ to believe that he has to be my sister protector when you were certainly not. JJ asked me one night, Uncle, why did this have to happen to me? I replied to him, I'm not sure. I know that you're a survivor and you was meant to do great things. He said, why did my sister have to die? I replied to him, because she knew you needed an angel to get through this life. And when things get tough, you will ask your sister, what do I do? And she will help you find the answer. He said, you're right, Uncle Richard, because she helped me this far. Jay, you did not win, though. You lost. Not only your freedom, not only the opportunity to be a part of JJ's healing and his greatness, which he surely will be. You lost the opportunity to have that father to father talk, to give guidance, participate in school events, sport events, and witness those teenagers and adults first that most parents treasure. You did not succeed. You did not win. My nephew and my sister will heal and will grow and to continue to be great without you. While Jayla's spirit is shining down on us, and we are proudly honoring her memories. You did not win, you loser. I hope that he gets the max sentencing that he could possibly get. And loving memories of my niece, Jayla.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, does anyone else have anything they'd like to address the court with? And the sentencing is for the purpose of the court determining how this loss has affected you and your family. The sentencing is not a time for name calling and attacks on the defendant. So if that's what you're going to do when you're going to come up, you need to reevaluate that. All right. Hi, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
If you would, please tell me your name and how you're related to the children.
Shirley Bass, mother.
Okay.
Ms. Bass, did you have a statement you wanted to make to the court regarding sentencing in this case?
Excuse me. I just want to say thank you and
Do you need some water?
no, I'm fine. Thank you.
All right.
Um, yeah.
Let us know if you do.
It's never going to be any justice for this. But I pray that we can all move forward while our angel is looking over us all. Life as a mother and wife comes with its challenges. It's not always perfect, and each day isn't filled with sunshine. But with faith and prayer, you navigate through the ups and downs. You embrace your role as a football and cheer mom. And despite financial hardships, nothing compares to the joy of witnessing your children thrive in activities they love. You focused on their happiness, content with your daily routine of work and family life. Yet in an instant, everything changes. Your husband and children are taken away from you, leaving you to question, how could he? How could he hurt them, putting them in harm's way, knowing he's supposed to be their protector? What could drove him to such action? No longer is it about why, but how. Why could a person choose to harm their own child? A little girl who just begun to experience the world, who started kindergarten 19 days before, and who will not lose not only her first tooth, but her entire life just 13 days later. How could you? How could you take away the life of such an innocent, joyful, promising child? How could you? She will never get to experience her first dance or celebrate her sweet 16. And she'll never become the cheerleader she was destined to be. How could you? As a mother, the thought of the experiences I wish to share with my daughter is heart-wrenching. Those moments were stolen from me by someone I trusted, who I thought I loved, in our children. Understanding that no sentence you receive could ease the pain or bring her back is a harsh reality. You think of your son who looked up to his father, loved playing video games, and dreamed of being a football player. How could you attempt to take your own son's life? How could you? You ripped away your son's dream and deny him of a fair chance. Yet through it all, I feel blessed to witness my son's healing's journey. Tears of joy filled my eyes the first time he stepped onto that field again, knowing that what he has endured. He proudly declared that he will wear the number 5 to honor his baby sister Jayla. In the weight of this tragedy, it is now my responsibility to ensure that my son JJ is protected. I am determined to create a safe and loving environment for him, one where he can thrive and continue to grow without fear. Jayla is now with the Lord, resting in his arms. She walks with us every day. Those we love may leave us, but they remain in our hearts forever. Jayla is deeply loved and very much missed. We cherish the 5 years we shared with her and the beautiful memories we created. She brought us the best 5 years of our life, and our heart knows the sweetness of the angel she was here on this earth. I hope that you live your best life, experience the pain, knowing what you took from this world. A bright, loving cheerleader, an awesome daughter, cousin, niece, granddaughter, and an amazing sister. How could you make the choice to end her life? JJ is a warrior, and he has an angel looking over him every day now. It's Double J forever, and mommy loves them both. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, class.
We also have a statement, Judge, provided by Shirley's sister, Marlene.
All right.
I stand before you today with a heavy heart, with grief and a soul shattered by the loss of my beloved niece, Jayla. At just 5 years old, her life was taken far too soon by the very person who was meant to protect her, her father. The pain of her absence is a wound that will never fully heal. I miss her laughter, the times she would call and say, Auntie Lean, are you taking us to get ice cream? The simple moments were filled with joy and love. I cherish the 5 precious years we shared, and I often find myself longing for just one more hug, one more smile, one more day with her. Jayla was just beginning to break out of her shy shell. She had recently started cheerleading, a passion that brought her so much excitement and happiness. It breaks my heart to know that she will never get to experience the joys of growing up, the milestones that every child deserves to reach. Her beautiful spirit, her laughter, and her innocence were taken away from us, leaving a void that will never be filled. I want the world to know that she was loved deeply and that her laugh, though short, had a profound impact on all of us who were fortunate enough to know her. As we navigate this unimaginable loss, I hope that her story serves as a reminder of the importance of love, protection, and the responsibility that comes with being a parent. No child should ever have to endure such a fate, and no family should have to experience this kind of heartache. In memory of Jayla, I ask for justice, not just for her, but for all children who deserve to live in a safe and loving environment. Thank you for allowing me to share my heart. Sincerely, Auntie Lean.
Judge, that's why your honors. State's position, obviously, count one, there's no choice but to give him Senate life in prison. We would ask that he receive the maximum on all three charges on such a heinous crime, taking away the life of his own daughter, attempting to take the life away of his son. It was a horrible act, one of the worst, and we are asking Judge that he get the maximum, which is life in prison on all four counts.
All right. Do you have a guideline score sheet on those three counts?
We did, Judge, and I believe it's been submitted to you via email.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Send it to me or to the division.
I sent it to you. I can also forward it to the division if you need.
From you?
Yes, ma'am.
This defense review it?
Yes, ma'am.
We did review the score sheet. We have located some errors and they have been fixed, and the final copy is accurate, Judge.
All right, well, I'm looking for that. Defense have witnesses that,
Mr. Bass's mother, Miss Thomas, would like to address the court.
sure. Good morning.
Could you state and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Laquanza Thomas, Laquanza Thomas, Thomas.
What is your relationship to Mr. Bass?
That's my son.
Okay. And Judge Ward, what would you like to tell her this morning?
This has been a journey, always been a journey. As a mother, my son had him April 27, 1992. And a joy that it was as a young mother, raising him. And he was always a good student, smart, intelligent. He still is.
Is he an only child?
He have twin brothers, and everybody educated, everybody graduated. No one's have no charges in no schools or none of that. This the first one. Everybody's always work. My son been working there since the age of 15 with his grandmother. Then got on his own. He always been, when he met her at the age when she was 17, he always was a provider, a protector, and a pleaser, because he was the one who was always working. And he always made sure he provided for his family. And he always made sure that no matter what, they was good, even before I was good. He went back because he wanted to be a husband and he wanted to be able to take care of his kids. But sometimes you have to learn to separate yourself, love yourself more. Because sometimes you'll be on a journey and that you can't see because you're not used to it, because it's your first love. You didn't have all those experiences. And as a mother, I couldn't give you of who you was going to love and end up with and what the journey you would have had to go on. But I'm always here. And one thing about it, all the men's at the cruise ship, because he was a welder building cruises. His last job. They know what everyone said, nothing but good things about you. You hold your head up. I don't know. I still don't know the answer. I don't know why. I don't know none of that. But one thing that I will say, if it happened, if you did do it, it's a crime of passion because of the stories that I know. And they say, why? Why he called his mother? Because I'm always that mother that's going to be there, that I'm going to come. Mama have the answers. That's what my kids know. And maybe I went and did protect them too much. My kids work and they be at home playing the game, even at this age. But maybe I don't know how to stop a little bit. But I love my grandkids because I'm just like I was about my sons. I was that grandmother. If nobody else was there, I was there. I made it happen. So you hold your head up. I love you and I'm on this journey with you because I know if you did this, it was a crime of passion. Not nothing else. And I thank you all.
Thank you for being here. Anything else?
Nothing else on behalf of the defense in terms of witnesses. Mr. Bass is not going to make a statement here this morning.
Mr. Best does not want to be heard.
No, Your Honor.
Is that correct?
I'm going to make a statement.
Do you need a second with them?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I do.
All right.
Did the email come when I have it written on PDF? Thank you for the time then. Mr. Bass is going to make a brief statement.
All right.
Your Honor, growing up for me as a child, it's been tough. I was raised in a single parent home till about the age of 10 with my cousin that my mom adopted. And we had good times. We had some bad times. I've always gone to school. I've always had good grades. Like my mom stated, I've always worked. I graduated from Hillsborough High School. I'm a good person. I've worked. I've always provided for my family. I've always been in good spirit, of good cheer. I was always the favorite cousin, the favorite brother, the one who was, some people may say, the privileged one. Made sure that my family had the best. I always strive for the best. I moved my family out of Tampa to the Gibson area, a 2-story home, to provide for them, to make sure we had the best life in a nice subdivision. all those things I lost on this journey, but I did everything in my power to redeem myself and try to make things better. I love my son. I made sure that when he was going through his speech issues, I gave him a tutor. I made sure I put him on that football field. I made sure that no matter the cost for the elite cheerleading, I made sure that my daughter was able to go no matter what was the circumstances or hardships that my family had to face. I made sure to try to come up with some type of resolution to get them to find a way out for them so they can have a nice life as a father and as a husband with my wife. Since we were like high school sweethearts, and we've been together, and she will always be my one heart, one love, one mind, regardless of the circumstances on how anyone feels or what they may accuse me of. I know the outcome. I just want to say out of hardship comes relief. And I hope that my family and her family, they find some type of peace. And I know that it may be difficult because the accident, but I hope that God guides them and give them strength as the same strength that he's given me, and the courage and the protection from all evil. And also, I know that God has a plan for everything, and I know he works in mysterious ways. But in the end, I know God will always watch over me. La ilaha illallah. I got nothing else to say, Your Honor.
And the accident that you're referring to is the death of your children in that statement? That's what you're referring to as the accident?
Yes.
Anything else from either side?
Your Honor, of course, has no discretion as to count one. The defense is asking that you take into consideration the lack of criminal history. Mr. Bass's statements about being a good provider and a good father are actually true. You took a deposition of Miss Bass. She indicated all of that. He was a loving father, took care of his children, participated in their school. He was a loving husband, provided for his family. I don't think anybody understands to this day why this happened. Just like echoing the comments of Mr. Thierry in opening statement, why? So at this time, Your Honor, I am asking that you run counts 2, 3, and 4 concurrent to count 1. And I would just ask my co-counsel if I listen. That's all we have. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh. And Judge, we have calculated the credit and the clerk has the same calculation we do, and it is 917 days.
917?
Yes, ma'am.
State requesting prosecution
Yes, Your Honor.
and any objection from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
And on count 2, there's a 25-year min-man.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
And on count 3, there's a 20-year minimum mandatory.
It's the same judge, same.
Is it?
I believe they're both 25 years.
Discharged with great bodily harm. All right. All right, based on the jury's verdict, Mr. Bass, on counts 1, 2, 3, and 4, you're adjudicated guilty, sentenced to life in Florida State Prison. Counts 1, 2, 3, and 4 each carry a 25-year minimum mandatory sentence. Count 1 is life without possibility of parole. That's for the first-degree murder of Jayla Bass. Impose all mandatory costs as a lien against you. That includes the $150 for the cost of prosecution. You have credit for 917 days. Is that your understanding of your credit time?
Yes, Your Honor.
All the counts are to run concurrent. All the minimum mandatories are to run concurrent. Any questions about this sentence? You have 30 days to appeal the verdict of the jury and the judgment of the court. If you cannot afford the services of an attorney for the purposes of appeal, one will be appointed for you. I know the Office of the Public Defender will perfect the appellate paperwork before they withdraw from representation.
And Judge, may we send you an order today appointing us?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Did you get the motion for new trial filed?
All right, so that is a bye-bye to Jermaine Bass. See you never. Hope you have well, the life that you deserve in prison, because that's exactly what you're gonna get. And we are still waiting on our trial to start. We have about 15 minutes probably until like the feed kicks in, but then probably half an hour until they actually start. So it's still gonna be a hot minute until there, but don't worry, I've got entertainment for you all. I know, I was like, oh, I loved the judge's face when she was like accident. Like she was like so like, are you really serious saying that this was an accident, that this was like, dude, no, just move on and take the sentence that you yeah, that was like, I absolutely love it. I love that face. I'm gonna clip it and I'm gonna save it, and we're probably gonna turn into an emoji. That would be a nice idea. So it's just hilarious, her face. But that is a conclusion to Jermaine Bass. That was his sentencings. Um, like, I'm sure he was either high or something or on something, but that doesn't excuse anything. Um, so yes, I have entertainment for you, because I have had one of those typical Mondays where if one thing goes wrong, everything else goes. So I woke up to work this morning at normal time, 4 o'clock in the morning for me. I go grab my phone because Gardenbot is still asleep. So I have to, like, I use my flashlight on my phone to get ready and everything. So I go and turn on my flashlight. I noticed that my phone did not charge the whole night. Literally, whole night was plugged, did not charge. I had like 4% of battery. I was like, okay, great, that's fantastic. I'll take my charger to work and I'll charge throughout work. Fine. I turned it on for a little bit so I could see where my clothes were for work. I cannot find my uniform anywhere. So then I go rummage through the house to find my uniform. Takes me a good 10 minutes to find the uniform for work. So then I'm like rushing already to get ready and everything, get ready for work, because I still have to have my coffee and get my coffee ready for the day to take to work and get my drink, and then I breathe before I go to work. I must have no time for that. I like have a quick coffee that I burn my mouth on, and then I do the coffee for work, get all settled, and then get into the car, go turn on the car, the light of the reserve of for gas comes on, and I'm like, great. I don't have a bank card on me because I never carry my bank card. I only use my phone, the contactless on my phone, to pay for things that I need. So I was like, okay, great. Oh, before that, then I could not find I could not find my house keys, so I had to use Garden Bot's house keys to get out of the house. Then shove his keys through the mailbox so he can get out of the house himself and then go to work. And then I have to text him saying, "Leave the key now, safe place, so I can get back in of the house after my after work." So then I go to the car, sit down in the car, get ready to turn on the car. That's when the light turn on the light. You guys. You guys are hilarious. You're making me laugh. It's like in Garden Button. I'm trying to tell a story here. Um I can't be serious in this place. So I go turn on the car. The reserve light comes on. I barely have petrol or gas in this case to get me to work. Good thing I work closely. So I get to work, and then I was like, I'm texting Garden Bot again, saying, "Oh, can you can you bring me a bank card or something so I can put gas in the petrol station? There is just by my work where I work, we have a petrol station." But so then I get to work. I'm like, all right, it's Monday. It's gonna be a good day. I can do this. It's a short week. Let's get cracking. Prep. Whoever the girl that did the prep yesterday. She did a very good prep in terms of the pastries and everything, considering that she was left to do that for by herself on the first day. But then the other guy that works in the bakery is back from his vacation, and they're like, "Oh, I just want to," you know. But so then it was just like, it's just my day, my morning, my Monday. It was definitely a Monday morning. Because then everything went like right. I finished like, then it started getting better when I started to get work, but it's just it was just one of those mornings where almost everything went wrong. And I just want to go home and sleep and do nothing, because Sunday was just a very like relaxing day. I got up, did a couple bits, like I did the setup of the stream for today, and then I did one email that I had to do because I'm trying to deal with YouTube, which is not fun. So try to get that sorted, and then I just played video games for the day. I literally sat in, because I don't play video games on my laptop on the computer where I am right now doing this. I play computer games where Night Garden Bot's computer, because I don't know why it's a better computer for games. Definitely a Monday morning. It was horrible. I was like, I barely survived. I'm like, I just want to go home. Oh, and then another thing is, because I've worked so much last week, right? I have done crazy amount of work last week between stream and the bakery. My foot that I have Thank you, Pickles, and that Garden Bot. We're gonna have to talk later. Um, because I was working so much last week, my foot that I injured. Well, I love the red lipstick. It's like a brand of the channel. It's red lipstick because I love a good red lipstick. Like I keep wanting to say, what? I hurt my foot about like a year ago, last December, not 2024, 2023. I was off for work for about 2 months. Thanks. I will love a red lipstick, Pickles. I'm always like, almost every single time I'm wearing red lipstick, and it's the only color I would wear. So I hurt my foot at work, and I've been having this pain in my foot for donkeys, but especially when I work too much like I did last week, my foot is absolutely killing me. Yesterday I was most of the days I was just in the sofa that we have by the other computer, complaining about my foot, and Garden Bot gave me foot massages, which was very good, but it's still hurting, and still is at the moment. I'm still struggling, so I might have to wear my moon boot again. You know, those big medical boots that you have to wear when you have like an injury. So it gives me, because every single time I give a step, oh my days, it is absolutely killer. But it's not like I can be home sick. I wish I could, but I can't, because, you know, there's this thing at the end of the month or middle of the month or all the time of the month called bills, and they need to be paid. So um but it's all right. I mean, I think I should be fine, because this week it's going to be an easy week. And next week I start to work less. I start work on my 3-day week, and I still have some holidays, some vacation time to take, which I am hoping and begging my boss to try to take it this week or maybe next week. So next week I might just work 1 day and then off for the rest of the week, which would be amazing. So I could just rest and, well, do nothing up until we have a trial. Which also, by the way, if you have any suggestions of trials that we can cover in the Eastern time zone and the Central time zone, so that's the two time zones I try to focus the most in terms to cover. That's Eastern and Central. If you have any trials, any suggestions, please let me know. You can reach me on Discord, on Facebook, or on the email that I will put on chat now. So if you have any suggestion, let me know, and I can try to do some investigation, see if there is going to be actually a feed or something, and we can make a go for it. But try to see if it is in Eastern time zone or Central, because that's the two time zones we try to focus the most, because the others ones are a little bit late for us at the moment. But we can see if there's like a big interest. I'll talk to Garden Bot about it. Also, I said this on Saturday. Saturday. But you guys know, you can see it on your screen, that we already have 47 objections, and we are only gonna go on day 3 of this trial, right? So we know that we're gonna have a lot of objections on this trial, and because I felt bad. I know it's not my fault. I felt bad that last trial that we had, we did not get any winners for the verdict game. I was gonna say, and Denise gave me also this idea, that we're gonna make 2 games in this trial. We're gonna still do the verdict game that we play every time, and you guys can play it if you want. Tell me in chat where is your verdict, or there's the Google form already set up for that. And then we're gonna play the objection game. So you can say a number, right, that you think that we are gonna have objections. Oh no, it's all right. No worry. It's fine, Paula. Well, I can do a recap in a second, because I did take some notes. But just talking about this, so we can do the objection game. So you can guess how many, like more or less, how many objections there's gonna be in total at the end of the trial, and whoever gets closest wins. Again, wins another prize. So let me know your guesses in chat. Make sure that if you can, please tag me so I can see it. And your suggestion. If you want to tag me, just put the @ button and then my name, True Crime Addict, or tag one of the mods, Garden Bot, or When Toxic and Willow Gets Here, or Zio. Just tag them and they will let me know. So yeah, because then you don't want to remember Saturday. What happened Saturday, Pickles? Good morning, Case One. Hello, good morning. Welcome in. So now sorry, I need my notes to do the recap of day 2 of what I have, because Saturday was an interesting day. I don't even remember what happened yesterday. Wow, did I take that many notes on Saturday? Wow, hang on. Wow, I did. Hang on. 1 second. I need to sneeze. Excuse me, sorry about that. Yes, case one, we are picking the numbers today. I was gonna say another thing. If you guess up until the end of today's date, thank you. You have to kind of guess until the end of the day today, and that's because I am not expecting this trial to go much longer. Yes, Saturday was Cutie Pie's birthday. Yeah, that it was true, Denise. That's why probably I don't remember much. I'm joking. Oh, we had such a nice meal out. We went to his favorite restaurant called Wagamama's. I don't know if you guys have it over there. Let me have a look. Actually, let me bring it up. The restaurant so you guys can see what kind of. I don't know if you have Wagamama's over in the US. Let me show you some images. Yeah, I know, case one. I think we might have that today, actually. So, let me share the screen again and let me make myself small. So this is the type of food that Wagamama's has, the restaurant we went to. So, not Garden Bot. I think it's this one. I think this meal that is highlighted in a corner is a Garden Bot's favorite. So that's what it normally always has when we go to that place. It is so. Yeah, roughly that's what it is. I think exactly what it is, but yeah, it is very good. That's what Garden Bot has. Me, I have what's it called? I think it's this beef brisket Dunbury Wagamamas. There you go. I have this. Normally that's what I have. So, hey, good morning. Oh, 98 case one. All right. I will write it down. Let me write it down before it goes away. 98. Right. Buenos dias. Hello. Happy Monday. We are talking about the food that me and Garden Bot had on Saturday night when we went out. Before I forget. So that is food. I know it is very, very good. I like. That's one of our favorite restaurants, and anytime we can have a chance to go, obviously we go. But it can be a little bit pricey. Um, but hey, it deserves it. It was a treat, so it was very, very well deserved. He works very hard and he helps us a lot. This trial already had 3 days, so we are on day 3 today. So they had day 1 on a Thursday and day 2 on Friday, so not a lot. But we already had the forensic pathologist, which is kind of the ME. I think I'm expecting now to testify is the lead investigator on the case and the girlfriend. I think the girlfriend is going to be the last person to testify because she's going to basically corroborate all the stories that the detective said and everything. So I'm thinking that the state is going to end with her testimony. That's my opinion, and that's my what are my theory. So, oh yeah, the cross is gonna be spicy, especially if it is the girl that is always objecting, or even if it's the other girl, the other woman, the other attorney, blonde attorney on this case. She's something else. So it's just yeah. She's something else. Either. Oh, thank you very much, Paula. I've got your thing. 82. You know what? I'm gonna say in terms of objections. I'm gonna say I want to say 111 just to see 3 ones, 3 like ding ding ding. I don't know. We'll see. So I was like that cross definitely is gonna be very spicy. And we are gonna be here for it, and I honestly hope that the cross is not when I have to sleep, because I will be very upset if it is, because that is not gonna be good. So it's just so we had the ME the other day talking about like how. Oh, is it? They has oh, nice. So Boston and NYC, Tampa, Florida, and Dallas, Texas. Wow, that's nice. So you can, if you ever in that area, you can always try. See Garden Pot, even in. Buenos dias, Maria. Hello, hi, happy Monday. See Garden Pot, even in US they have Wagamama, so we can always move to the US. They have Wagamamas there for you, so you guys should see his face. I've been trying to get not to move it, but I want to go and visit. I definitely are we still planning the US tour. US the USA tour. Oh my days, why am I so sneezy today? Hang on 1 second. Sorry, it did not. The thing is, I want and I don't at the same time. I am like between a sword and a wall, because I really want to move to the US. There's always like been like a second dream because when I was a kid, I had a dream to move. Sorry, that sounded very corny, very cringy saying that. I had to like a dream to move to the UK, right? But I've always said that if the UK did not work, I always had as a backup to move to the US. Well, I can always import Portuguese food or UK food. Well, UK food is not great either. It is good, but probably doesn't answer. Yeah, you might be right. But it's just, but you have court cases and court and you have what else? The portions. Your portions are very generous, which I like. I like generous portions. I like food. Um, I know that's the thing. There's no way, yeah. Oof. The thing is, I like, yeah, it is a very big. I don't, but I want to visit a little bit. The thing is, me and Garden Bot are gonna do a list. We're still gonna have to do the list, and I'll still be thinking there is definitely some high points that I want to visit. Exactly. Then you have a lot of winter protection, Paula. I don't have any winter protection. That's why I'm always cold. And fluffy, it's good. So I was just like, I really want to go, but there is a lot of states that I want to visit, and a lot of people I have to visit. Or we might just do a big meetup in one place and see if everyone could get there, but that would be probably very, very hard and very impossible. But definitely like maybe in the middle, like do a little bit on the eastern, then maybe something like central, and then something on the west coast. That could be an idea. So no, I actually did not. Was it yesterday? Did I miss? Oh, why do I? My mind is so. Was the Oscars last night? I thought I saw something about that on TikTok when I was mindlessly scrolling. Oh no, case one. Please be safe. Oh no. I'm so sorry. I hope you and everyone is safe over there. I'm so sorry. Um, please stay safe and evacuate if you have to. Please, I'll keep you in our thoughts. Okay, someone, but please be safe. Out there. I don't know who won the. Oh, really? Nora. I don't know that movie. Nora. Let me Google it. Since I'm probably not gonna show it, because if you say it is a not Nora. Oh, the cover picture doesn't. Oh, okay. That is something for a cover picture of a movie. Okay. Wow, I'm surprised that what was that movie, the Ariana Grande movie, Wicked did not win. Oh, I'm so sorry, Kiswana. Please be safe. I hope everything goes well and you don't have to evacuate and everyone is safe. My days, but that's just so worrying. I'm so sorry. Um, but yeah, I'm surprised that that movie won the Oscars. They are getting a little bit more spicy, aren't they? Huh. Interesting. I saw like a few bits on TikTok about it. Oh, only best costumes. Well, if they did not win at least the best costumes, not even music or soundtrack. Wow. Um. Okay, good. Oh, I'm glad, but still, yeah. Oh, hopefully. Well, see, that's it. So that'll be a good plan, Paula. If I go on the eastern side, then do central, and then do west, probably can visit everybody. Wow, it's surprising the Wicked did not win soundtrack or anything. Ooh, fit is up. And I'm still not started. Sorry, still have to sort this out. We are about to start court. I hope. Oh my days, that is true. Sound. It's gonna be another complicated mess again today. Zombie. There we go. I'm in the right spot now. We are getting ready for court to start. So day 3, but it's just I'm surprised that the Wicked. I think that's the only movie I know that was on the Oscars. In the Oscars, that's the thing. I'm not the movie type person. I'm more of a TV show person. So I don't know why I'm not a movie type person. Um I'm more definitely a TV show. I found a new TV show because I finished Scandal that I was watching. That one is long gone. I found a new one. I don't know if you guys were called Miracle Workers. It has 4 seasons at the moment. I don't know if they have any more coming out or not, but it's hilarious. It's so funny. I love it. I saw what, about 5-6 episodes yesterday, so I think I finished season 1 already. Because it's only like 20 minutes because it's a comedy show. But it's very, very funny. I really like that one. I there's another one that I like, but they are on a break at the moment. The High Potential one. That's a very good one. I definitely recommend that one. I don't know where I find. God, these yawns. Sorry, I don't know where I find the time to watch all this stuff, plus court, plus working, and everything else, but I don't know. Yesterday, to be fair, I did have time because I was just doing nothing. I was just playing video games and watching TV shows and just relaxing. It was such a good day. But I did miss trial. I don't know. I do miss trials and talking your guys' ear head off. Hopefully the sound today will be a little bit better than it has. We've been struggling on the sound for the past 3 days. So hopefully sound will be a little bit better. But yeah, so this week we might have a short week because I don't know. Thinking of this case, I don't think the prosecution has much more to go. But so far, they have proved that someone died, someone wasn't alive. Um, they, but they haven't really proved how they met. I think they're gonna try to do that by the other girl. Because so far it's like, yeah, they proved someone has passed away, that is not alive anymore, but they haven't actually. Well, they talked about the license plates the other day, that were caught that at certain times, but they have because of the fire. There's not really, like, I don't think, fingertips or DNA or anything that they can swap, because that all of that is burned to crisp by now, or it was burned to crisp. So they haven't really linked the defendant to the crime, but either they're gonna do that through the lead investigator with all the CCTV cameras and everything that they showed on the openings, or they're gonna introduce that through the other girl that's gonna testify. Sorry. against Stacy. Sorry, I keep yawning for some reason. My apologies. I think my tiredness of the day it's catching up. Even though I've already had a nap. Literally on the car because me and Garden bought. Because on Saturday I told you guys it's not recommend Nora, but if it seems a little bit spicy. um yeah, it exactly. Probably they got that to they maybe went out for that, Nancy. You might be right to get accelerant, to get matches, or to get something for the fire. So yeah, probably. What was I gonna say? Oh, on Saturday, me and Gardenbot we went to the shopping mall, and to for dinner, because that's where the restaurant is. And then we went pop in to the place that does the like sell soundboards, to see. Well, they don't sell just soundboards; they send everything electronic, like secondhand. And I know, Paula. We did not go. Well, we went to Costco very, very quick. We literally got 3 items at Costco. We got time, we got the bay leaves that we needed, and we got the ring camera that we needed as well. That proved that was another shenanigans that's happening. So, so that like literally never went to. Well, on Saturday. Well, we went to Costco today to get petrol, to get diesel, to get gas. Because we live in Costco apparently. We go every other day. Now, we did go on Saturday, but because we did not go to the petrol station because it was already closed. Because things in the UK, right? At least where I live, they close so super early. I don't understand why, especially on a Saturday. You would think that on a Saturday, because people have more time, to be out and to spend more money, probably they would open. They would be open until later. No, everything closes at 7 p.m. The petrol station closed at 7 p.m. Costco closed at 7 p.m. The a place that I was gonna buy the soundboard at closed at 7 p.m. The only thing that was open was food places like the restaurant. So I know we really like the hot dogs. So I don't understand why everything closed at 7 p.m. But I was very, very annoyed because I wanted to go to another place, the Primark is a clothes place, to buy trousers for work. But no, it was closed because why? It closed at 7 p.m. I don't know why. You understand why they close at 7 p.m. And now Mrs. Sunshine is here. She is in courtroom. Uh, but sorry, I'm having a rant that things close at 7 p.m. because obviously when we finished the
All right,
string.
the court will go on the record in 21 CR 2296, People of the State of Colorado versus Stacy Rodriguez. Ms. Rodriguez appears today with counsels Ms. Devereaux and Ms. Trujillo. Mr. Praley and Mr. McCormick appear today for the state. We come on for day 6 of jury trial, and we are outside of the presence of the jury. Any issues that we need to address before we resume with testimony from the defense?
No, not from the defense.
All right, anything from the state?
I'll just note that I have spoken to Ms. Trujillo as part of their exhibit list. The first 2 exhibits we're dealing with Mr. Dickerson, and I think there's an agreement that will not be addressed through a live witness, but rather on a break, and so we can postpone that till a later time.
Okay. All right. If there's no other issues, let's go ahead and bring the jury in and we'll resume. Thank you. Please be seated. The state may call their next witness.
Judge, the people call Jerry Burrows.
All right, thank you. Sir, if you'll come forward and have a seat on the witness stand, and before you sit down, if you'll raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you. Go ahead and have a seat. Mr. McCormick, go ahead and proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Burrows, when you're seated and comfortable, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jerry Burrows. It's Burroughs.
All right. And turning your attention to October of 2021, were you employed with the Greeley Police Department?
I was.
All right. And how long were you with the Greeley Police Department?
Just under 12 years with them and 13 years total of law enforcement experience.
Have you since left the Greeley Police Department?
I have.
And have you relocated out of state?
Yes.
All right. And how long have you been gone from the Greeley Police Department?
Over a year.
Now, during October of 2021, were you assigned to any particular divisions within the Greeley Police Department?
Yes, I was assigned to investigations.
And what are the primary duties and responsibilities as a detective with the investigations unit?
Primarily, it's to assist patrol with bigger investigations, things that are more complex or take more time. We get assigned cases that we have to go through, or we're called out to scenes if we're on call or if there's more resources that are needed for patrol.
Were you employed with the Greeley Police Department on October 3rd of 2021?
I was.
And on that date, did you become involved in an investigation of a Stacy Rodriguez and Hosanna Varela?
I did.
Do you see Stacy Rodriguez in the courtroom today?
I do. She's seated to my right. She's wearing a green shirt and black pants.
So what happened on October 3rd of 2021 that you were contacted in regards to this defendant?
I was contacted by Sergeant Smith about 6:40 a.m. He said that there was a fire and that a body had been found inside, somebody was deceased inside of the residence.
And do you recall what the address was for where that fire occurred?
Yeah, 2413 15th Avenue Court.
And that's in Greeley, Weld County, state of Colorado?
Yes.
Did you initially respond to that scene?
No, I initially went to the police department to begin authorizing a search warrant.
Now, through the course of your investigation, were you able to determine who the owner of that particular residence was?
Yes, it was Christopher Dickerson.
All right. Now, about how long were you at the police department?
Until later that evening, I think I went to the scene around 5:39 p.m. or later that evening.
All right. Do you recall when you got there what the residence looked like?
Yeah, it was damaged. It was charred. It was obvious that a fire had taken place and damaged most of the residents.
Who else was on scene, if you recall?
Yeah, it was fire personnel and then personnel from the Greeley Police Department.
Now, when you initially got there, what did you do once you got to the scene?
Well, when I got to the scene, I walked the residence, and as we were there, we're making game plan about extending the search warrant into the next day because it was getting dark and we wanted to take our time. Around that time, I was approached by Christopher's roommate.
All right. Did you also have an opportunity to do what's called a neighborhood canvass?
Yes.
What is that?
Neighborhood canvass is essentially when officers spread out and they begin talking to neighbors. We're looking for any eyewitnesses to what took place, but we're also looking for digital evidence, specifically surveillance footage that could aid us in what took place.
So to be clear, in your initial phases of an investigation, do you talk to a lot of people?
Yes.
Does that include the responding patrol officers?
Yes.
Fire personnel?
Yes.
Neighbors?
Yes.
Anybody you can talk to get information?
Yes, and then we usually do it multiple times. In this case with the neighbors, we went back and spoke to them on multiple occasions.
After October 3rd of 2021?
Yeah.
All right. Were you aware if the body of Mr. Dickerson was recovered and taken to the coroner's office?
I was, yes.
And through your investigation, were you provided information that in regards to the autopsy of Mr. Dickerson?
I was.
So were you aware of the injuries sustained by Mr. Dickerson?
I was.
Were you made aware that there was a metal object protruding from his neck?
Yes.
Did you have an occasion to also review the coroner's report to find out cause and manner?
Yes.
What, from that standpoint forward, what did you do then?
So after we learned that it was indeed a homicide, we then began gathering video surveillance, gathering phone records, and trying to piece together what actually took place at the residence.
Is it fair to say that during your investigation of this case, you had an opportunity to review several hundred hours of video surveillance?
Yes.
Did that include the neighborhood of 2413th, 15th Avenue Court?
It did.
Did that include the downtown area of Greeley?
Yes.
Did that include multiple establishments of downtown Greeley?
Yes.
Did that also include at some point phone records?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation, did you also obtain or seek records of phone records, Facebook, things of that nature?
Yes, a multitude of every type of digital evidence that I could get or documents.
And through your investigation, were you able to review those videos and also take still shots?
Yes.
Photographs?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to hand you a number of packets, photographs first.
Okay.
All right, just a minute.
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a number of packets of photographs. All right. Start with 52 through 93.
Okay.
195 through 130. 139 and 140. 171 and 172.
Okay.
174, 175.
Okay.
178 through 186. 195. 211.
Okay.
213 through 260.
Okay.
Mr. McCormick, that last one, 213 through 216 or?
216.
All right, go ahead.
So prior to your testimony today, did you have an opportunity to review all of those particular exhibits?
I did, yes.
Are you familiar with those exhibits?
I am.
Would those exhibits assist you in relaying to the jury what your investigation entailed starting from October 3rd, 2021?
Yes, they would.
Do those photographs depict accurately what you observed through your investigation, both through surveillance videos and the production of records?
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move into evidence People's 52 through 93, 95 through 106.
I'm sorry, 95 through 106.
Yes. 108 through 130. 139 and 140. 171 and 172. 174 and 175. 178 through 186. 195. 211. And 213 through 216.
All right, thank you. Any objection from the defense?
Yes, may we have heard?
Yes, please. Can you bring up the pictures?
Sorry, I'm trying to eat my donut. Um, I don't. I probably was an objection. Let's put an objection. I'm trying to not speak too loud because I have the sound, I think, right where we need it. And if I talk in my normal voice, I'm probably gonna be deafening all of you, and I don't want that. And I'm literally now full of sugar around my mouth because I'm eating my donut, and it's amazing. And they are looking at me, and I just want to eat them all. I mean, what we were talking about. I started. Oh, that's hilarious, pickles. But like, Hudmina seems like too happy that she's too happy to be there. It's like she's in you know. Oh, sorry, Nancy, and I keep talking about donuts. That doesn't help. My apologies. I hear about the apple cider vinegar the gummies thing, um and it worked for me for a week, but then I like food too much, so yeah. Now I know it's like she's way too happy to be in a courtroom, and I'm not saying she can't have a joke or a laugh with her attorneys. Well, she shouldn't, because they are not BFFs. They're not like in the cafe having a drink and chatting about life and everything. They are in a courtroom. They should show respect. But now they're just chatting it up like they are in the cafe, girl, and just like having a chat, and like they're not in a like an enlivening trial. That it's a life in a balance. And the thing is, jury is looking at all of this, right? Jury sees exactly. That is exactly the point that I was just doing that now. Um, they're like in a cafe talking. She's laughing. I don't think she's taking this too serious. I know, isn't it, Lois? They seem very. I've never seen like, even in the Jermaine Bass trial, the attorney was a little bit annoying, right? But she was not like this cozy up with the defendant. They like talked to him when they needed to, and that's it. It's like, I'm sure I don't know what they are talking because I can't read lips, but probably it's not about the trial. So.
All right,
It's just,
thank you.
yeah.
The court will admit into evidence states 52 through 93, 95 through 106, 108 through 130, 139, 140, 171, 172, 174, 175, 178 through 186, 195, 211, and 213 through 216. Mr. McCormick, did I get those accurately labeled?
Yes, sir.
All right, I will admit those into the record, and you may publish where appropriate.
Okay. Through the course of your investigation, did you also work to secure certain records such as phone records,
Yes.
as Facebook records and social media records?
Correct.
All right. All right. So I'm going to break this up a little bit. I'm going to just a minute. Okay. Hand you a packet of DVDs, marked Peoples 94, 189, 190, 192, 193, and 194. Again, prior to your testimony today, have you had an opportunity to review those items?
I have.
And do your initials appear on those DVDs
They do.
and the date that you reviewed those?
It does.
And were those pursuant to court orders that you had requested and received that information?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time pursuant to 90211, the people would enter into evidence People's number 94.
Any objection to 94?
No, thank you.
All right, the court will admit into evidence states 94. And Mr. McCormick, if you give me just a second.
Sure.
And you may publish at your discretion.
Okay. We'd also move into evidence 189.
Any objection to 189?
No, thank you.
All right, the court will admit into evidence 189.
190.
Any objection to 190?
You don't have any objection to any of these?
To any of 189?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, all right. And Mr. McCormick, are you admitting all of them at this time?
Yes, sir.
All right, then the court will admit into evidence 189, 190, 192, 193, and 194.
To hand you two additional DVDs. clips, well, 2B through 2G and 3A through 3G. You recognize those items?
I do.
All right, and prior to your testimony today, did you have an opportunity to review those items as well?
I did.
Do they accurately reflect what you observed in your investigation through video surveillance?
They do.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move into evidence exhibits 2B through 2G and 3A through 3G.
All right, thank you. Any objection?
No, thank you.
All right, the court will admit those designated exhibits into evidence.
All right. I'm going to show you what our aerial maps. This is People's 176,
Okay.
and this is People's 177.
Okay.
Recognize both of those?
I do.
Are they accurate Google Maps of the locations in question?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm moving to evidence 176 and 177.
Any objection to 176 or 177?
May we approach, please?
Sure.
This attorney wanting to approach all the time is just like, I think they are objecting, so I'm gonna put an objecting up. I'm still trying to talk very slowly, but you guys, like, this is so hard for me to talk slow because this is not natural for me, so I have to constantly keep in the back of my mind that I need to speak low. I hope you guys can hear me. Please tell me you can hear me and I'm not talking too low, or because I don't know how low or how high I can talk because of how much of the sound I have posted, because I don't want to, like, I don't want to be I don't want to be talking normally and like be yelling in your ear or in your house. So it's just like, but this is not normal for me to talk this low on Saturday. That's why on Saturday I was trying like not to talk between breaks, but because we could skip, that would be fine. But this one's we can't skip, and it's not I have to talk, but it's less awkward if I talk, I guess. So that's why oh, thank you. I am trying so hard to talk low. This is not natural for me. You know, I am a loudspeaker. Ask Garden Bot. I speak very loudly. The neighbors down the road can hear me speaking normally. I'm not even exaggerating. So talking like this for me feels like I don't have a voice when like I am croaky or something. So I'm just like trying. I just wish this courtroom was a little bit better. Oh, I don't know. If I have the good people. Nancy, you know what? I thought of that because this girl that is her co-defendant, she was married with kids, right? And she was having an affair with Stacy.
Are you familiar with those records?
I am.
And can you just briefly explain how those records operate when you get them?
When we get records back from phone companies, each phone company is different. They're all proprietary. They basically give us a bunch of Excel spreadsheets, and then they give us guides to help us understand and interpret what those Excel spreadsheets say, essentially.
Does that provide for you both phone numbers in terms of communications with others?
Yes.
Does it also provide any type of location?
Potentially, it just depends on if it was captured at the time.
All right. So based upon this information and your understanding that Mr. Dickerson was downtown, what did you do with that information?
At that point, we went and grabbed surveillance footage from that area or any other evidence we could find.
Okay. Are you familiar with a location or an establishment named Roasties?
I am.
All right. Did you go to Roasties initially in your investigation?
We did, yes.
And what did you gather or learn from Roasties?
We learned that they had a video surveillance system, an internal one and then an external one as well.
All right. Now, fair to say that you gathered as much video as you could from downtown establishments on that particular night?
Yes, as much as we could actually find and gather, we did.
All right. That included Roasties.
Correct.
Did that include an establishment called The Box?
It did. Well, yes, it did.
What about Millennium Event Center?
Yes,
Patrick's Irish Pub?
yes,
Points West Bank?
yes,
Warm Hugs, Mixes and Gifts Boutique?
yes,
477 Distilling?
yes,
The Downtown Developmental Authority?
yes,
I'm going to mispronounce this, but is it the La Tarahumara Market?
yes,
Okay. And then a Subway.
yes,
Now, you're familiar with these locations?
I am.
Essentially, where are they all located?
Essentially from 7th Street to 11th Street, in between 8th and 9th Avenue.
And is that just across from the courthouse here?
It is.
So at this point, you had neighborhood video surveillance
Yes,
and downtown video surveillance.
yes. We first had neighborhood video surveillance, and it took us a couple days before we got all the downtown video surveillance.
All right. In regards to the neighborhood of the 15th Avenue Court neighborhood, I'm going to show you what's already been entered as people's number 148. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
And what is that?
That's just an aerial map of the 15th Avenue Court residence, and it also highlights where the surveillance systems were located on that on the map and in that neighborhood.
And were you able to obtain video surveillance from a 2436 15th Avenue Court?
We were.
And where is that? I know there's a pointer up there, if that
Yeah.
helps.
So 2436 is on the corner. It's going to be on the southeast corner of 15th Avenue Court, so it's right there.
And this is a cul-de-sac type neighborhood?
It is.
All right, so in and out is right by 2436?
Yes, there's only one way in and out.
All right, and then 2406?
2406 is right here, and it has the best view of almost directly across the street from 2413 15th Avenue Court, which is the victim's residence.
And then lastly, you reviewed video from 2405 15th Avenue Court?
Yeah, this was a ring video, so it kind of captured most of the street and the front kind of yard and front side view of the residence.
So when you began this initial review of the neighborhood surveillance, were you able to determine whether or not Mr. Dickerson had left the area and at a particular time?
I did, yes.
All right, so 11:56 PM on October 2nd, 2021, what were you able to observe?
I saw Mr. Dickerson's vehicle leave a little bit earlier. He was in the neighborhood for a while, and eventually he left at that time onto 25th Street. I believe he turned east onto 25th Street.
I apologize, a little housekeeping. All right, can we publish 2A, please. And if you can look at the monitor, and there's a couple things. Might hit pause a second. Can you tell us what we're looking at on 2A? 2A is an Adam?
Yes.
So what are we looking at here?
So this is 2436 15th Avenue Court. This is essentially showing 15th Avenue Court is right in front of it, and you can kind of see a portion of 25th Street. Just something to note, and this is for all video surveillance. It's hard to get accurate times because every system has a little bit different times. So we're able to go through and say, okay, some are a couple minutes off, some were like an hour prior. And for this instance, with 2436, it's about 6 minutes off from what I saw in the neighborhood. But essentially what you're going to see is Mr. Dickerson's Hyundai Elantra. He had a 2018 blue Hyundai Elantra, just traveling past the camera and then turning onto 25th Street.
And you noted the time frame difference. So in this particular video, is that 6 minutes fast?
Approximately, yes.
All right, go ahead. So in continuing your review of neighborhood video at approximately 2:16 a.m., what were your observations?
So at 2:16 a.m., I saw Mr. Dickerson's Hyundai Elantra return back onto that camera view onto 15th Avenue Court. And then I saw was a silver sedan, which we later identified as between a 2008 to 2012 Chevrolet Malibu.
Right.
And it was following Mr. Dickerson's Elantra.
So if we could publish 2B as in boy. And again, is the time still the 6 minutes off?
Approximately, yeah.
Okay.
So this will be the Hyundai Elantra. That's Christopher's vehicle. And then it'll be followed by the silver sedan.
And if we could publish 100. And what are we looking at here?
That's Mr. Christopher's Hyundai Elantra.
And that was a still shot taken from that video?
Yes.
All right. 101, please.
And that's, again, a still shot from that video of the silver sedan, which we later identified as the Malibu.
All right. So you knew at 2:16 a.m. he had returned with another vehicle?
Yes.
If we could publish 3A as in Adam?
So this is a shot from 2406 15th Avenue Court, and you'll see it's dark now, but you'll see it'll show the front of Christopher's residence, and you're going to see Christopher's Hyundai Elantra pull into the driveway and then into the garage, and then the silver Malibu will pull into the driveway of Christopher's residence. So that was Christopher's Hyundai Elantra. And then you're going to see a figure walk out towards the Malibu, who I believe that is at the time Mr. Dickerson. And he's going to stand at the driver's side of the vehicle.
And what are we observing here?
It appears that the doors to the Malibu open. The lights turn off, obviously, on the exterior of the Malibu, and then you can see movement around the passenger side and then the driver's side, which I interpret to be that people are getting out of the Malibu. And you can see at the top, there's figures walking past the light, and it's difficult to see, though. And then if you see the white kind of streak, that is Christopher's dog, Juna, that's walking around. He had a white dog. And again, you can see movement towards the top right of the screen, which is near the garage. I believe that's the end of that.
All right. And then if we could publish for A as in Adam, please.
This is a ring video showing essentially what we just saw, just from a different angle. That's Christopher's Elantra pulling in. And then that'll be followed by the Malibu.
And then if we could publish number 102. And what do we see here?
That's just a still shot from 2406 15th Avenue Court of the Malibu pulling into the driveway.
All right. And then number 103, please.
And that's just who I believe to be Christopher standing near the Malibu.
Okay, thank you. So continuing your review of those particular videos that you had observed in this thing, did you notice something at about 2:43 a.m.?
I did, yes.
And what was that?
At 2:43 a.m., you see figures exit the residence, and at least one person moves the Malibu from the driveway to in front of the house.
All right.
And from there, there's more movement outside, and eventually everybody gets into Christopher's, at least 3 people get into Christopher's Elantra, and they leave.
All right, if we could publish 3B as in boy.
And this is just the same 2406, just pulled back a little bit, and you'll see the Malibu being moved right now. So you can saw a head near the driver's door, and then movement up near the garage, just in front of the Malibu.
All right. And then there's a couple of minutes of movement during that time.
Well, during that time, actually, the Malibu's stationary there, and there's not much going on in the driveway. It sat there for a couple minutes, not very long.
Okay, if we could publish 3C as in Charlie.
Now is where you're going to see a figure walk down to the Malibu from the driveway. You'll see the interaction at the driver's side door. And then you'll see eventually, they'll kind of be around the Malibu for a second. And then you're going to see the Elantra pull out of the garage. And then you'll see both figures walk towards the Elantra. So one goes to the driver's side and one stays on the passenger side, and it's difficult to see. From what I observed, the front passenger door opens and then it'll be closed. And then that figure moves towards the rear passenger door. And so the rear passenger door closed. There's still somebody on the driver's side. It appears around this time you can see the door close and they get in.
Right.
And then the Elantra will back out. Eventually.
And from that video review, were you able to take some screenshots of that?
I was, yes.
If I could publish 104, please. And what are we looking at here?
That's the figure that you see walking to the Malibu when the last clip started.
Okay.
I couldn't see faces throughout this whole video. I can't see faces. I can't always tell clothing, but what I can tell at times is it appears that clothing is darker than others, and then that they might have lighter colored shoes. And that's about the only thing I can make out was the clothing seemed darker, and it seemed like the shoes might have been lighter.
105, please.
That's still just the same figure standing near the driver's door of the Malibu.
And 106, please.
Again, now you can see both figures. I'm able just to tell from these general shots the body shape of the individuals, that they appear to be somewhat similar in height. But other than that, it's pretty difficult to make out anything else.
So after you observed them leaving, did you also review the security camera footage from the 2436 15th Avenue Court?
Yes.
Can we play 2C as in Charlie, please?
And again, this is going to show essentially after Christopher's Elantra pulls out of the driveway, it's going to show that vehicle leaving.
Now, through your, hold on. Through your investigation, were you able to kind of track the car's movements at that time after it left the neighborhood?
At that time, when I initially reviewed video, not there, but I did receive video later of downtown, which helped me.
Okay, and was that from roughly around 2:54, that is it Terra Humera?
Yeah,
Market timestamp or marketplace?
yes.
All right, can we publish 178, please? And what did you observe there?
I've seen Mr. Dickerson's Elantra, and that is it. Essentially, it made a U-turn from 8th Avenue from 8th Avenue at 11th Street and then back heading, this is going to be southbound on 8th Avenue.
All right. And then tracking, again, that surveillance of the neighborhood at 3:07 a.m., what did you observe?
That's when the Elantra heads back to Mr. Dickerson's residence and then pulls into the driveway and ultimately the garage.
If we could publish 2D as in David, please.
So this is going to be 2436. This is the corner house video surveillance. You're going to see the Elantra eventually go by the camera, which would be north on 15th Avenue Court. And that's the Elantra now.
And then if we could publish 4B as in boy.
And this is the ring video from 2405, essentially showing the same thing. It appears to me, from what I hear, it sounds like the music is very loud inside of the vehicle. And I think that's it. There's nothing else that's shown.
So in your investigation and reviewing the phone records of Mr. Dickerson around that time, which has been previously admitted as people's basically 213 through 216, did you notice something of significance about that particular time frame?
Yeah, what I noted was that he was receiving phone calls and making phone calls prior to them leaving. I later identified that phone number that he's calling as Dolores Vigil, and I believe after they come back, there's at least one phone call between them as well.
Right. So continuing your review of the neighborhood video surveillance from roughly 4:09 a.m. to 4:11 a.m., did you observe the front door of Mr. Dickerson residence open and figures walking about?
Yeah, it was actually from 4:09 to about 4:16 a.m. You see approximately it looks like 3 figures total. It's difficult to see in the video. You can tell kind of the difference between body shapes and height, that I can determine that there's 3 people. They seem just to kind of sit on the front stoop of the door or near the door. You can see Christopher's dog, Juno, walking about, and they're out there for that approximate 7 minutes before they walk back inside.
All right. And then again, in reviewing this at 5:08 a.m., did you observe anything initial with Mr. Dickerson's front door?
Yes, the front door opens. That you see a figure that's backlit. You see a large figure that's backlit, and you see them walk out of the house and get into the front driver's door of the Malibu.
Right. And roughly at about 5:11 a.m., are you able to observe movement of the vehicle?
No, around 5:11 a.m., what I actually see is around that time is the door opens again. You see a second larger figure walk out of the residence and then go to what appears to be the passenger side of the Malibu. and then the Malibu leaves the neighborhood going south on 15th Avenue Court.
Okay, let's publish 3D as in David, please.
So the door is actually already kind of ajar. You'll see figure walk out. You saw the light at the front, so I think they walked past the front of the vehicle because it was covered for a second, and this is the driver's door that's being opened. And then you'll see the lights turn on, which illuminates the front of the residence.
And based upon your review, does that the car stay like that for some time?
Yeah, it's from around 5:08 to 5:11, 5:12, so several minutes it's like this.
All right. If we could publish 2E as in Edward,
I
please.
think we'll want to stay on this because it'll show the continuation of everything.
Okay.
So the lights turn off, and then shortly after that, you'll see a second figure walk out. And it's difficult to see, obviously, because it's so dark, but you'll see the passenger door open, and you'll see a figure get into the front passenger seat, and the Malibu will then drive away.
And based upon your review of that particular video, did they ever turn their lights or any headlights on at that time?
Not at that time. It wasn't until they neared 25th Street that they were turned on.
All right. If we could publish 2E as in Edward, please.
So what you're going to see is this is the corner of video surveillance 2436. You'll see the Malibu coming, lights off, and then lights will eventually turn on. Well, I think it's just brake lights at this point, and a turn signal. And then they turn east on 25th Street.
And were you able to capture still shots from this moment of surveillance as well?
I was.
If we could publish 108, please.
And that's just a close-up of the Malibu as it went past that 2436 residence.
And this was leaving the area at approximately 5:12 a.m.?
Approximately, yes.
All right. And then continuing your review of neighborhood video surveillance at about 5:24, did you see video indicating that Malibu vehicle came back?
I did.
All right. And what were your observations for the next, what we'll call it, the next couple minutes on that?
So the Malibu returns to the residence, parks essentially in the same spot in front, And then a figure gets out, one figure gets out, walks into the residence. After a short time, you see a bright light come from the front window, the bay window. And then after, this is like a couple minute time frame, then that figure walks out of the residence and then gets back into the passenger side of the Malibu, and then the Malibu leaves.
So if we could publish 2F as in Frank, please.
So this is the corner. And this should be the Malibu coming on 25th Street. It was headed east. It's going to turn north on 15th Avenue Court. And it's on its way to Christopher's residence.
We could publish 109, please.
And that's just a still shot of the vehicle returning of the Malibu from that same camera angle.
If you publish 4C as in Charlie, please.
So this is the ring video from 2405. It's going to show the Malibu coming. It makes a U-turn and then it parks and is stationary in front of Christopher's residence. And then you'll see a figure walking in. You can see movement right there. And up towards Christopher's residence. I think that's it. It doesn't show anything else.
If we could publish 3E as in Edward, please.
And there's a little bit of time before you'll actually see anything. And again, reminder, you're going to see the Malibu coming and then parking in front of Christopher's residence. And then you'll have a little bit, it's really dark without the lights. So you'll kind of see intermittent somebody walking towards the house. And then it's going to be on the house for a while. And you're going to see the bright light coming from the bay window before somebody eventually walks out of the residence. They're going to be backlit by the light that's inside of the house. And you'll see them walk back towards the Malibu and it'll leave. So you'll eventually see somebody get out of the Malibu right there. You'll see them walking up, and of course it's very dark, so it's hard to see, but you're going to see the front door open. And a person walking in and shutting the door.
And based upon your review of the time on the video, approximately how long does that individual just stay in there before exiting again?
It's several minutes. I think it was around 5:27 or 5:28 where I think 5:27 you see the glow of the light in the bay window, but it's a couple minutes that it's like this. There's the flash from the bay window.
Your Honor, can we please pause this? and approach?
Sure. Do you need to approach?
So, Mr. Smileys, she's not smiling anymore. She is very angry. Well, not angry per se. Her face doesn't say that at the moment, but earlier, my days, her face earlier, she was not happy. She was like a disgust slash rage face earlier. Oh, it was just like, oh, good. Like, they were showing the videos and she did not like that. Her face is tells so much. Like, you can read her so well. Well, if you know how to do it, if you know how to read people, you can read it so well. It's just crazy. She's not like yeah, it's too much proof. I need to stop it. I don't like this judge. She's too damaging for my client.
The front door's open. See a figure exit. And then they're gonna make their walk down towards the Malibu. You can see it's still a large figure. And they stay on the passenger side. And then what you're seeing is it appears that the fire is already started and growing inside of the residence.
And then if we could publish 110, please.
So this is that same 2436. This is just a still shot of the Malibu leaving after the fire was started.
All right. If we could publish 2G as in Gordon.
And this will be the video of the Malibu leaving. And it's going to go west on 25th Street.
And through your investigation, were you aware of approximately what time this was called in to 911?
I was, yes.
And what was that?
I think it was about 10 minutes after the fact, after around 5:33 in the morning, if I'm right.
So once you conducted your review of the neighborhood surveillance, then did you go to the downtown area and begin reviewing the videos there?
Yeah, I did, yes.
And from those videos, were you able to get still shots as well?
I was, yes.
So you had previously testified that at approximately 11:56 p.m., Mr. Dickerson left his residence and went to the downtown area.
Yes.
So at approximately, backing up again, right, at 12:08 a.m., were you able to track his movements?
I was.
If we could publish number 58, please. And if you want to use a pointer, that would help. What are we looking at here?
So that's Christopher just arriving at the box.
And are you aware of how, from being able to track his movements, were you aware how long he stayed at the box?
I think I'd have to go to the next exhibit to tell the exact
Okay.
time.
And
It was
then
it wasn't very long.
if we could publish 59, please.
That doesn't help me with time. He was in there for about 15 or 20 minutes.
All right. And
If it was 12:09, yeah, about 15, 20 minutes, maybe 25 minutes.
where is he located on this?
So Christopher's standing right here, and what you'll see in the video is he exits the box and he stands over here, and it looks like he smokes a cigarette, and then he walks west from that, or east from that location.
Okay. Now at 12:34 a.m., what did you observe in regards to any particular vehicle that was entering the parking lot near Cubetta's?
So at this point in the investigation, I know that we've narrowed it down, that we believe we're looking for a 2008 to 2012 Chevrolet Malibu that's silver. And I'm looking for two people that are in it, two females that are larger in figure. So that's what I'm looking for in this downtown video. And that's what I observed is a silver Malibu pull into the Cubetta's parking lot and eventually park. And then I track the movements and I see two larger figures that are approximately the same height walking towards Cubetta's.
If we could publish 179, please.
So this is the Malibu entering an alley that's connected to 9th Avenue. And this is directly across the street from here. And you're going to see it pull in. It goes up the aisle right here, and then it reverses. And then it goes up here and it eventually backs into a parking spot.
We could publish 61.
That's the Chevrolet Malibu. Already on this video, I'm noticing the same characteristics of the Malibu that I saw at the residence. Mainly the 5-spoke rims, the color, and the dark tinted windows.
Number 62, please.
And that's just the vehicle now reversing.
And number 63.
This is a black and white. It's the same system, but it's a different camera. And you'll see up here that this is the Malibu now backing into a parking spot.
So are you, in your review of this, kind of simultaneously tracking both the Malibu and its occupants and Mr. Dickerson?
Yes.
So at 12:35 a.m., do you observe any video of Mr. Dickerson down by Patrick's Irish Pub?
I do.
If we could publish number 60, please.
So this is Patrick's, this is 8th Avenue right here, and this is Christopher walking south on 8th Avenue.
Now, at some point after that 12:35 a.m., do you kind of lose sight of Mr. Dickerson for a bit?
Yeah, I did for approximately 10 minutes. I didn't know where he went.
Okay, and while you weren't sure where he was, were you able to track the movements of the Malibu and the occupants of that?
I was.
If we could publish number 64. So at approximately 12:41 a.m., what do you notice here?
So I am able to track through the movements. There's not a lot of people in the parking lot at this time, so I'm able to see some figures' feet step out of the Malibu, and then I'm tracking the movements of where they're walking, and I pick up these two individuals. Right away, I notice that they are about the same height, and also their body demographic, the size and shape of them, and I see them walking towards the back of Cubetta's.
And about a minute later, if we could have published 65, please.
So right up here, the video shows them interacting with a security guard right here. What you'll see is this individual has a brown shirt on. She has dark kind of at the top of her hair, and then it goes into lighter blonde. And then the other individual is wearing all black, and there's some lettering on the left side of her shirt.
Number 66, please.
Eventually, they were not let into the back fenced area, and you see them walking away towards that same alley is where they're going to go.
And number 67, please.
So you see them kind of right before they disappear into that alley heading towards 9th Avenue.
Right. Now, were you able through, again, your review of the downtown multiple videos that you had, look through video of Points West Bank?
I was.
And at that point, did you see two similar individuals walking by Points West Bank?
I did.
If we could look at 68, please.
So Points West Bank is when you go out onto 9th Avenue, you're going to go south on 9th Avenue. It's at the corner of essentially 10th Street and, 9th Avenue and 10th Street, yes. So this is them walking south on 9th Avenue. And what I see here is I see the same similar height individuals, and I also see the same size shape
And was there, again, pointing out any time discrepancies? Is there a discrepancy that you learned from this particular video?
Yeah, the cameras, the time is off. I think it's a little bit earlier than what we observed just previous, but I was able to, when I didn't have correct timestamps, I would then track movements. So I would see somebody leave an area, look at the next camera, watch an hour or two of video, see them pick up again, and know that just based off the location, it probably wasn't very long before they went from one camera to the next camera.
And if we could publish 69, please.
So this is Points West Bank again. It's difficult to see, but when you watch the video, you can see that this individual right here who's wearing all black has their hair in a bun and they're wearing a visor. And then you can see the lighter hair of the second individual just beyond them.
Number 70, please.
So you'll see the white shoes of the individual that's wearing all black. And you can see right here, and I've watched this video many times, you'll see that there's just white, like a white box. And I saw that consistently with the front.
And 71, please.
Now you'll see the hair, the visor, hair in a bun visor, see the white shoes, and then you see lettering. And I could only really read the first three, and it said CAL. And I didn't know if that potentially was California or something similar to that.
And likewise, you're reviewing surveillance for Mr. Dickerson at approximately 12:46. Did you observe him near the Cubetta's rear entry?
Yeah, and if I could just back up and just add one thing to this.
Object to narrative.
I'll sustain the objection, Mr. McCormick, if you want to ask that.
Was there anything in addition you wanted to mention in regards to People 71?
Yes, this is now 10th Street, and they're walking east and they're heading towards the front entrance of Cubetta's.
Okay. So you were able to track Mr. Dickerson's movements at around 12:46 a.m. to Cubetta's?
Yes.
And if we could have number 72, please. And what we're looking at here?
So this is the rear entrance of Cubetta's. And you see right here, that's, I can tell it's Christopher based off of what he's wearing, and he's talking what looks like a security guard.
And number 73.
And I tracked his movement. He's led into the back area, and you can see his light colored jeans as he's walking into the rear of Cubetta's.
All right. All right, just a minute, Judge. All right. Now, in regards to, what exhibit is that? 73. Okay, thank you. And in regards to, again, simultaneously tracking the movements of the other two individuals at 12:51, did you see them come out of Cubetta's in the rear exit?
I did, yes.
All right, if we could have People's number 74, please.
So this is very difficult to see, and it's very kind of a distorted image up there, but I was able to watch it over and over again, and I saw the individual wearing all black.
Bolstering.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
Sorry. As I watched this video, I saw the two same figures, one dressed in all black and one wearing a brown shirt in this area for a couple minutes, and what you're going to see is the one wearing the brown shirt exit the rear area and then walk back towards the Malibu.
All right, number 75, please.
So from the video, what I saw was they exited, this individual exited, walked to the Malibu, got in the front driver's door of the Malibu, the lights turned on for approximately a minute, and then they exit the Malibu, and this is them returning back towards the rear of Cubetta's.
And during, well, at approximately 1:13 a.m., did you observe Mr. Dickerson near the rear entrance of the Cubetta's?
I did.
And if we could publish 76, please. Now, were you able to determine if Mr. Dickerson was inside the Cubetta's establishment?
Yes.
And were you, at some point in your investigation, given videos from patrons inside that had recorded that?
Yes.
All right. So, did you have an opportunity to meet with a Miss Flores at the Cubetta Bar?
I did.
And who is she?
She's an employee of the establishment.
Did you meet with a Mario Carrasco as well?
I did.
And who is that?
He's the owner of Cubetta's.
From your understanding, is that establishment still in business downtown?
I don't believe it is.
Did they provide you with, I'm going to call it phone video from inside the Cubetta's that evening?
They did because they didn't have video surveillance.
All right. I'm going to hand you what has been marked as People's 209.
And Mr. McCormick will stipulate to these.
Okay. 209 and 210, Judge, those have been stipulated to?
209 and 210, all right. And Ms. Devereaux, is that right?
Yes, sir, thank you.
All right, I will then admit by stipulation 209 and 210 into the record.
All right, so permission to publish 209?
Yes, you may publish when appropriate.
And based upon that, were you, and your observations of Mr. Dickerson, was that him inside?
I believe so, yes.
Is there anybody else around him at the time that you observed?
Just people standing in front of him.
All right. And then were you able to track Mr. Dickerson's movements when he left that Cubetta's?
I was.
And was that approximately 1:32 in the morning?
It was.
And if we could have published, please, 77.
So what you're going to see here is Christopher standing near, just outside of the gated area of Cubetta's. And then you're going to, in video surveillance, I see him begin walking east through the parking lot.
78, please.
So this is him. This is Roasties now, video surveillance, and this is directly in front of the establishment. This is 8th Avenue right here, and that's Christopher arriving at the establishment. He stands outside, I think, and smokes a cigarette for a couple minutes before he goes inside.
And then number 52.
Again, that's Christopher right there.
So based upon your review of this surveillance today, was his clothing fairly distinctive that night?
Yes.
And are you aware of what his shirt says on there?
Yeah, it says straight out of Fox.
Right. And you were able to track a dark T-shirt and I guess some light blue jeans?
Yes, and then the...
Can I object and you approach, please?
Sure.
Sorry about that, but sorry if you just saw a bottle fly into the stream. That was Garden Bot trying to hit me with a bottle. So see guys, you might be in this trial soon. Oh well, in this case in my trial soon, because I don't think he's gonna stay alive for much longer. No, I'm joking. But those songs were interesting. They were I like very like reggae like that. Yeah. So domestic alert for sure. This is a domestic alert. for sure. Because I'm asking Garden Bot to go and make dinner. Because it's dinner time here in in UK is dinner time, and I'm like, could you start thinking about making dinner? And then he was like, no, I don't want to. And so as a joke, I sent him the bottle of the drink that I was having, and he sent it back to me. So what's for dinner? I don't know, Paula. That is the very big question of the day of what is for dinner, Garden Bot. Because I would like to know and then eat it. Because apparently now we are on a ban of takeaways by what Garden Bot says. We are banned for takeaways. I mean, I would be fine with rice and egg, because that's my favorite dish. I know it sounds very weird, but it is. I love it. But yeah, it is. It is the question for the rest of life. What's for dinner? That is for sure. That's one thing that they did not tell you when you were a kid. Yeah, it's like that you can ask for the rest of your life. What's for dinner? What's for lunch? What's for breakfast? It's like, and then having to plan all of that. They don't warn that about in high school or anything. It is like she goes from like rage disgust to I'm so happy. Yeah, I like talking to the attorney. I'm so in love attorney with you. But yeah, I want food. All of this to say all I want is food. But yeah. Are we going for food, Judge?
Okay. So at approximately 1:37, did you note if Mr. Dickerson was inside Roasties?
I did.
All right. And during that time, did he appear to interact with any individuals?
He did, yes.
All right. If we could have people's number 79, please.
So this is Christopher seated at the bar. You see in the video that he looks like he orders a drink and then he begins drinking it as he's seated there.
People's 80.
So I identified this individual that he's hugging as Dolores Vigil. There is an interaction between them, and I think as we continue, I can point out what that is.
81.
So Dolores has Christopher's phone at this point, and she begins manipulating his phone. And she has it for quite a bit of time as they're talking to each other.
People's number 53.
Again, that's Dolores Vigil.
All right. And through the course of your investigation, were you able to secure her phone records?
I was.
So when you had mentioned previously in your testimony about when reviewing both Mr. Dickerson's phone records and her phone records at approximately between 2:45 and 3:15 in the morning when they left Mr. Dickerson's, is that the phone number that was being contacted?
Yes.
All right. If we could have 180, please. And what do we see here?
So eventually, Dolores leaves. Let me get the pointer. So Dolores meets up with a group. That's Pete Valdez, and they begin talking. And at this point, Christopher is no longer really engaging with the group when he's inside.
If we could have 181, please. So at approximately 1:48 a.m., what did you observe?
Christopher walks into the rear of Roasties and then turns around and then walks back towards the front.
182.
So Christopher then exits Roasties and he begins smoking a cigarette.
If we could have people's 82, please.
Eventually, after a couple minutes, Dolores Vigil exits Roasties and then they meet back up again and they hug.
And number 83.
Now Christopher is interacting with Pete Valdez and giving him a hug.
While you, again, were observing this, you're simultaneously tracking the two other individuals at 2 o'clock in the morning. Did you notice them around the rear part of Cubetas?
I did.
All right, and if we could have 84, please. What are we looking at here?
So you're seeing they first exited into the fence patio area. They're back there for several minutes, and then they exit and they begin walking back towards the Malibu. This is a female dressed all in black with the white shoes and the visor and the bun, and this is the individual female that's wearing the brown shirt and the jeans with the kind of blondish highlighted hair.
All right, number 85.
So there's people filtering in and out of the bar, and I was able to track their movements. And what you see is somebody with all black, and I was able to see that they had at least white shoes on. And this is the Malibu right there, and you see them get into the driver's side of that vehicle, and you saw another individual get into the passenger side of that vehicle.
And based upon your review of videos from the downtown, video surveillance systems from downtown, were you able to track the movements of the Malibu as it left?
I was.
We could have people's 180, I'm sorry, I can't see it. What is that? You have 183 up there now? Oh, okay, 183, sorry.
Oh, again, this is just right before the person got to right here in the Malibu. You see their figure right there as well.
All right, if we could publish People's 86, please.
So this is Warm Hugs surveillance system, and it shows 8th Avenue right here, and it's more of the east side of that parking lot, and you see. So right there is the Malibu moving east through the parking lot.
If we could have People's 87, please.
So here's the Malibu right here, and now at this time, Christopher's crossed 8th Avenue, is walking west through the parking lot.
88, please.
It's Christopher walking near the Malibu and looking towards the window, or the passenger area, I should
Is
say.
there anything about People's 88 that further caught your attention?
Well, distinctly I knew it was Christopher, that, and then just the color and the shape of the vehicle.
Okay. Number 89.
So this is Christopher having a very short, looks like interaction. He nods his head up and down with this side of the Malibu. I can't tell for sure if the window's rolled down, but it looks like it is, before he continues west through the parking lot.
All right. If we could publish 185, please. Or excuse me, 184. I'm sorry.
So I retrieved video surveillance, and I was able to track the movements of the Malibu after it left the parking lot of Cubetas. It went south on 8th Avenue before it turned west on 11th Street, and this is La Taramara Market, and then that's the Malibu turning left, and it's going west on 11th Street.
185. And what do we see here?
This is Subway's video surveillance. It's now going north on 9th Avenue.
Number 186. And what do we see here?
This is Points West Bank, showing it still going north on 9th Avenue, and I'm able to confirm it's the same vehicle based on the dark tinted windows, the color of the vehicle, and then also the rims.
People's 90. And what does this photo depict?
These cameras are owned and operated by the Downtown Developmental Authority, and this is right near the Rio. You see Christopher walking north along 9th Avenue on the east side of the sidewalk.
People's 91.
Same camera, but now you can see the reflection of the Malibu as it's following the same path as Christopher.
And People's 92.
This is 477 Distilling. You can see Christopher walking north on 9th Avenue as he goes past the establishment.
And then People's number 93.
And this is still 477 Distilling. You can see the Malibu, same rims, same vehicle following the same path as Christopher.
All right. And then did this kind of bring you back at 2:16 a.m. to the neighborhood surveillance system showing the vehicles returning to Mr. Dickerson's residence.
Yes.
All right. Now, at some point during your investigation, were you contacted by Mr. Alan Dickerson?
I was.
And who is Mr. Alan Dickerson?
Excuse me. That's the father of Christopher.
And was he able to provide you with some, was he able to provide you with Christopher Dickerson's Google account location information?
Yes.
And did he eventually give you full access to Mr. Dickerson's Google account to include the location information?
He did.
And that has been previously entered into evidence as People's Number 202?
Yes.
All right. Now, did you have an opportunity to review that location information, that CD that's been entered into evidence?
Yes.
All right. Now, what were you able to learn from reviewing the location information?
I was able to determine Christopher's movements earlier in the night, which lined up with the video surveillance I saw downtown. And then I was also to determine his movements at around the house, and then also the movements that lined up with the video. And then when something of note is when the Malibu left at 5:11 a.m., Christopher's phone location left as well.
All right. If we could publish People's 111, please. So what are we looking at here?
So when the Malibu left at around 5:11, 5:12 a.m., this is a Google location showing that Christopher's phone left at the same time. And it went east on 25th Street, which is consistent with the Malibu turning east on 25th Street.
And was your review of that consistent with you seeing the Malibu leaving Mr. Dickerson's home at about 5:11 a.m., as we've previously viewed in Exhibit 2E as in Edward?
Yes.
Can we play 2E, please?
So again, the video is about 6 minutes off or so, but you're going to see, this is the corner 2436. You'll see the Malibu leaving. And at this time, you also see movement on Christopher's phone that it's also leaving his residence. And again, it turned east on 25th Street because I didn't see it go west.
And based upon that Google location information, were you able to determine if the Malibu and Mr. Dickerson's phone returned to his house in a few minutes after that?
Yes, around 5:24 a.m., you see the Malibu coming back to the residence, and then you see Christopher's phone also return back to that location.
If we could publish 112, please. What are we looking at here?
That's just the total trip. So it went this way. That's what we saw in the previous exhibit. It comes up this direction, hangs about around here in the neighborhood, and then it returns back to Christopher's location, his residence location.
And is that consistent with the video surveillance that you observed and we've previously played in Exhibit 2F as in Frank?
Yes.
And if we could publish 2F, please.
So again, this is the 2436 residence. You're going to see the Malibu going north on 50th Avenue Court. So it's coming back from the location of 25th Street, going east. It's going to turn north. And what I saw in the video is consistent with what I saw on Christopher's phone's location.
Were you able to determine if the Malibu and the victim's phone, Mr. Dickerson's, left again shortly thereafter?
I did.
And if we look at 113, please.
So now Christopher's phone is left again, and at this end point is where you see is where the location is registered. So it left the residence and then went kind of in a north western location through the neighborhood.
All right. Now with that information, what did you do next?
I began tracking the movements. At this point, I believe the suspects had the phone. So I began tracking the movements after the fire.
If we could publish 114, please. And what are we looking at here?
So you'll see here, it's around, I think, 5:33 a.m. is, this is 35th Avenue. That's 35th Avenue. This is about 22nd Street. This is 28th Street right here, and it's registering a location right around that 22nd Street or so, along running essentially parallel with 35th Avenue.
Exhibit 115.
So you can see that's what we saw previously. It makes that kind of jaunt over, and there's 35th Avenue. It continues up to 5th Street and then heads close to 54th Avenue, going west on 5th Street.
Exhibit 116, please. So let me back up to 114 for a minute. Can we publish 114? Were you able to tell the time frame at approximately 5:30 a.m. that this was traveling?
Around that time, yeah.
And then in regards to exhibit number 115, was that at approximately 5:43 a.m.?
Yes.
Based upon your review and investigation, that's about the time the fire was called in.
Approximately, yes.
In regards to 116, at 5:57 a.m., what are we looking at here?
The phone is now, it ends right here. It's in the approximately the 5800 block of 29th Street.
Okay. And in regards to at about 6:13 a.m., did you observe or notice the location of Mr. Dickerson's phone up around First Street Road?
Yes.
If we could have 117, please.
So you see the phone went to 47th Avenue, traveled north on 47th Avenue, and then it gave a location right there, and it's there for approximately 6 minutes.
And if we could publish 125, please. Now, what are we looking at here?
So the phone is notating a location right there. This is First Street Road, and then this is 45th Avenue.
126, please.
The phone is, again, notating a location in the same general area.
127. What do we see here?
The phone is now notating a location up on near 45th Avenue.
128.
And the phone is back over in this general location where it was before.
129.
Again, now it's bouncing back over in this general location.
Does that, based upon your experience with these types of,
Objection 702.
were you, I'll strike and move on.
Okay.
Were you aware, was the phone physically being moved at that time?
All I know is that the phone was giving a general location in this area, and it bounced back towards that, near that house a couple of times in that 6 minute time frame.
All right. And at 6:25 a.m., did you observe his phone again move away from that area?
Yes.
And that phone would be Mr. Dickerson's?
Yes.
You could have 119, please.
So now it's just, it left.
Objection narrative.
All right. What is 119 showing us?
It left that location near 45th Avenue and First Street Road, and now it's traveling east on 5th Street.
And if we could have People's 120. So at 6:33 a.m., what did you observe in regards to movements of Mr. Dickerson's phone?
Now it's near around 25th Street and 11th Avenue. It's just past 25th Street. This is 26th Street right here.
All right. Judge, I do actually have a few more questions. I can get through it in 10 minutes or so, or is this now What would you prefer?
Let's go ahead and finish up, Ms.
Okay.
Deborah, unless you have an objection to that. Okay.
All right, thank you. So in that regards to the location of 2500 Block and 11th Avenue, was there anything particular about that location that caught your attention?
Yes, at that time, we had a mobile automatic license plate reader in the 2600 block of 11th Avenue.
And are you familiar with what those mobile license plate readers are?
Yes, I am.
Have you used those through your investigation as a detective with the Greeley Police Department?
Yes, often.
So did you have an opportunity then to review the ALPR reports from that particular unit?
I did.
And what did you observe during your review?
I observed a specific Chevrolet Tahoe go through that location at the same time as Christopher's phone.
And that would have been at 6:33 a.m.?
Yes.
All right, so based upon the information that you'd had to date in regards to the neighborhood surveillance video and downtown surveillance video, you now are able to track Mr. Dickerson.
Objection leading.
All right, Mr. McCormick, will you finish that question?
Sure. I was going to ask, did you have a suspicion that vehicles had been switched?
All right, based on that, I will overrule the objection, and the witness can answer.
Yes, I did.
If we could have Exhibit 132, please. And what are we looking at here?
So this is a query read of that Chevrolet Tahoe going through the automatic license plate reader at 6:33 a.m. on October 3rd, 2021. And that's the license plate, which I manually entered in to make sure that it was in fact that Chevrolet Tahoe that was registered to.
And when you manually entered that in, who is that vehicle registered to?
Stacy Rodriguez.
Were you able to note height and weight characteristics?
I was at 5'4", 250 pounds.
All right. I'd like to compare some photos for a minute. If we could compare 195. With 54. And 104. So in regards to the photo on, this would be your left, is that a known photograph of the defendant?
It is.
Were you able to utilize that photograph and compare it to previously admitted items 54 and 69?
I was.
All right. What types of consistencies or characteristics did you note in that comparison?
In the known photograph, Stacy's wearing all black. She has her hair in a bun. She has a visor. I looked at her general shape compared to, this is at Points West Bank. And then this is at near Cubetas as they're walking out. And I saw the same consistencies in the visor, the hair in a bun, and the general shape of the individual.
Did you then begin looking into any family that she had in the area?
Yes,
And a couple things, did you locate that?
I did.
And did you recall the address where family was?
Miguel Rodriguez, which is her brother, lives at 4540 First Street Road.
And is that based upon your review of the Google locations of Mr. Dickerson's phone? Did the phone end up in that particular area?
Yeah, the first location we saw of where the phone was at a house is one house east of 4540 First Street Road.
If we could publish 125, please. And that's previously been published, but is that in the area of 4540 First Street Road?
Yes, the 4540 is this house right here.
Right. Now, with that information, did you request the assistance of Detective John Colgate to help in this?
I did.
And was that specifically for further review of the ALPR records?
I did.
And was this in the area of 25th Street and 35th Avenue?
It was.
And why did you pick that particular location?
Because I knew that we had an automatic license plate reader that was stationary in that location.
And based upon that review, were you provided information about a Malibu that had gone through that area?
I was.
And you recall approximately what time on October 3rd, 2021 it went through that area?
About 5:33 a.m.
And was that motor vehicle captured, the silver Chevy Malibu captured on the ALPR?
It was.
If we could have number 114, please. So what are we looking at here?
This is just showing Christopher's phone path through that general location at about 5:30 a.m. Excuse me, 5:30 a.m.
And if we could have 131 published, please. And what do we have? What are we looking at here?
So this is the silver Chevrolet Malibu. That's the license plate that is to it. And then you can tell kind of the similar consistencies with the rear of the vehicle that I saw in the video surveillance.
Right. So now with that information in hand, did you try and, based upon these locations, go to where the Mr. Dickerson's phone was in the 5800 block of 29th Street?
Yes.
All right, and what, if we can go to 116, please. So at 5:57 a.m., what did you observe here?
This is just the location of Christopher's phone right there.
And if we have 122 published?
Your Honor, wait, I'm sorry, he said right there. Can we just make sure it's clear he's pointing for the record? Thank you.
Sure.
Right here.
And Mr. McCormick, can you just generally describe that?
Yes. We're looking at people's number 116. So at 5:57 a.m., where was the victim's phone?
It was in this general location.
All right, and are you aware what that general location is?
It was near a location of Hannah Varela's family.
All right.
Again, same
And
objection.
is that the lower left hand of that exhibit?
The lower left-hand corner, where my pointer is the general location of Hosanna Varela's family.
All right, thank you.
And did you, so what was were you able to determine, well, let me ask you this, strike that. Let's go to 121, please. Based upon those, a Google phone location, were you able to determine where the last known location of Mr. Christopher Dickerson's phone was?
Yes.
Okay, and do you remember what area that was in?
It was near right here, which is 31st Street and 11th Avenue.
And you're pointing at the end of the map?
Yes.
And were you able to determine if there was any family members associated with this case that lived there in that area?
Hosanna Varela's family, yes.
All right. Now, during your investigation, were you able to locate that Malibu?
I was.
And do you remember where it was at?
The Malibu was registered to Stacy Rodriguez's brother, Miguel Rodriguez. And we located it at 4540 First Street Road.
If we could have exhibit, is it 211? All right, so what are we looking at here?
This is the Malibu. I believe this is at 2:16 a.m. This is the Malibu pulling into the driveway of Christopher's residence.
All right, if we could have 139.
This is after we located the Malibu. We took shots of that Malibu that's registered to Miguel Rodriguez, Stacy's brother.
And I'd like to compare people's 139 to 211 and to number 87. And can you point out what you observed in these photographs in regards to consistencies of the vehicle?
Obviously, the shape, you see the shape between all three photos is consistent. You'll see the 5-spoke wheels or rims are consistent. The dark colored tinted window. And then I was also able to confirm that this Malibu has a sunroof, and you would see it in the ALPR photograph. When it went through, it also had a sunroof as well, too.
All right. Through the course of your investigation, did you eventually come in contact with both the defendant and Hosanna Varela on November 11th, 2021?
I did.
And during that time, did you have contact with Miss Hosanna Varela?
I did.
And where's your body worn camera operating at the time?
It was, yes.
Judge, I think this might be an appropriate time to stop before we publish this for the morning break, please.
Sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning recess at this time. I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone, either in person, using the internet, or by any other means. This includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, or if you see or hear anything about it, even accidentally, please let me know about it immediately. You must not conduct any research, undertake any investigation, or otherwise obtain information about the case from an outside source. You must not read or listen to any news reports or internet information or other electronic sources about the trial. If there has been or is any news coverage of this case, you must completely disregard it. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom and the laws I instruct you. And finally, it is especially important that you do not form or express any opinion on the case until your deliberations at the end of trial. With that, we'll be in recess until 11 a.m. Please rise for the jury as they leave.
So now we have a 15-minute break where you guys are lucky enough, and I hope I'm not too loud, are lucky enough to hear
Please
me.
be seated.
Oh, or they're gonna do something. Maybe not.
And the court will be in recess until 11 a.m. Mr. Burrows, you can leave the witness stand, but we'll need you back here at 11.
Okay, so now you guys can get to hear me until 11 a.m. Local time in Colorado. That'll be MST. Don't ask me what time is the other places. It's in 15 minutes. Months. Oh, well, actually, I have it because I have a world clock. It will be 1 o'clock in Eastern, then 11 a.m., 12 p.m. in Central, and then that'll be enough. But this morning, we've had, I think, first of all, I want to know where the other lawyer is because the other lawyer is missing. Well, he might be tied up with another case or something, so this one is picking up the slack today. I'm probably gonna yawn a lot from here until then because I have this thing that when I am like not talking anything, hey, hi, Zizzy, hello, how are you? Are you okay, darling? Good morning, afternoon. Hello, welcome in. Hi. It's very, very good to see you. Hope your weekend was good. Glad to see you here. Happy Monday. Hope you have a wonderful day and a week as well. So this morning we've literally had this. Oh, you're just like, no, hello, sorry, darling. Hi, yes, awesome. That's good. I'm glad to you, okay? I thought you might been busy in the garden again. Or just, yeah. So don't forget, Zizzy and everybody, to put your guesses for the objection game in. Until the end of court today, I'm taking the numbers that you want to say for the objection game on this trial list is until the end of the day because I am not expecting the trial to go for much longer. If it is, I might open to change again, but if it isn't, that will be your thing. So either tell to me or when me and Garden Bot swap later tonight, just let me know what is your guess. So, but this morning we've been having and I'm saying I think this is the lead detective because I've googled his name, right, and the area that he is. Oh, we have a new person talking to our defendant. Who's this? I wish I could read lips, but I can't. So I got distracted. As I was gonna say that I think it is the lead detective because he's going through all the evidences that there is, like the videos, the screenshots from the videos of the footage of the bar, of them going past the house and going back again, and all of it. So I am assuming that he is the lead investigator, and that we are gonna listen from Hosanna herself either today or even maybe tomorrow. And I am sorry, I hope it is tomorrow because I want to see that. Or I know I can always see on catch up, but it's not the same thing. I want to see it with you all. But yeah, responsibilities and adulting, sometimes we have to do those types of things, and it's not good that we have to adult. But it's just interesting that there is a lot of a lot of cameras around. Like, well, there is always around that area, like bars and everything, and parking lots, and people having the ring cameras on in their houses lately. So there's always a lot of cameras. So they, like Bab was saying earlier, they were not very smart at all, because I'm sure you knew that if you were doing something dodgy or you were planning something dodgy, you thought you knew that there would be cameras around, right? And like there were possible ways to track you, like by your phone, by the car, by whatever it is, literally can track you today. Oh god. My apologies. So so they literally were able to create a timeline, right, of the whole incident. But I got lost a little bit, but I think I found my track of a timeline, time frame type thing for this. So, because from until about 2 o'clock in the morning, 12 to 2 o'clock in the morning, Chris was still in the bar, and he left around that time. But they were hanging out around that area until then, because they were seen at 25 to 1 o'clock in the morning outside of the bar, because Chris was in a box smoking. So from that time until 2 a.m., they were inside. He was inside doing whatever you do in a bar, of course. Then he leaves, but then apparently leaves with them. And then they are seen going backwards and forwards around 1 o'clock in the morning, going back to the house. And then at some point, they come out at 5:08, between 5:08 and 11 past 5. They leave the house. They get back around 5:25 in the morning. Yeah. That's when he said that in the camera, in the video, we could see the fire starting in the house. And then then 10 minutes later, at the 5:33 a.m., the fire was called. But by the time they got there at 5:45, the house was already fully engulfed. So they took about 10 minutes, the fire department, to get there. So that is a little bit longer, right? I mean, there's like probably not. I mean, they cannot take 2 minutes or 1 minute. They don't live next door to the place that the fire was happening, so they need to take. But yeah, so it's just interesting the timeline that they kind of create. I think this is like some sort of timeline. I am not 100% sure. Don't quote me on that. That's the least you can do. But it's just they were not very smart for sure. And apparently, by our friend Fanny Pack, Stacy, at the time, she's 5'4". Well, I don't think she grew anymore in terms of height, but she was 250 pounds. I would love to know how much Christopher weighed at the time. I don't remember if the dad said something, but I don't think he would know. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I keep yawning. I was like, this is the thing. When I'm tired, I just yawn a lot. And it's just so rude. I'm so sorry. I apologize for that. It did. He seemed awfully skinny. So I am 100% sure that Stacy, even on her own, could take him with no problem. Like, sorry, I'm so sorry, Paula. I'm so sorry. I did not mean it. I'm sorry if I make you yawn. I don't know why what happened. Like, I'm here, I'm not talking to y'all. We were listening to court and chatting in chat. I'm not yawning, I'm fine. I start talking, I start yawning. So I don't understand why that happens. But it is a little bit annoying and rude, in my opinion, that I keep doing that. And this notebook that I have, right, it is ginormous and it's too big for my desk. So it's like I have a little corner, like it has to be in the right position so it's not in front of something that I need. But I need to write things down because I've run out of space in that particular page. But I just find interesting that, like, I want to know who this lady is. That is yet another one that she's chatting up and talking a lot, but I don't think she's as interested in this girl as she is in her attorney. Just my opinion. Um, but she's definitely chatting her up. And there's the smile. I know the jury's not seeing any of this, which is fine, and she's on a break, but still. I mean, again, she might not be aware that there's cameras around, but I think she would see. Think you would see the cameras in court, but it's just interesting. So I don't think. I think that. Do you guys think that the fence might rest today? Is that a possibility? Because that would be a rather. Ooh, food is here. Yummy, yummy. Food is here. Food is here. This is my dinner. I don't know what it is. It has egg, rice, and chips. That sounds interesting. It is kind of what I asked, but a different kind of egg. But it's fine. So I'll eat when court starts. And I got a drink too. Nice. Thank you, Garden Bot. See, he feeds me too well at times. But is very kind. So I think there is a possibility of the state resting today. That is just my opinion. And that's because we've already had the ME. We are having the lead investigator of the case, and the only person missing that we know that is going to be a witness for the state is Hosanna Valera, the co-defendant that she already pled out. So that's the only person we are missing. No, Maria. No, not the phone. It's like mine this morning that was about to die. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Well, yeah, isn't it? Because I don't think there's much more witnesses. Thank you, Bob, for that. I don't think there's much more witnesses for the state because we've already gone through the. Oh no! See, you don't hear my annoying voice, wasn't it? I don't know, Sizzy. I don't know if they have any witnesses, or do you think Stacy might testify? What do you guys think? Do you think that she's gonna testify or not? I don't think she is. I don't think she should, because that cross. Because if she testify, the cross, like the prosecution cross, oh my days, is gonna be spicy, and I want to be here for it. I well, not really, because then her deal case one will go down. Sorry to say, the toilet. So I think absolutely, yeah. I don't think she could. It's a possibility, but I don't think she, because she has too much on the line to swap her history. Story, sorry. And I don't think well, in self-defense, yeah, they have almost to, but I don't see how this was self-defense. I'm sorry. Self-defense doesn't mean that you have, like, an alive, well, sure, okay, if you are in danger, but doesn't mean that you have to rob the person and then set the place on fire for the person to burn to crisp. Doesn't mean that. So Oh yeah, there is definitely a lot of evidence that they did this. So there is mountains of evidence. I don't think if I was me, I wouldn't be cocky enough to go to trial. I would just plead guilty on no contest and get it done and over with my life, with my sentence. Cause like sometimes they might think like the defense is not too much, but yeah, I think that is true, because if Hosanna is testifying, she might have to testify exactly to tell her side and then to create some kind of reasonable doubt. Maybe that could be it. Um, exactly. I absolutely agree with you, but well, I hope I'm saying the name correct. Sorry if I'm not. And correct me if I'm not saying it correct. But definitely, it's like you can unalive someone in self-defense, but you don't mean that after that you have to rob them and set them on fire, because that's like, I'm like, yay, thank you very much. So, yeah. Oh yeah, definitely not self-defense. Definitely not a lot of reasonable doubt left. But it's also the case that if she's claiming and to say what Osana is saying is untrue, they gonna she's gonna have to testify like Bob was saying. So probably, or Sizzy said so. Come on, it was like it could be much taller, but come on, she weighed 250 pounds, and the guy was what? I don't know weights. Well, pounds weights in American style, because that's not how I use it. But I don't think the guy, and it was 2 against 1. I'm sorry, the guy literally targeted them both. The large size girls, and the guy attacked them both. I don't believe that. Oh yeah, they probably targeted him. They saw there was a weak link, and yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, definitely. Because I don't think it's like, I'm sorry. They were afraid. They were two very large ladies, right? And they were afraid of a skinny person. Like, I'm sorry, excuse me? How can that be? She's like, she would probably blow on me and I will blow away like a leaf. So it's just, that is absolutely a self-defense. Yeah, right. I probably would believe if it was the other way around. If it was the other way around, like, okay, I'll believe that she was much bigger than me and taller than me and everything. I'll believe self-defense there, but now it's the other way around. They were the dominating ones, 100% sure. And don't forget that they said that they were smoking weed or anything. Sorry, let me put my foot out of the way for a minute. Um, No, there was no evidence either, Bop. Well, to be fair, there was no evidence in terms of DNA on him because he was burnt to crisp. But the autopsy guy, hang on, let me see where's my notes very quickly. He said that the alcohol was 3.6 ethanol alcohol, and then they say that they smoked the weed, the Marie. I can't say the other word now. Marijuana. Oh my days, I can't say it. So the only thing that they had was nicotine with the cigarettes because we saw him smoking, and caffeine, like coffee or Red Bull or blah blah. So the THC was not significant. So there was no drugs or nothing on the system. That was what the toxicology report said from the ME. So, absolutely, I was like. This was no accident, man. They did this deliberate and robbed the guy blind, and then to hide the evidence and everything, they just set the house on fire and thought they could get away with it because they thought they were smarter than everybody else. But guess what? No, they weren't. So I believe I mean, it's still a bit early, but if you want, you can play the verdict game. So we're doing 2 games in this trial. We're doing the objection game and we're doing the verdict game. So play both, play one, your choice, but you get more chances to win by playing both. I cannot even talk today. So for those that don't know, verdict game very quickly is just a game we play in terms of you can guess if they are guilty, not guilty, hung jury, and then you can choose the time frame of deliberations, and then if you get the verdict correct and the range of the deliberations was exactly what you need. So for example, if they deliberate 4 hours and 5 seconds and you've guessed 3 to 5 hours, you win. So, and then you can win a prize. Obviously there's other rules, like for example, if the verdict watch overlaps to 2 days, it restarts on the second day to back to the beginning and everyone is back into the game, and then basically just that. And you have until closings and to play. So that is the verdict game. We are running another game on this one, the objection games. So you can give me a guess of a number of how many objections we're gonna have in this trial, because it's been wild with objections. So by the end of today in terms of court day, just let me or garden bot know what is your guess, and then we'll get you noted down for it. Garden bot is my other half, for those that know, especially Bab, I think you knew, and very welcome. Garden bot is my husband, and he does the stream when I have to go to bed, because I have to go to bed extremely early in my time, because I wake up at 4 a.m. to go to work, my day job, because I'm in the UK, so I do this in the afternoon/evenings my time. And then because of this court rolls until a bit late on my time, which finishes around midnight, it takes off for me in about 2 hours and a half. So yeah. See you very soon. Have a great Monday. Maria, thank you for hanging out. Have you guessed it yet, Maria? Don't forget to play before you go. If you want to, obviously. If you don't want to play, it's fine. The objection game, so let me have a look. I can always text you as well. Yeah, no. So yeah, so that's just basically an explanation. And they are late, because they're always late, obviously. Which court was early? No one. So yeah, so is what is going on. I think later in the week we might be on a hunt again for another trial. I'm sure. Oh, there is a plea agreement happening, I think, in a second, like in South Carolina, about the senior trip case. So it's the senior trip strangulation, the Blake Linkus plea agreement. So it's just very interesting, but it's a plea agreement, it's not a trial, so sadly there's not going to be a case on that one, because it's just going to be a plea agreement, because he's going to plead guilty. There is another case starting this week out of somewhere. I need to check, where is it. I think it's Michigan. Oh, yeah. They like to object a lot. That is absolutely fine. I mean, you can kind of see how it goes until the end. Oh, you already submitted. That's perfect. Thank you. Oh, it was this morning. I vamos. We did this morning before court, so it's gonna be in the beginning of the stream, because I literally came on. It was already gone through, but then I went back to the beginning, and we watched it all with everybody. Yes, it was this morning. Thank you, Bap. I mean, what I was gonna say, Bap, is you can wait until more or less halfway done the day, and then you can let Garden Bot know, and you can just note it down. But don't forget to do so. You can just see how it goes. The if she testifies, yeah, testifies that she testifies today, otherwise just guess something, because the thing is, it's not who gets right and who gets the closest to the objection thing, because obviously it would be very hard to guess exactly the right number with this trial. So it's whoever gets the closest to the objection number. So that wins. You can either tell me or I can get the form link if you want to, and then submit that. Where is it? Is that this one? No, that's not that one. I think it's this one. Oh no! Come on. Court is back anytime soon. 5:32. Oh, come on. That one. Yes. Let me grab me the URL. So on the chat it's gonna be the Google Forms for the objection game. So you can just play there if you want to play. I've already got a couple of responses, which is awesome. Sorry. Sorry for my sing-songy. I think they are ready to get back. Before we do get back, I am gonna turn off my camera because my dinner is looking at me, looking yummy and warm, and I'm hungry. I'm always hungry. But yeah, I'm gonna start researching that new case that starts this week as well. I think they are on jury selection right now as we speak, but we might catch up to that one, or we'll see what's going on as well, or whatever is out there. The one that I really wanted to cover, they're not streaming it, which is very sad. The Cremo trial, I would have loved covering that one, but they have to be meanie and not cover it. And guess I am gonna try not to get a case that's gonna be too long to interrupt the Lori Vallo case. We are gonna be covering the Lori Daybell Vallo, or whatever she wants to be called as. We're gonna be covering that one at the end of the month. That is for sure. I am not gonna lose a pro se Lori Vallo Daybell for anything. Like,
121 CR
here you go, we're back.
2296, People of the State of Colorado versus Stacy Rodriguez. Parties are present as previously captioned. We come back after our morning recess and we are outside of the presence of the jury. Any issues we need to address before we bring the jury in and resume?
No, nothing from the state.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor, thank you. I appreciate it.
We'll bring the jury in and get started. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Burrows, I'll remind you that you are still under oath, and Mr. McCormick, you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. So Detective, when just before we left off on the break, I had asked you if on November 11th of 2021, you had come in contact with the defendant in a Hosanna Varela.
I did.
And was that interaction, specifically, did you speak to Miss Hosanna Varela?
I did, yes.
Was that interaction captured on your body-worn camera?
It was.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as People's Number 188. Ask you to take a look at it for a moment. Do you recognize that DVD?
I do.
Have you had an opportunity to view that?
I have.
Your initials and the date that you viewed it appear on there?
Yes.
Is it an accurate depiction of the interaction you had with Ms. Hosanna Varela on November 11th, 2021?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move into evidence People's 188.
Any objection to 188?
No, thank you.
All right, the court will admit into evidence states 188, and you may publish at your discretion.
Thank you. So based upon that interaction with both the defendant and Ms. Varela, did you subsequently, through your investigation, secure search warrants for 2 motor vehicles.
I did, yes.
Was one of them the Malibu that belonged to the defendant's brother?
Yes,
Is it the same Malibu that you witnessed throughout your review of video from the neighborhood and downtown?
yes,
And also, did you have a search warrant that was granted for the Tahoe that was registered to the defendant?
yes.
I'd like to publish People's 171, please.
All right, go ahead.
And what are we looking at here?
171 is the Chevrolet Tahoe. And then looking at it, I can compare it to the ALPR photos at 6:33 a.m. and they look consistent, specifically the rims and the color and the shape.
All right. As well as the registration and license plate?
Yes.
We're all consistent? Okay. And then 172, please.
It's just a close-up of the side of the or the Chevrolet Tahoe, sorry.
Now, during the course of that search of the Tahoe, were certain items located on the inside?
Yes,
Did those items include clothing?
yes.
If I could have 174 published, please. And what are we looking at here?
That's a shirt that we found on the interior of the Tahoe. It says California on the front with in a block and black lettering. So right here. And then on the side, you can read in white, California.
And if we could have 175 published?
That's just a side view of the same shirt.
I'd like to compare 175 to 71, 175 to 71. I'm going to ask to compare photograph 175 to 71 here in a minute. And what are we looking at here?
This is the video from downtown Points West Bank of who I believe to be Stacy Rodriguez walking past the establishment towards Cubetas. And you can see the consistency in the lettering on the shirt from Points West Bank and then compared to the shirt that we found inside of the Tahoe.
All right, Judge, if I can have a minute, please.
Sure.
Judge, I don't have any additional questions at this time for Mr. Burrows. We do intend on recalling him later in the case, so.
All right, thank you. Ms. Devereaux, do you have any cross-examination at this time, or do you prefer to do that at a later time?
Your Honor, I do have some questions. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Burrows.
Good morning.
So I'm calling you Mr. Burrows, not out of disrespect, but just to clarify, you aren't a detective anymore.
No, I'm not.
Okay, you're not in law enforcement anymore,
No.
actually. Okay. So I just want to make sure I wasn't disrespecting you by not calling you Detective Burrows. So
There's
thank
no
you.
disrespect.
Okay. As we've heard, you were the lead detective on this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so I want to start this morning by really kind of talking about those first few hours and days of a homicide investigation. Okay.
Yes.
So during those first couple hours and days, you're trying to find out as much information as you can about the deceased individual. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And I'm talking more than just basic demographics. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you're trying to look at who the person was associated with.
Yes.
You're trying to look at who their family is, of course, right?
Yes.
You're trying to look at all potential connections to the victim.
Correct.
And you're doing that because you're trying to figure out who could have had any kind of conflict with this individual.
Yes, that's one of the reasons.
Right.
Yeah.
You're looking for a motive and you're looking for a suspect, right?
Yes.
And obviously, when you're looking at trying to identify a suspect and trying to identify a motive, one of the first places you're going to go to as a homicide detective is any source of conflict that individual may have been having around the time of his death. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And that's what you did in this case, right?
Yes.
And when you first got called to the scene of the arson, and as we heard, you're learning more information that may suggest this isn't just arson, right?
Mhm.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
can you say yes or no? So
Sorry.
it's okay.
Yes,
And during those initial days in this investigation, you interviewed, as we heard, Mr. Dickerson's parents, right?
correct.
You interviewed his roommate, David Lamming, Laming,
Yes,
who also lived at this residence that Mr. Dickerson lived at, right?
yes,
That's generally what a roommate means, right?
yes,
You also interviewed an ex-coworker, Michelle Yanesta, Ynesta.
I did, yes.
And also you interviewed two of Mr. Dickerson's friends who were in town visiting around the time.
Yes, I did.
A Mr. Kent Mistel, Mistal.
Yes,
A Mr. Nathaniel Strickland, Strickland.
yes,
You interviewed neighbors, as we've heard, right?
yes,
You also interviewed an ex-fiance of Mr. Dickerson's, Bethany Cook, Cook.
I didn't. Detective Arpin did.
Thank you for that clarification. And that's a really important point. You're one man, you're not doing all of these interviews.
No, most of the ones that you said, I did all those
Right.
interviews, just not Bethany Cook.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. And during each one of those interviews, again, you're trying to look at what sort of conflicts Mr. Dickerson was having around this time. Is that
Yeah,
fair?
I'm trying to learn who Christopher Dickerson is.
Right. And again, as we talked about earlier, what source of conflict, who could have done this, right?
Correct.
And you, as we heard earlier from Mr. Alan Dickerson, learned that Mr. Christopher Dickerson had been recently fired from his employment.
That's correct.
And that firing was sort of a accumulation of 3 to 4 months of conflict for Mr. Christopher Dickerson with his employer.
I don't know exact time frame, 3 to 4 months, but there was an accumulation that ultimately led to the firing.
Would it refresh your memory to view that portion of your interview with Mr. Alan Dickerson dated October 3rd, 2021?
Sure. Yeah.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, go ahead.
Can I have one moment, please?
Sure. No, that's fine. Yes, go ahead.
All right, again, I apologize for that. Technology is fun. Is your memory fresh now?
Yes.
Okay. And so again, the firing was sort of this accumulation of ongoing contention between him and his employer for 3 to 4 months leading up to his death.
Yeah, you said it 3 to 4 months, maybe a year is what Alan said.
Thank you. And so, again, you're hearing this from Mr. Alan Dickerson, who, again, just to clarify, you're learning this on October 3rd, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you also interviewed on October 3rd, Mr. David Lamming, right?
Yes.
And again, this contentious relationship and ultimate firing was also something you learned about from Mr. Lamming.
Yes.
Specifically that Mr. Dickerson had a lot of anger around being let go and what had happened.
I think he was upset about the whole situation.
Right. And Mr. Dickerson's anger and frustration about his employment and ultimate firing was also described to you by Michelle Yanesta.
I think it was, yes.
And she actually worked at NUSA as well.
Yes.
And as we heard, you did this neighborhood, you and your other colleagues at the Greeley Police Department did this neighborhood canvas around Mr. Dickerson's residence.
Yes.
And at the time, Mr. Dickerson had moved to the residence within the last year or two before all this happened.
I believe so, yes.
And so a lot of his neighbors didn't really know him at all.
I think some of them knew him and then some of them didn't.
Yeah. There was like maybe 1 or 2 that actually knew him other than seeing him drive by and knew where he lived.
Yeah, I don't know if it's 1 or 2. It was like a handful that knew him and then
Right.
there's many that didn't.
But is it fair to say none of them were really particularly close with him?
I don't know what, I guess I would have to define what close is.
Okay, I appreciate that. How about I ask you this?
Okay.
Not a whole lot of information in terms of investigative leads was learned from his neighbors.
That's correct.
Again, but the only sort of source of conflict that any of them knew about was, again, his anger about being fired from NUSA.
The neighbors or his close friends?
His neighbors.
I don't remember exactly which neighbors didn't have who voiced that. I didn't speak to every neighbor. There's other officers who spoke to neighbors.
Right, but you're the lead investigator on the case, right?
Yes.
And your job is to review the information that those other officers provide to you.
Yes.
And so one of those neighbors was a man named Israel. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember do you remember Israel's last name?
Macatella?
Okay.
Yeah.
And again, he didn't really know Mr. Dickerson that well, but he knew that Chris was angry about being fired leading up to going out this evening.
Yeah. He is the only neighbor I know specifically that knew about Christopher's firing and how upset he was.
And as we've seen, you've combed through quite a bit of phone records of Miss Rodriguez, Miss Varela, and Mr. Dickerson.
Yes. Yes.
There's also been Facebook messages that you combed through.
Yes.
Again, you've looked into all 3 of these individuals' lives.
Yes.
And you found absolutely no connection between Miss Rodriguez and Mr. Varela. I mean, Mr. Dickerson.
Yeah, I found no connection whatsoever.
Before this night.
But yeah, before October 3rd.
Okay. And you also likewise found no connection between Miss Rodriguez and Mr. Dickerson before October 2nd into the 3rd.
Correct.
And as the jury heard, you were sort of able to pinpoint the exact moment that Miss Rodriguez and Miss Varela and Mr. Dickerson crossed paths.
Yes,
And you were able to do that from the surveillance video that we saw.
correct.
And that was after the bars let out, correct?
Correct.
And I want to take you back to when Mr. Dickerson left his residence that evening.
Okay.
And you testified this morning that Mr. Dickerson left his neighborhood at approximately 11:56 p.m.
That's when he actually left the neighborhood, but he left his, he pulled out of his residence earlier in the night.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And as we saw and heard, Mr. Dickerson went to the box first in downtown Greeley,
Yes,
and he was inside for approximately 15 minutes. Does that sound right?
around that time, yeah.
Okay. And you went to the box, right?
Detective Onderlin did.
Detective Onderlin did, okay. And you and Detective Onderlin never were able to find any kind of evidence to suggest that he actually spoke to anyone there.
No, there was no interior cameras,
Right.
and we didn't know who was there that night.
Right. But Detective Onderlin did interview staff there, correct?
I think the security personnel, yes.
Right. And so the only information that you and Detective Onderlin came up with was that he spoke to staff only, right?
As far as I can tell, yes.
Right. And he was there for about 15 minutes, and through the box's record keeping, you were able to learn that he did purchase a drink while there.
He made a purchase there.
Correct. Do you recall Detective Onderlin writing that he bought one drink at 12:15?
I don't remember Detective Onderlin writing that. I just remember what I saw on the receipt, which was for $6.
Okay, thank you. And so he left the box and went and smoked a cigarette at approximately, is it fair to say 12:31?
Sure.
Okay. So he's standing alone smoking a cigarette, and then he leaves that area and goes to the Cubetta's bar at 12:46 a.m.
Yes.
And while inside the Cubetta's bar and nightclub, is it a nightclub? Is that fair to say?
Sure.
Okay, we'll call it a nightclub. You learned that at 1:01 a.m., without saying what the text message was, you learned that Mr. Dickerson sent a text message.
Correct.
And that text message was sent from Mr. Dickerson to his friend, Mr. Kent Mistel.
That is correct.
And again, this text message was sent only about an hour before Mr. Dickerson had contact with Stacy and Hosanna.
Yeah, approximately.
And again, without going into detail what was said in the text message, would you agree that it presented an inaccurate portrayal of Mr. Dickerson's activities inside of Cubetta's?
From the limited video I saw, yes.
And also from interviews law enforcement had with Ms. Flores, right?
Yes.
And I'll come back to that in a moment, but the text message used some interesting terminology to describe females. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Derogatory terminology that refers to women essentially as subpar or with women with subpar moralities.
If that's the technical definition, I don't know what the technical definition, but it was derogatory.
Calling women whores and sluts, basically.
Again, I don't know what the technical definition is. I just know it was derogatory in nature.
Okay. What's your understanding of what that word meant?
It was, like I said, derogatory towards women.
Right. In a sexual way, right?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess the context could be yes.
Right. And I want to talk about the video that we saw in the prosecution's exhibits 209 and 210. That's
Okay.
the video that we're talking about inside Cubetta's.
Yeah.
Law enforcement went to Cubetta's, and unfortunately, they didn't have any kind of surveillance video that was working inside the actual establishment. Is that fair?
Yeah, we combed everywhere inside of there.
Right. Wasn't there like an issue with it going to China or Japan or something,
Yeah,
something unusual?
Yeah, there was a DVR system, and I went and physically looked at it, but
Mm-hmm.
then there was some issue with it going to the cloud, and then ultimately we
Right.
couldn't get anything from there.
Again, technology is very wonderful sometimes.
Yes.
But when you were, and it was you who went, correct?
Myself and other detectives, yes.
Right. And so you're kind of working through this process with the owner and employee of Cubetta's. and you're able to identify to them what you're looking for and what would be helpful in these videos. And in part because Mr. Dickerson was kind of standing there very unusual.
I just remember them saying that he was standing there.
Right. And when you specifically interviewed Miss Flores, she was able to go back and find this video that we've seen because he was standing against this pool table.
Yes.
And he was essentially standing against the pool table the entire time he was there, according to her.
Yes, I believe so.
And it actually stood out to her because it was just kind of an odd behavior given the rest of what was going on.
I think he stood out because he was standing there, yes.
Watching what appears to be females dancing in front of him, right?
And males.
And males, without interacting with anyone.
Not that she recalled.
Okay. And not dancing.
No.
Just kind of standing there watching against the pool table.
Yes.
And again, it stood out to her so much so that she mentioned it to you twice.
I know she mentioned to me, I don't know if it's exactly twice or more, but yeah, she mentioned to me, I think multiple times.
Now, before Mr. Dickerson, or let me ask you this, you were here obviously when Mr. Burson testified, or Dr. Burson testified on Friday about Mr. Dickerson's BAC.
Yes.
And this isn't the first time you heard that Mr. Dickerson's BAC was a 0.36.
No, it's not the first time.
Because you would obviously have read the autopsy report, right?
Yes. And
based on your training and experience as a police officer, you know that that is over 4 times the legal limit to drive a motor vehicle, right?
Yes.
And because you have this timeline of Mr. Dickerson going to the box and was there for 15 minutes and you had a $6 receipt, or let me ask you this, were you able to determine how much alcohol he drank at Cubetta's?
No, I was not.
Okay. And so we know at the box, he wasn't there for very long. He goes to Cubetta's. We don't know how much he drank there, correct?
Yes.
And before going out that evening at 11:56, you learned information that Mr. Dickerson drank before he left.
I don't remember if I did or not. If you could help me remember.
Sure, it's been a couple years, so
Yeah.
that's fair. Do you recall speaking to Mr. David Lamming?
Yes.
Okay. And did Mr. Lamming show you text message communications between him and Mr. Dickerson?
Yes, and I think I kind of remember now.
Okay. And so you have information that Mr. Dickerson actually consumed Fireball before even heading out that evening.
I remember it was alcohol. I don't remember if it was exactly Fireball, if it was the pumpkin beer, but I know it was something like that.
Okay. Would it help you refresh your memory to view the text message communication between Mr. Dickerson and Mr. Lamming?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
Is your memory refreshed now in terms of the type of alcohol Mr. Dickerson consumed from his roommate before leaving to go out this night?
Yes.
And that was Fireball, correct?
It is asked if you could have a shot of Fireball.
Correct. And then you spoke to Mr. Lamming actually twice, October 3rd and October 5th, 2021, correct?
I don't remember the second conversation. I remember the first one. Probably if it was the second one, it might have been over the phone.
Okay. Well, let me talk to you about October 3rd, 2021.
Okay.
Okay. This interview with Mr. Lamming occurred at the Greeley Police Department, right?
Correct.
And again, Mr. Lamming tells you that Mr. Dickerson wanted Fireball whiskey, right?
Correct.
And that the Fireball whiskey was kept, let me withdraw that. The Fireball whiskey Mr. Lamming had that Mr. Dickerson wanted was kept in the living room area of their house.
I believe so, yes.
And Mr. Lamming was not home that evening.
No, he was not.
So the text message that you just saw was, again, Mr. Dickerson sort of checking in, can I borrow your Fireball or drink your Fireball?
Yes.
And Mr. Lamming didn't know how much was gone from the fireball bottle because there was a fire.
Yes.
So you had no way of knowing how much fireball Mr. Dickerson consumed before going out, leaving his neighborhood at 11:56 on October 2nd.
No, I have no way.
And because you were the lead detective on this case and you reviewed Dr. Burson's autopsy report, you're aware that Mr. Dickerson was actually found to have a fatty liver.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And did you ever look into what that means in terms of someone's ability to tolerate high levels of alcohol?
I didn't look specifically at that, no.
Okay, and you had an interview preparation meeting with Dr. Burson before he testified on Friday, right?
Yes.
And that wasn't asked, right?
No.
And let me ask you this. You don't get to be a detective in a case without skipping the first step of basic police work, doing more simple investigations such as a DUI case.
Correct.
So you have training and experience with DUI investigations, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that some people tolerate alcohol in a much more, or let me strike that and put it to you this way. You're aware that people sometimes can consume a lot of alcohol and drive actually relatively well.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, one moment, please.
Sure.
Your Honor, since the prosecution's going to be recalling him, I don't have anything further for you, Mr. Burrows, at this time. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Any redirect from the state at this time?
Not at this time.
All right, thank you. Mr. Burrows, you can retake your seat, sir.
Okay. Do you want me to leave these exhibits here? Or do you want me to bring them to you?
Why don't you leave those there and we'll collect them in a little bit. All right, the state may call their next witness.
At this time, the people call Brian Hunziker.
All right, thank you. Yes. Thank you. Sir, if you'll come forward and before you sit down, if you'll raise your right hand for me. Sir, do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you, sir. Go ahead and have a seat. And Detective, if you can get as reasonably close to that microphone as you can. And Mr. Pralia, go ahead and continue.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Brian Hunziker. It's Hunziker, and I'm a detective with the Greeley Police Department.
How long have you been employed in law enforcement and specifically with the Greeley Police Department?
With the Greeley Police Department, 16 years.
Okay. In what capacity have you been throughout that time?
I worked 6 years on patrol, and then I've been in investigations as a detective for 10 years.
Sir, going back to October of 2021, did you assist Detective Burrows in this investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And fair to say you helped in a variety of ways?
Yes.
Okay. Ultimately, when it came to things such as automatic license plate readers, is that something you were familiar with?
Yes.
And you assisted in pulling those and providing those?
Yes.
Moving forward to your brief role today, did you assist in the arrest on November 11th, 2021?
Yes.
Can you describe what you were doing, what you were asked to do, and then ultimately where you went?
Myself and other detectives and officers were attempting to locate the defendant, and we ended up contacting her in the afternoon of November 11th of 2021. She was in a vehicle with another female, Hosanna Varela, and I ended up speaking with her in the parking lot before she was taken into custody.
All right. Sir, at that time, were you equipped with a body-worn camera as part of your uniform?
Yes.
If I could approach with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 142.
142, go ahead.
Sir, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a compact disc of my body-worn camera footage from that day.
Is it fair and accurate minus the redactions?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, move for the admission of 142.
Any objection to 142?
Can I have a moment, please?
Sure.
We would just renew our previous objections.
And just to make sure the record is clear, that was the previous objection contained in defense motion 45.
Yes, please. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Noting the defendant's position, I will admit into evidence 142, and you may publish at your discretion.
Based on timing, I think we'll publish at a later time, but to be clear, was that your interaction with the defendant, Ms. Stacy Rodriguez?
Yes,
Do you see that individual in the courtroom today?
I do.
Will you please state where she's sitting, what she's wearing?
She's sitting at the defendant's table. She's wearing a green shirt, looks like dark pants.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the record reflect identification subject to cross-examination.
The record will so reflect.
Detective Hunziker, when you contacted the defendant on November 11th, 2021, did she ever say anything to you on camera, what's captured on your body-worn camera, or later that she acted in self-defense?
No.
Those are my questions at this time.
All right, thank you. Any cross-examination? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Detective Hunziker.
Good morning.
So you and other officers didn't just stumble across Miss Rodriguez and Miss Varela in the parking lot on 35th Avenue and 10th Street, right?
No.
In fact, the two women had been previously identified as suspects in this case.
Yes.
And yourself and other detectives and law enforcement and with the Greeley Police Department had been conducting surveillance at 4540 First Street Road in Greeley.
Yes.
And that's how you and other officers knew that Miss Varela and Miss Rodriguez were leaving the residence and traveled to this particular location on 35th and 10th on the day you contacted them on November 11th.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, how long have you been with the Greeley Police Department now?
Sure. 16 years.
16 years, okay. And this is not your first time conducting surveillance on a residence, is that fair to say?
No.
Okay. And law enforcement, particularly the Greeley Police Department as it applies here, has a very skilled way of conducting surveillance at locations so that you're not identified or readily identified by whoever you're trying to survey. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You have things like unmarked vehicles, right?
Yes.
You have strategic spots that you observe residents from.
Yes.
And when you and other officers conducted surveillance at 4540 First Street Road on November 11th, you had no indication that Miss Rodriguez or Miss Varela had seen yourself or other officers.
Just to be clear, I never went to that address, but
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
You had no information from your colleagues that Miss Varela or Miss Rodriguez knew or saw officers conducting surveillance on that residence.
To my knowledge, no.
And when you approached the Tahoe on November 11th in the parking lot, is it fair to say that Miss Rodriguez at least appeared to be surprised?
Yes.
And when you approached the Tahoe, you approached from the passenger side, right?
Yes.
And that's where Miss Rodriguez was sitting.
Yes.
And it was a casual encounter. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And from that moment on, at least one member of law enforcement had eyes on the vehicle until it was sealed up and towed and put into evidence, right?
Yes.
And at no point did Ms. Rodriguez have an opportunity to hide anything in the vehicle when you and other officers approached it when she wasn't expecting it.
I don't believe so.
You didn't see any sort of furtive movements, right?
No.
And that would have, obviously, given the situation, be something you were looking for, right? If a suspect on a homicide case is making, sudden movements and reaching for something or putting something away.
Yes.
And likewise, neither did Ms. Varela have an opportunity to hide anything in the vehicle.
I don't believe so. I didn't walk over to the driver's side of the vehicle.
And when you were on the passenger side of the vehicle, you didn't see anything on the ground in the area, right?
I don't recall seeing anything.
And so whatever was in the Tahoe when the two women were ordered out of it or asked out of it was left and readily available to law enforcement.
Yes.
Okay, one moment, please.
Sure.
Nothing else. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you. Any redirect examination?
No further questions.
All right. Thank you. Detective, you can leave the witness stand. Thank you, sir. All right. The state may call their next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the people call Hosanna Varela.
All right. Thank you. And can the parties approach?
While we're waiting, can we also please approach?
Yes.
Guys, here we go. This is the Super Bowl. Sorry, I'm calling it the Super Bowl of this trial because it's the highest moment because we've been waiting for this for a very long time. Have you got your goat ready? I've got my pen ready. I need to get a goat. That is for sure. Oh, I wonder if I can get a virtual goat and not that's a good idea. Virtual goat sound. And make like a plugin on a on on there. That is for sure. Like in on the chat with goats every time she's
Can you move that?
it gets spicy.
Okay.
Nice. I need to get a goat. Definitely. I need to get the goat. I need a go sound. I need a sound effect and add it and play it every single time. Yes.
I'm sorry,
I need to get a virtual goat sound. That's for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, can't Stacy pour the water herself? I don't know. Ooh, I found one. Hang on. I think I found a virtual goat sound that I can play. Hang on. Try to do this. And get it ready. Not too loud, obviously. Come on, hurry up. I'm running way too much stuff. Come just let me see this one. I want the screaming goat sound. I need to find a screaming goat. Ow, I found it. Screamed in my ear. Nice. I found the sound, but I need to download it. Oh, okay, hang on. I think I found it. The download. Okay. Hi, this website's with ads. Yes, she has been sentenced to 32 years already for her part in this. So, ow. Sorry, I was trying one, but the volume of my days. Yeah, that volume will literally kill my ears. Okay, I found the perfect one. I found the perfect one. I just need to download. Yeah, sorry. That one of the sounds were literally killing my ears. So I need to wait 10 seconds to download it. So and then I'll add it to the sound system thing of the stream, and hopefully I can. Come on, hurry up.
Thank you. Deputies, if you'll bring Ms. Varela over to the witness stand.
Oh, there she comes. In her
And deputies,
orange
can you free her
clothes.
right hand so she can take the oath, please?
There you go. It is downloaded. Oh, I need to mute myself. Sorry.
Sorry.
Thank you. Ms. Varela, before you sit down, will you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you. Ms. Varela, if you'll have a seat at the deputy's direction. And Deputy, can you slide the microphone towards Ms. Varela as close as is reasonable? And Mr. Praley, you may begin.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Will you please state your full name, spelling your last for the record?
Hosanna Varela, V like Victor, Arela.
Ms. Varela, I want to start just some basic information about yourself, okay? Where are you from?
Greeley.
Okay. Are you born and raised here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How old are you?
26.
And if you don't mind, Deputy, if we could just move something just to make sure we're picking all this up. Okay.
Yeah.
If you could just repeat how old you are. ma'am.
26.
All right. Do you have any children?
Yes.
Can you please state their names and their ages?
My son's DeAndre, and he's 8 years old. And then Jasmine, she's 7. And Anayi, she's 5.
Ma'am, who's the father of those children?
His name's Javier,
And how did you and Javier meet?
in high school,
All right. What high school did you go to?
Greeley Central.
Mr. Praley, can you give us such a second? We're going to reorientate the microphone. Since she's looking towards him, can you move the microphone on that side just to make sure we get that up? I think.
It is, that's about as far as.
Okay. All right, and Ms. Varela, can you just lean a little closer to the microphone when you're answering questions? All right, thank you. Mr. Praley, go ahead.
Sorry about the difficulties, ma'am. How did you meet your husband in school?
Mm-hmm. High school. For our freshman year, we were 14 years old.
And so when did you have then your first child?
I was 17.
Okay. And were you and Javier, were you guys married, common law married?
Common law married.
Okay. Going back to that time frame, where were you living with Javier and your 3 kids?
We were right across from Heath, Long Meadow Apartments.
Okay. And ma'am, were you working at the time?
Yeah.
Where were you working at the time?
While in 2001, I was working at JBS.
Okay. What were you doing at JBS in 2021?
You're not, I would object. Her answer was 2001. If we can clarify the timeline, please.
I'm sorry, what are you asking?
So she answered 2001. If we can please just clarify that was in 2021. I think I just want to make sure the date's clear.
She would have been an infant.
Oh,
Right.
I'm sorry, Ms. Varela, you said a date. Can you repeat that date to make sure we have it right for the record?
2021,
Okay. What year were you born?
1998.
Okay, so when you were 3, you weren't working at JBS?
Yeah.
Okay, to be very clear, when I'm asking about this, I was referring to where were you working at the time prior to this case? That would have been 2021.
Yeah.
Fair? And that would have been with your husband and your 3 children?
All right, give it just a second. I'll sustain that objection, Mr. Fraley, if you want to rephrase, go ahead.
Where were you living?
At Long Meadow Apartments.
Okay, and that's when you were working at JBS?
Yeah.
What were you doing at JBS?
It was like, it was called rendering. So I was just sorting the meat there.
Okay. And for those that wouldn't know what JBS is that a meat packing plant?
It's a beef, yeah.
Okay. Did you meet an individual by the name of Stacy Rodriguez while working at JBS?
Yeah.
Do you see that individual in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please state where she's sitting and what she's wearing?
She's on the right and she's wearing green.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the record reflect identification subject to cross.
The record will so reflect.
When you first met Ms. Rodriguez, the defendant, were you simply co-workers?
Yeah.
Did that change at some point?
Yes.
Can you describe how and when?
I knew a friend that was there that she was working with. And so when he would come around, we would talk and she would just kind of be there. So we just started kind of becoming more like friends.
Okay. Can you also describe what your relationship was like with Javier?
It was rocky. We were already at the point where we were kind of splitting up and we were just kind of done at that point.
Okay. And so is it fair to say one relationship is growing while the other is
Yeah.
fading away?
Yeah.
Can you describe then how this friendship and being a colleague then transforms at a certain point with the defendant?
It just kind of happened one night, and after that night, from then that point on, it was just like 0 to 100.
Okay. I want to go back and just take this slow. How was that occurring? Were you guys out after work? Was this at work?
Yeah,
Describe.
just kind of after work, we just started hanging out. Well, the one night happened when we went to go get tacos with my friend. It was us 3, and we, ever since that night, after we, had sex, it just, from that point on, we were just hanging out every day. And
Okay. And so you're hanging out with the 3 of you. Who's the other friend?
Gabe, I
Gabe.
think his name was.
Okay. And then ultimately it got intimate that night between you.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you said it went from 0 to 100.
Hmm.
Describe what you mean by that.
Like, we were hanging out every day after work, and it just grew really fast, our relationship.
And at that point, did you place titles on it, or tell me what was happening?
I don't think there really was a title, but obviously it was something more than just friends. And
How is that relationship with the defendant impacting your relationship with Javier?
while it impacted mine and Javi's relationship a lot, because she was very we were just together, 24/7. And
Okay. So to be clear, you were together at work and you were together afterwards,
yeah.
pretty much all the time,
Mhm.
according to your testimony. All right. Ma'am, I'm going to discuss a lot about October 3rd in a moment, but Ultimately, can you describe the kind of activities that you and the defendant would go do after work?
Objection.
All right, can the parties approach?
Guys, just very, very quickly. So Robert Crimo III, the guy that was accused of the parade unaliving in Chicago in 2022, moments before the trial, just pled guilty to the charges of unaliving 7 people, injuring 12. The sentencing is set for April 23rd. So the trial we were supposed to literally be waiting for and watching, the guy literally moments before the trial was supposed to start, just literally pled guilty. It just came out on X, and I was like, what? Literally moments before. Look how he looks in his suit in court. Like, literally pled guilty. Whatever he's gonna get life. I don't think. Literally, this was moments before the the trial was supposed to happen. Um, Absolutely crazy. Literally seconds. Kind of glad in a way that the trial did not have a link, because we would be not watching a trial right now. No, we'll watch something always. I have something to watch, but it's crazy. Well, our objections counter is going up nicely, and we haven't had to use the screaming goat yet. The virtual screaming goat. I found a way of doing sound effects, which is cool. But it might take me a little bit while, because I need to figure out another quick way to do it. But yeah, so that's crazy that he pled guilty just literally moments before the trial starts. I think they're gonna have to take a break pretty soon. I mean, for lunch. Hello, Pink Boys. Good afternoon. Hi, welcome in. Good afternoon. I wonder as well. So yeah, exactly. Maybe I don't think he's gonna get parole. Like, he will never get out ever. I don't think ever.
Ma'am, had you and the defendant during this time period been down to the locations of downtown Greeley and the establishments down there?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you familiar with them?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to start forward and then work backwards, but on October 11th of 2021, ultimately, were you approached by law enforcement in the parking lot of a sound establishment?
In October,
In October. Ultimately, were you arrested at that time, ma'am?
I got arrested in November.
November, I apologize. November 11th.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall that event?
Yeah.
Okay. When that happened, ma'am, can you describe what you were feeling to the jury?
I was scared, and I was just scared.
Okay. If we could at this time publish what's been admitted as People's Exhibit 188.
188, go ahead.
Ma'am, we're going to play the body-worn camera of your arrest at this time, okay?
Hosanna? Hey, can I chat with you real quick? Would you mind? Oh, sure. Is that okay? Yeah. Thanks. Are you okay to talk to me? Is that okay?
I mean, I guess.
Okay. You don't have to talk to me if you don't want to. Is that okay?
What is it about?
Well, I just have a question about a case that I'm working.
Oh, okay.
So is that okay if I talk to you? Are you okay with me talking with you?
I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
I'm scared.
Yes or no? You don't have to talk to me, but if you're okay with me talking to you, I just have a couple questions for you. That's
No, I don't want to talk to you. I don't know.
you don't want to?
I don't know. Yes, I'm fine to talk.
Are you sure?
I guess,
okay.
yeah.
You don't have to.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Quick question. So, case I'm working, we're talking to everybody who was at a bar on a night, October 3rd, 2013. It would have been a Sunday morning, Saturday night leading into Sunday morning. Okay, were you ever at Cubetta's that night?
October 3rd?
Yeah.
It was on Saturday?
Saturday into Sunday morning.
I think so, yeah.
What's that?
I think I was at.
You were at Cubetta's? Okay. How long were you there for?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No.
Okay. Do you remember being at the bar?
Kinda, yeah.
Okay.
I usually go there kind of like a lot, so.
Okay, you go to that bar a lot?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember talking to anybody while you're there?
I see my friends there all the time, but.
Who are your friends?
Just the people that usually are at the bars.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Who are you there with?
It could have been with, I have no idea, my sister or, yeah.
Who is that?
Stacy.
Okay. Were you there with Stacy?
Maybe. I could have been, yeah.
All right. Do you remember October 3rd at all? Okay. When you were there, did you ever see this guy?
No, he doesn't look familiar.
He doesn't look familiar?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You never saw him? Never saw him at the bar or anything?
Mm-mm.
Okay, the case involves him. That's the case I'm investigating.
Oh, okay.
But you never saw him or anything?
He doesn't look familiar.
Okay. All right. Did you ever go after the bar? Where did you go?
Probably to my mom's.
Where does your mom live?
She lives on the west side. I don't know her exact address.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. On the west side?
Yeah.
Like, where at?
Like over there by the Buffalo Wild Wings.
Oh, like 29th Street?
Yeah.
Okay. Like in the, is it west 29th of Buffalo Wild Wings?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Where does she live? Like
it's the T-Bone Ranch.
like
apartments.
Apartments?
Yeah.
Okay. Are they at T-Bone Ranch or there's like apartments further down?
I think it's the T-Bone Ranch.
Okay, because the T-Bone Ranch is right across the street from Buffalo Wild Wings.
It's a little bit more down.
It's like all the way down, or
Yeah.
Okay. So your mom was there, and you went to her house afterwards.
Yeah.
Okay. But you don't remember ever seeing this guy?
I don't know. He doesn't look familiar.
Okay. He doesn't look familiar to you at all. All right. Did you ever go to anybody's house that night?
No.
You never went to anybody's house?
No.
Okay. Never went to this guy's house?
No.
Okay. Would you have been too intoxicated to remember anything?
I was pretty drunk. I'm usually getting drunk like on the weekend.
How drunk were you?
I have no idea.
Like, would you have remembered if you went to somebody's house and you were hanging out with somebody?
Maybe.
Okay. Yes or no?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. You would have remembered so you would have remembered this guy.
He doesn't look familiar.
Okay. All right. Anything else you want to tell me, or anything else you want to know?
No.
Okay. All right. Brett, are you good? Right here. All right. I'm gonna go chat with Stacy real quick. Okay. Thank you. Oh, hey, what? Are you still good to talk to me? Is that okay?
I guess.
Okay. Yes or no?
Sure.
Okay. What car were you guys in that night?
I don't know. What car was in?
Do you guys ever drive a Chevy Malibu?
No, I don't think so.
You've never been in a Chevy
No.
Malibu? Okay. Does anybody you know own a Chevy Malibu?
No. My mom used to own a Chevy Malibu, but she don't have that
Nobody
car.
else owns a Chevy Malibu? Does Stacy own a Chevy Malibu?
I don't think so.
Does her family own a Chevy Malibu?
I don't have no idea.
Okay. All right. Thanks. We good, Brian?
Yeah, I talked to Stacy here. She said she doesn't know who this is. She was at Cubetta's last Thursday, and maybe a week or two prior to that.
Yeah.
She doesn't believe she's ever been to the 2413 15 Avenue court address. She doesn't know anybody who drives a silver Chevy Malibu. Is that right?
Yeah.
And have you ever driven a Chevy Malibu? Okay. What's your current address right now?
First class.
What's your current phone number? Okay. 22.
All right, Stacy, will you step out of the car for me? You can grab your phone if you want.
Can I go?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Can I check my buttons?
Yeah. Go ahead.
So I just want to order this one.
What are you looking for? Just a hair tie?
Yeah.
Okay.
And can I just go to the shower, please? Then?
Sure.
So I was like, I can't even. Come on, do my hair nothing. Me look just crazy. You know, I'm just.
Okay. Do you want your phone or anything? You don't have to have it. It's up to you. All right. Step over here. Okay, turn around. You're under arrest.
For what?
I'll tell you in a second. Go ahead and put your fingers together. There you go. Yeah. We're gonna double.
So it's a little bit easier for you, okay?
There you go. Simon, turn around for me. You're under arrest. Put your fingers together. Like, make a, there you go, interlace them. There you go. Jim, house. Yeah. Do you guys want to roll up? To the cuffs. I got enough here. I think we got two.
Very good.
You're under arrest for first-degree murder, arson, burglary, and tampering with a deceased body. Okay? All right, that's what you're being charged with. Stacy's being charged with that as well too. If you want to talk to me, I'll talk to you about it, and I can understand what happened that night. Okay? It's only if you want to. You don't have to. If you want to talk to me, I'll listen to your story. I'll always listen to people's story.
Yeah.
Okay? Is that something you'd like to do? Is talk to me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Can we talk?
We're gonna talk at the station.
Okay.
Okay. Away from everybody else. Away from Stacy.
Okay.
Is that something you'd like to do?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll hear your story.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I can see it in your face.
Okay.
All right. She wants to talk. Sure. Do you have anything on you?
I have my phone, and then I don't think I have anything on my phone.
Okay. We'll stay over here. We'll keep Stacy over there.
We got a car coming. Perfect. We're getting a patrol car street told us. Jackson's on his way over to the house, told the other car. How do you want to do that? Just tell them we're taking it.
Yep.
Like,
Yeah. Take them out.
okay. They're set to bring in one. Yeah.
Sorry, yes, Jerry.
Okay.
Sorry, get superior for it.
Who's got your kids right now?
They're at the grandma's house. Yeah. I was just thinking about that if I had my son over, because I usually pick him up from school, but I didn't know to.
Just give us 1 second. We're just trying to get over here to transfer it. Okay. You good? You informed of what you're arrested for?
No.
Okay. Being arrested for first-degree murder, arson, burglary, and tampering with a cease body. Okay?
Is there proof of that?
Yes.
Ma'am, as to what we saw on 188 as it deals with your encounter, was that the truth?
Objection, reapproach.
Yes.
And the game of objection and approaching begins. I mean, it's 20 past 12 there already. I mean, I think this is gonna be a very late lunch anyway. I can't believe I have to go to bed early because of work, and I'm gonna lose this spiciness, and I'm gonna have to. 1 second. Are you okay? Sorry about this, guys. A garden bot just choked. Was choking and just needed to make sure he was okay. Um, yeah, he's alright. Sorry, just needed to make sure that he's alright. But yeah, the game of objections is coming and is starting. I know you could like Pickles. You're not gonna be the one missing. I'm gonna be missing too because of work. Because I have to be responsible and I have to go to bed early because I need to sleep and be rested for work. I have to go to bed soon, and I don't want to. He's actually not having ramen. He's just choking on nothingness. Which I don't. Well, I do that all the time. I know. Oh. Eh. Oh, Nightbot got 2 pickles. And I need to turn that off. You were timed off for 5 seconds. Sorry, Pickles.
November 11th, when
Yeah.
you're contacted,
Sorry,
we see you in handcuffs, you're taken to jail, right?
Yeah,
How long were you at the Weld County Jail?
for a little over 2 years.
And ma'am, prior to that, did you have any involvement with being at the Weld County Jail?
No.
Objection.
All right. Can the parties approach?
And the objections continue. Because no, Garden Bot cannot die. I would be Rita because I would get the life insurance, but that will look very bad on me. I think you and that Nightbot are gonna. I don't know what he was choking on. What were you choking on, Garden Bot? Nothing. Oh, he choked on his saliva. I know life insurance.
Ma'am, you were at the Weld County Jail after your arrest in this case for over 2 years?
Yeah.
And during that time period, were you aware if Ms. Rodriguez, the defendant, was also at the Weld County Jail?
Yes.
And how did you know that?
We got arrested at the same time.
Okay. And would you also see her at times?
Yeah.
Okay. Ma'am, at the Weld County Jail, were you provided a note?
Yes.
Specifically, were you provided multiple notes?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to approach with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 204.
204, go ahead.
And then later provide 220.
204 and 220.
Starting with 204. Do you recognize that, ma'am?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's a note from Stacy.
Objection, speculation, lack of personal knowledge.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
You said it's a note from Stacy.
Yes.
Why do you believe it's a note from Stacy?
She called herself Baby Joker.
Okay. And specifically in People's Exhibit 204, it referenced it's Baby Joker's fault.
Yeah.
It's like saying it's my fault if I go by that name.
Yes.
What do you believe that's written on, ma'am?
Paper towel.
Okay. And do you have paper towels in the Weld County Jail?
Yes.
Okay. In your relationship leading up to your arrest, were you able to see any handwritings from the defendant?
Objection 702.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
You can answer, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any concerns based on the content of that letter that that is from the defendant?
Yeah.
No?
No.
Okay. Do you believe that was written by the defendant?
Yeah.
Specifically, do you believe it deals with the situation dealing with Christopher Dickerson,
Yes.
the basis of your arrest?
Yes.
Did you receive that note while at the Weld County Jail?
Yes.
You had stated that you believed it because of what it was written on as well as the content.
Yeah.
And then it's Baby Joker's fault.
Yes.
At the bottom, can you describe what it says on that?
It says flush.
Do you have toilets at the Weld County Jail?
Yes.
There's also an aspect of the writing where it says, hang in there, babe. Yes?
Yeah.
Would that correspond to the type of relationship that you had as you previously described being intimate with the defendant?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of 204.
Any objection to 204?
Same previous objection.
All right, noting the defendant's maintained objection, I will overrule the objection and admit into evidence states 204, and you may publish at your discretion.
If I may also approach with 219.
219, okay.
Ma'am, do you recognize 219 as being a photograph of 204?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate photo of the admitted exhibit now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of 219.
Any objection to 219?
Yes, Your Honor, cumulative 401, 403, it's the exact same thing.
All right, and this is just a photograph of 204, is that right?
Correct.
Can I see 204 just briefly?
May I approach?
Yes.
Would you like 219?
I just need 204 right now. All right, thank you. Given the nature of the material that 204 is written on, I will overrule the objection and admit into evidence 219. And you may publish either at your discretion.
I would like to publish 204 for the jury.
All right, go ahead. Sonia, will you assist?
And then I'll display 219 on the screen.
All right, thank you.
Permission to publish 219 as the physical is being passed around.
Yes, you can.
Ma'am, while that's being published, if you could please look at what's in front of you is 220, the. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I want to go over the aspects of 204 was the physical, 219 is the photocopy of it. You have that in front of you. Can you just generally, well, let me ask it this way. The initial line says, I hope you kept the same story. You ain't dumb. And then it's I-K, they're gonna trick you. But if you ain't see or do or hear anything, you're cool. You know, don't give in to they shit. Let's break that down. I hope you kept the same story. Was that the same story that we just listened to on and saw on the body-worn camera on 188 of just denying being there?
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
Can I answer?
You can answer me.
Yeah.
Okay, describe that.
She had told me to say I didn't see anything, I didn't hear anything, I didn't know anything about it.
Okay, okay. So essentially that you guys were never there,
No.
okay? And that's what you stated in 188. Is that fair to say, the body-worn camera of your arrest?
Yeah.
Okay. And so there was never any indication from this note that you were supposed to see everything, that you did something, and that you heard everything, fair? This note is the opposite,
Yeah.
okay? It said, hang in there, babe, you'll be out soon. I just need to see how not to dig myself deeper. Okay? What'd you take from that?
I don't know what really she meant by that.
Okay.
But maybe like not talk too
Objection,
much.
speculation.
I'll sustain that objection.
Okay. Well, the note says, I just need to see how not to dig myself deeper.
Again,
right?
asked and answered.
I'll overrule the objection. The witness can answer if that's what the note says.
Is that fair to say then she's stating, I need to not dig myself a deeper hole, and then she responds by saying, I know it's baby Joker's fault. Yes?
Yeah.
And again, has the defendant told you, or are you aware that she goes by baby Joker?
Yes.
Then the next sentence is, it probably crossed your mind to say stuff, but then you going down too. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Had it crossed your mind to say stuff?
Yeah. Yes.
Had it crossed your mind multiple times?
Yes.
And in this note, it's saying if it has crossed your mind, you're going down too if you talk,
Yeah.
right? Finally, it says, don't be stupid, play dumb, it's all good, turbo muffler. Don't be dumb, play stupid. How did you take that?
Just let's play dumb, just act like I didn't know anything.
Pretty straightforward, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then it's all good, turbo muffler. Can you tell us what that's about?
That was just a nickname. She would just call me that.
She would call you that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then finally, flush.
Yeah.
It's a command or instruction, right? What to do.
Yeah.
You chose not to, right?
And Ms. Varela, it's really important that you answer yes or no out loud. We can't pick up the nods on the record.
You chose not to.
Yes.
Okay. In terms of Exhibit 220 that's in front of you, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Was that a collection of other notes provided by the defendant to you?
Yes.
And does it reference in 220, that physical letter, that you had been exchanging letters with her at the Weld County Jail?
Yes.
Okay, I mean, it says, I got your letter.
Mm-hmm.
And to be clear, that means you sent a letter to Ms. Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you also believe, based on the content, the writing, and everything else, that 220 is a series of letters or a letter that you had received while at the Weld County Jail?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of 220.
Any objection at 220?
Yes.
All right. Can you approach with the exhibit?
Sure.
Sorry, guys, just a bit of a head. The system might crash for a hot minute soon because it's lagging a little bit and it's not the internet. I can feel it, the system lagging slightly, so hopefully it will hold. If not, it will just there. But I mean, why is the judge even like any objection? Of course they're gonna object. Yeah, I've been objecting for everything and anything. So. Well, I think Susan is not getting there yet, or maybe the defense is gonna ask and she's gonna spill the beans. But yeah, it's like, yeah, she already pled guilty to the crime, so she can talk about it, and it's like saying what they did. Maybe he's trying to get there, or I don't know. I don't know what they're trying to. Uh, yeah, exactly. She was there and say what was her part on in it, and exactly what happens. But I don't know. But it's just odd, and that he is still circling the things, and it's like almost 20 to 1 p.m. 1 p.m. there. So I don't know when they're gonna go for break. They might be working through again. Well, again, not again, but yet, are they gonna go until like 5 o'clock today, or are they gonna stop early like they have been? Does anyone know? It's interesting if they do. And I stopped talking way too early because I thought they were gonna start, and I was like, "Oh, let me shut up." Actually, as well, I'm in the background trying to create a new song for this trial. I've put the like the keywords baby joker, toilet paper, and fire to see what it comes up. So, and then I'm gonna see what it comes up and then play on lunch break, and it might be one of for our playlist of songs to play throughout the break, the lunch break and everything. Trying to create a play song with some of the trials, maybe not all of them, because not all of them are, I don't seem appropriate to create the song, but like for example this one for sure it is appropriate to create, because yes, I use the AI. Obviously, it's not me creating those songs. I'm not that smart or that good on it. Obviously, I use Suna. So we've got already a couple. We have the introductions, and then we have the other one that Zio did for us, and we have two others. Oh, sorry. I don't remember which one the other one was, which trial was, but I need to listen to it again to see which trial was it from, so then we know. So yeah, so the trial I think admits something. I think we have toilet paper. Nope, on the screen again. So yeah, um, I wonder who was Joker again? Who they said was Joker to try to pin on Joker? Oh, sorry again. The yawning is back again. Um, so just like I don't know. The defendant, yes, I thought so. Because I don't understand why the judge is asking. Do you have any objections? Yeah, of course. I mean, we started with what 47 objections this morning. Um. Oh, okay. So Joker. I should have put turbo muffler on the song. Oh well. In the turbo muffler. That's just so weird nicknames. Hosanna and then Stacy. Um and that is just so very weird. Turbo muffler, come here. I was like, Garden Bot it's better. I feel like Garden Bot, Nightbot, it's Pickles, it's better. I find like those nicknames are much better. Now Turbo Master or Muffler and like Joker, I like it. It's quite nice because I like Joker and I like Harley Quinn that universe. Sorry, I'm yawning, but that's not Garden Bot's fault because you was yawning first, and I think the defendant is also tired. She's rubbing her eyes. She's probably she's losing calories already because she hasn't had her lunch yet, all her carbs. Um, but I think the defendant, the guys, don't you think that it was is a good thing that she lost the defendant, the girl that's on the stand, Hosanna. She lost weight. Oh yeah, fake glasses. That is for sure. Uh-huh. That's the thing. I don't understand every single time, and this is in every single trial. They put defendants with trials. Just what? To pretend that they are smart? I don't wear these glasses to pretend that I'm smart. I need it because I don't see anything in front of me. Um. Okay, pickles. Yay! No more work for pickles today. Yay! Sorry. I wish you could do that actually. It's like it is Monday, Monday's over. Monday's done. Oh yeah, on there's no like there was the same thing for Jermaine boss. He did not need glasses. He didn't have glasses in his arrest or mugshot or anything. Objection. Overrule. No, sustained. I'm gonna have to sustain that objection. Sorry, sustained. Um, I don't think no one wants to work today. That is for sure. That is a long sidebar. It's almost like a mini break. Sometimes I even forget that the jury is there. Like, this jury's so quiet. Well, the other juries are quiet as well. They don't make noise, but I think they make the presence. So it's weird, but I forget that this trial sometimes there is the jury. No one wants to work. Period. I don't want to work. I not Mondays or Tuesdays or Wednesdays or Thursdays or anything. I never. It's anything. I just literally don't want to. Uh, um. So it's just just hilarious. Um. Like she's just in her own. I think it was good for her. She lost a lot of weight in the time that she's been arrested. So she got arrested in November 2021. So 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Wow, it's already been almost 4 years that she's been in. So in those 4 years, she's like, it's good. Oh, yeah, definitely fake glasses, case one. Absolutely. Fake glasses because she doesn't need them. Definitely fake. But they are good fake ones. I mean, it's just interesting. They go to jail, they'll all need glasses straight away. Like, they did not see very well their crime or something. It's just very weird. How come they literally need glasses straight away as soon? Oh, jail glasses. Is it like a synonymous or something that you are in jail and you need glasses? Um, so, man, well, probably during the lunchtime. It's the time that I'm gonna go off. Case one, there's nothing that will make to look not so dumb. It's impossible for them not to, cause to lesson in life is yeah, no. Absolutely, that's wild. So what if a person that already has glasses commits a crime, and what happens then? Do they wear double glasses, or do they just don't wear any glasses so to like have the opposite effect? It's just doesn't Baby Huey. Who's Baby Huey? I can't say without mine. You guys take mine off. I can see you like chat right now on on my computer. It's all a big massive blur. I can see the difference. Like I can tell there's like different people chatting because it's different like emojis. I see a lot of green, but the words, and I see that someone has emojis in it, and I cannot see anything else. I am literally almost blind without my glasses. I'm like, I need glasses
The
so much.
objection and admit 220 into
Judge
the
interrupted.
record. And Mr. Prele, you may publish and proceed as appropriate. Oh, I'm sorry.
So the letter has been admitted. For time purposes. We're going to break for lunch in a minute, so I don't want to go over that just now, okay? I'm sorry for those long breaks. I then want to move forward with ultimately, in this case, did you have attorneys?
Yes.
Okay. And did you and your attorneys reach out to my office at some point for what's routinely called a proffer?
Yes.
Okay. If I could approach with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 217 and provided to defense.
217, go ahead.
Correct.
Your Honor, I would renew my request for the prosecution to take down the exhibit as I mentioned at the bench.
I'm sorry, okay. I'm sorry, if you requested that before, I must have missed that.
Do you recognize 217, ma'am?
Yes.
And it's 2 pages. Do you see your signature on that?
Yes.
Is it fair and accurate as a copy?
Yeah.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of 217.
Any objection to 217?
No.
All right, the court will admit into evidence states 217.
If I could approach with 218.
Sure, go ahead.
Moving much further forward, do you recognize 218 as being your plea agreement, albeit redacted?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate copy of your plea agreement without the redactions?
Yes.
Do you recognize your signature on multiple pages?
Yes.
Do you recall that event where you would have stood in this courtroom in front of this judge?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of 218.
Any objection to 218?
No objection.
All right, the court will admit into evidence states 218.
Your Honor, now I think that's a logical stopping point for lunch.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and break for lunch at this time. I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone, either in person, using the internet, or by any other means. This includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, or if you see or hear anything about it, even accidentally, please let me know about it immediately. You must not conduct any research, undertake any investigation, or otherwise obtain information about the case from an outside source. You must not read or listen to any news reports or internet information or other electronic sources about the trial. If there has been or is any news coverage of this case, you must completely disregard it. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom and the law as I instruct you. And finally, it is especially important that you do not form or express any opinion on the case until your deliberations at the end of trial. With that, we'll be in recess until 2 p.m. Please rise for the jury as they leave. Please be seated. And the court will be in recess until 2 p.m.
Yo, that's a long lunch. 2 p.m. Like, it is true. It is 10 to 1 p.m. right now, but Judge, that's a little bit late, don't you think? I'm gonna have to watch the rest on rewatch, man. No, it's not fair. Well, so far, we had objections, and let me see, objections. So, there was like a lot of faffle with the admittance of evidence, a lot of objections, and a lot of things. Not much testimony. Yeah, I know it is 1 hour lunch, but it's like 4 p.m. Eastern, almost when they get back. Yeah, an hour and 10 minutes, just crazy, just wild. But it's just absolutely crazy how long. Well, it's not how long, but it's gonna be at like 4 p.m. Eastern, right? Or 3 p.m. Eastern. Am I doing the maths wrong? No, I'm not. Am I? Am I doing the maths wrong? It's gonna be 4 p.m. Eastern when they get back. Or not? Huh? I'm lost. Did you guys change times, by the way, already? Yeah, 4 p.m. Eastern. Okay, I'm correct. But when do you guys change times? Change the hours? Is it not now, or is already been? Because I'm a little bit confused, because it's... Oh, is it this coming weekend? Oh, I need to pay attention to that. Are you guys going forward or going back? Because... Oh my days. That means more long days. This weekend, right. And are we going forward or are we going back in time? Spring forward. Alright, so... That will be... I think... We jump forward. I think that would be better for me, actually. So hang on. There'll be about 1 o'clock now there. Not 2 o'clock in Colorado. Yeah, that would be better for me because we only fall back. Yeah, spring forward, fall back. Nice. That's a good way to do it. No, just because I'm trying to think, because we only change times at the end of this month. On the last weekend, I think it is on the last weekend. Yes, yeah. So we change our time on the 30th. So fall back in fall, spring forward and spring back, fall back, fall back. That's good. So yeah, so that's gonna be slightly better for me for a couple of weeks because it's gonna be feeling like court is gonna end early. And I'm probably gonna watch, more court than actually having to catch up, and that's good as well for Garden Bot. He's not gonna have to do so much streaming, and you guys are gonna get stuck with me. Yay! No, I'm joking. But it's been a very interesting Monday. for sure it's been an interesting Monday, but I was gonna say it's been a very interesting morning, for the case, and I think state is resting after this. I have a strong belief that state is resting after this. Oh, sorry, my phone is beeping. Um, someone wants me. Ooh. So I know who sent me the video, but I'll watch it in a little bit. Uh, cause I know that was me. But thank you very much, Paula. I'll send you in a minute. I'll read in a minute. As long, uh, unless it's something for the stream as well, but I'll watch it in a minute. Cause I'm not gonna be talking too much because you guys don't want to hear me. Oh, you're screaming ghosts. I need to watch that. I wanna watch it. I wanna watch it. Let's watch. Oh, they're so cute. um, but yeah, so I have a virtual one, which is better because I prefer everything virtual. It's easier to manage. I really like it. It is a lot easier to manage. But I was gonna say, cause I am 100% thinking that the state is gonna rest after this girl. Um, so for sure, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go on break now. I need to get up and walk a little bit because my legs are starting to not wanting to cooperate, and my hips as well. I'm gonna put the overlay, and then when we get back, you guys are gonna come back with garden bot because by that time I will be in bed trying to wind down my night. So I will love you and leave you right now. I'll see you tomorrow, and I'll be in chat a little bit still, but I need to get up and walk a little bit. So enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you very, very soon, guys. Bye.
Right, looks like the judge is about to sit down. Hello, and welcome back to True Crime Addicts page. I no doubt understand that there has been a ton of objections in the trial this morning, and I forgot to ask TCA for a little recap while I was doing my other stuff. Been doing a mountain of painting, so just wanted to get on with that. We saw the judge's head, so I imagine it's a case of 10 minutes before everybody comes back. Yes, Denise is catching up. Living next to the library sounds amazing. I bet you got can I borrow the Wi-Fi password all the time. You'll have to tell me more about what that's like, Denise. That sounds funny. Right. So, how many objections in the next hour are we gonna get? I'm reckoning 20. Right, let's see. I need to have a look at TCA's notes. I've also decided to put my models all over her notes, so that doesn't help. If anybody doesn't know, I paint Warhammer figures, so I do a little bit of it while trial's on, in case there's like points that aren't really relevant. The other times I'll take notes. But apparently, because TCA has gone to bed, I'll get all the juicy bits. Oh, that's not good. It's because I'm quiet and TCA is not so quiet. Now I've got to figure out which one of these settings will pump the volume up. Let's try this one. Can everybody hear me better? A little bit? Or I might just turn them all up. Right. One is the mic. So I imagine this is the one that turns it up. Is that better, Paula? Oh, we're definitely opposites in different ways. Great stuff. So now I can deafen you with raw. Ah, dear me. Right. So my day was a bit different to TCA's. Hers was going in the bakery, and mine was going to do my usual job, which is gardening again. Yeah, I was trying to make a bit of work for myself on a couple of commercials that I've got. So commercial properties I tend to get a bit higher of a price, but they also tend to be a bit more work. So, yeah. So what was I doing? I had round the car park to trim the weeds down and go in with my loppers and remove loads of bushes, that kind of thing. So by the end of it, I had this massive dumpy sack full of plants. So it wasn't very exciting today, apart from telling everybody to move their cars, or else they'll get sprayed with weeds. That can get a bit spicy. They were adjusting the camera, which means they're almost ready to begin. Either that or someone's just bumped the camera. Part of me is just wanting to paint. Dear. So, pick one that's quite good. So at the moment, I'm working on these little chaffy Storm Guardians. Oh, there's the camera. So those are the ones I'm working on at the moment. Little basic paints that I'm just bashing out. Because once they're on the table, nobody will pay attention to them. They'll be on for like a round and then they'll be shot to death. So, shot to unalivement. Here she comes. I wonder why there's no volume coming. The volume is on. So just in case they haven't unmuted yet. I'm just going to turn the lights on our favourite little TCA cat here. Because for some reason her lights are on. She needs to go to sleep. I don't know why there's no audio at the moment. That is annoying. Why is there no audio? Looks like somebody's gonna forgotten to put the audio on again. I hope not, because I'm missing that trial and my days. Can you not do that in front of the camera? Please. Yes? 2 minutes for what? Yes, I'm trying to turn off the lights, but they're not responding. We have like these wireless lights, which are amazing. You can turn them off with an app. Yes, she needs to go to sleep. I'm sure if we type it in chat enough times, she'll go to sleep. She's just told me to like turn off the background, the court background. Yeah. I'm quietly paying attention. Come on, we need sound. You gotta think of one unique enough just to make her laugh out loud. The bottom what? The bottom what? Okay, go sleep. Goodbye. And they're still setting up. Ooh. Is she attached to the chair by that waistband thing? Ticker? What do you mean, ticker? TC is trying to tell you something. I wonder if I've got a mouse, two mouse here. No. Let's think. Nope. I suppose that might make it more difficult to escape. You know what I would love to see? Somebody actually attempting to escape in the middle of a courtroom. Technically, apart from the security, there's nobody to stop her from running out the doors. I would be heavily amused. Take her. I don't understand why there's no audio yet. Oh, here we go.
Okay. All right, we are back on the record in 21 CR 2296, People of the State of Colorado versus Stacy Rodriguez. Parties are present as previously captioned, and we are outside of the presence of the jury. Any issues from either side before we bring the jury in and resume from the state?
No.
Anything from the defense?
Not that I just told, haven't already told the court in terms of scheduling.
Just about scheduling.
Yes.
Okay. All right. We can go ahead and bring the jury then, and we'll get started.
Please rise for the jury.
Well done, Willow.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Ms. Varela, I will remind you that you are still under oath, and Mr. Prele, you may resume when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. To go back, we had left after the original note and the discussion of the original idea was to deny being there. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. And then we had admitted what's been marked and noted as People's Exhibit 217. That was the proffer letter before you. Remember that?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to publish 217, and I have copies for the jurors.
All right, thank you. And 217 is the proffer letter?
Correct.
All right, go ahead. Will you assist him with passing out the copies?
Don't forget, case one, it's court time. You missed nothing, Nancy. It was just the short break.
Mr. Praley, you can proceed whenever you deem appropriate.
Ma'am, to be clear, did this encompass everything that was told to you about the process, any agreements, lack of promises, all of those things?
Yes. Objection vague.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
And ma'am, ultimately, did you give an interview at the Greeley Police Department with Detective Jerry Burrows
Yes.
at a later time? All right. Ma'am, in a moment, we're going to speak about October 3rd. I want to know, what are you feeling right now in terms of nervousness?
I don't know, I'm just, I guess, like ready.
Okay, you're ready? Are you nervous?
Yeah.
Are you scared?
Objection relevance.
I'll allow the question.
No, not really scared.
Okay. You've outlined the relationship with Stacy Rodriguez leading up to October 3rd. To the best of your memory, starting at the beginning of that day, can you describe to this jury what you were doing, who you were with, and then we'll discuss how that involves Stacy Rodriguez later, okay?
Okay. So on October 2nd, I went to a birthday party and it was my friend's kids' birthday and she had twins. And so me, my sister, and my kids' dad and our kids, we all went to the birthday party. I left probably around 8 o'clock, I want to say. And me and my sister went to another party. It was our friend's birthday in Johnstown. And so me and my sister were there. I was driving and I wasn't drinking too much over there because I knew I had to drive back to Greeley. So me and my sister stood in Johnstown for a couple hours. I had left around maybe 11:30, 12 from over there. And at this time, Stacy's already texting me and wanting to know, 'cause she wanted to go out. And she's just texting me, asking me where I'm at and, you know, when I'm gonna be coming back. And so when I get back to my mom's house, I drop off my sister and I meet up with Stacy. And she's picking me up in her mom's car, the Malibu. And so after when I get in the car, that's when I start drinking more heavily. And she's drinking, and it's probably like 12:30 at this time. And we go to Cubetas in downtown Greeley. And we're there and we're just kind of just drinking and stuff. And I ended up seeing my kids' dad. He was there also. And I think that's kind of got Stacy more.
Objection. This is narrative.
I'll sustain that objection right now. Mr. Praley, if you'll just frame the answer a little bit here.
Okay. You go to Cubetas.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you see at Cubetas?
My kids' dad, Javier.
Okay. And what reaction did that have on the defendant?
Objection relevance. And
Right.
also when we approach.
Yes.
Here we go again, folks. Another approach at the bench. And we get a lovely mugshot of the defendant and the lawyer. Make her jealous. This is a long discussion. How to make the trial drag on so much the judge is like, let's fly through this. Trying not to yawn. Oh, I think it's gonna go way over 75. It's been 4 in the last 3 minutes. The judge is like, stop objecting unless you've got a real reason. Interesting. I love it how they're just looking at their phone going, look at my lovely thing.
May I proceed?
Yes, go ahead.
So what was the defendant's reaction once you got to Cubetta's and saw the father of your children?
She was mad. She thought that I knew he was gonna be here, and she was just really upset about that.
I want to go back before we go forward. You had talked about a few things, these different parties that you had gone to, one being in Johnstown.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you had said you were drinking a little bit, but you knew you had to drive. What were you drinking?
I think I had a couple White Claws.
Okay. And then you had progressed in the story to say that Stacy was waiting on you once you got back to your mother's house and that she was wanting to go out.
Yeah,
Was that wanting to go out to the bars or somewhere else?
to the bars.
Okay. And then you had talked about then you started drinking more.
Mm-hmm.
Were you the only one drinking or was Miss Rodriguez drinking as well?
She was drinking as well.
Okay. What were you guys drinking?
My sister had a Hennessy bottle, and I had asked her when I dropped her off, 'cause she didn't drink much of it, if I can buy that off of her. And some, I think it might have been White Claws, like a little 6-pack or 12-pack of those. And I bought those off of my sister. And so we were drinking that.
Okay. And by we again, that's dealing with the defendant and yourself.
Yes.
Okay. Then you go to Cubetta's and you express the fact that the defendant got angry about Javier being there.
And she was kind of already mad because I was taking long in Johnstown and it was already getting late. And so she was already feeling some type of way.
All right, so at the timing as to how long it took,
Yeah.
and then also to the fact that Javier was present at the first bar you guys go to.
Yeah.
Did you know he was going to be there?
No.
Okay. All right. Progress from there. Tell us what happened.
We were at Cubetta's. It didn't seem very long. And we were just drinking. And I remember when it was closing, we were just kind of asking people around if there was any after parties. And so we get in the car and we still have the Hennessy bottle and we're drinking that. And she's driving and we're kind of going around, just driving around the bar and everybody's just kind of hectic and stuff. And that's when she sees Christopher and he's walking and she tells me, should we ask him if he knows any after parties? And I was like, sure. So she rolls down her window and asks him, like, do you know if there's any after parties going around? And he was like, no, but I have beer.
Objection, hearsay.
Mr. Praley, any response?
As to Mr. Dickerson's?
That's what I understand the objection to be, is that right? Yes.
807?
Was that? I'm sorry, can the parties approach?
Some kind of spicy, contradictory argument here over what they drank that night and which parties they went to. Oh dear. I think she's bored of it too. Finish that. I wonder what she's thinking in this moment. So she just went from bar to bar to bar. Oh. Partying all night. I don't know how people can do that. I honestly don't know.
Fraley, go ahead and continue.
Ma'am, as to the discussion with Mr. Dickerson, to be clear, prior to that point in life, had you ever met Christopher Dickerson?
No.
Okay. If we could publish People's Exhibit 88. Ma'am, we have a Malibu, and would that be Mr. Dickerson?
Yeah.
Okay. And you had just described that the windows rolled down, that there's this discussion that happens about an after party.
Yeah.
And asking specifically him for one.
Mm-hmm.
And based on his response, what effect did that have on you to actually go to his residence?
He said he had beer and drinks at his house, so that's when we decided to go.
Okay. To go back in this conversation, who initiated this conversation about an after party?
Stacy.
Okay. So Stacy asked Chris to go to an after party.
Yeah.
Okay. And Stacy was asking you about trying to find an after party.
Yeah.
So under any circumstance, did Mr. Dickerson walk by and say, hey, girls, you want to come to my house without you guys ever talking to him?
No.
Okay. All right. So after Stacy, the defendant, asks Christopher about the after party and gives his place, or how did that progress? Tell us.
He said that he parked on the street and if we wanted to follow him to his house. And so that's what we did.
Okay. And so at that point, are you just watching him, like walk? Like to where he's parked, I guess?
I don't really remember watching him, but yeah, she kind of drove to follow him where his car was parked.
Okay. So for example, if we could show People's Exhibit 90. Ma'am, this was taken right outside the Rio, and you can see that was Mr. Dickerson walking. And then in 91, it's been discussed that there's a reflection up in the windows of the Chevy Silver Malibu. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Does that look right?
Yeah.
Okay. So after that, do you ultimately then follow him to his place?
Yeah.
Okay. Take it from there. Describe what happens once you get back to his place.
We go inside and I remember him having Budweiser and I don't really drink beer and I did have a couple Budweisers there and I remember his dog being there and we sat on the couch and we were just kind of making small talk. I remember he was getting a lot of phone calls and somebody that he had seen at the bar, his friend or something, was asking him to pick her up, to give her a ride. And I think at first he was kind of denying the phone calls and he was on the phone with her at one point and he kind of asked us like if it was okay if we can go pick her up. And we were like, yeah. And so we were just kind of trying to figure out what car to go in. And it seemed okay at first. I do remember when I was sitting there, I texted my sister and I sent
Objection
her.
narrative.
I'll allow the witness to continue to answer.
I texted my sister while we were sitting on the couch, and I just sent her a quick picture. And I was like, oh my gosh, we're at some random guy's house. I keep my location on. And I was like, and I have to tell you something. And that was gonna be like, my kid's dad was at the bar and stuff. And she's like, okay.
Objection, hearsay.
Mr. Pereira?
It's context for the other side of the conversation.
It's still
All right,
hearsay.
it doesn't sound like it's for the truth of the matter asserted, so I'll overrule the objection. The witness can continue.
You can answer me.
And so she was like, okay, be careful. And I got to tell you something too. And I was like, okay. And so after, I was just, after that, that's when he was getting the phone calls, or maybe during. And so we were trying to figure out what car to go in. And so when we had first got there, Stacy parked in the driveway. And so we ended up, we're just going to take his car. So I went out to move the car, and then I went back into the garage, and we got in his car, and me and Stacy sat in the back, and he was driving.
Let me go through some of that. I appreciate you going through that. When you first go in, you said there was some small talk.
Mhm.
Generally, what are you guys discussing?
I do remember at one point we were outside and in the backyard, and I don't know if it was before or after when we came back. I'm pretty sure it was before, and we were just talking about JBS and like working, and I remember him saying that he had an interview or something about his work going on. And so, but I do remember that, he was asking me the questions, and, Stacy would kind of be like, oh, well, I work at JBS. And he was still kind of turning the, conversation towards me.
Okay.
I noticed that. And so I was kind of trying to bring her in the conversation too, so she wasn't, wouldn't get mad or anything. And
So he was showing more attention to you than the defendant.
yeah.
Okay. You said you're not really a drinker of beer, but that there were Budweisers.
Yeah.
Now, to be very clear, there's different types of Budweiser products. There's like Bud Light, or there's like Budweiser, sometimes called Bud Heavy, right? Which ones do you think it was, if you remember?
I just remember it said Budweiser, and it was a dark bottle.
Okay.
It was glass bottle.
A dark bottle.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you had discussed his dog. What do you recall about his dog?
His dog was really happy.
401, 403.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
What color was it?
He was white.
Okay. Said the dog was happy?
Yeah, when he got home.
Okay. And then in terms of that time period, you said that he kept getting calls or something from a friend, and then that progressed to picking that person up.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to outline this time period that you've just discussed. I mean, you're at this individual's house that you've never met before. You're introducing each other essentially, and you guys are drinking.
Yeah.
Is everybody drinking?
Yeah.
Okay. And during this initial encounter, who is Chris giving his attention to?
Mostly me.
Okay. Then there's a discussion of this friend ultimately going to pick her up. You had transitioned that to then it came down to who was going to drive.
Yeah.
Right? And so in order for Chris to drive, the Malibu had to be moved. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Where was it moved to?
In front of his house, like on the street.
Okay. During this time period leading up to this, had Mr. Dickerson ever been violent towards either you or the defendant?
No.
Okay. Had Mr. Dickerson ever sexually assaulted you or the defendant during any encounter of this?
He did slap my butt twice during, like when I would just stand up, he was just kind of like, it seemed like if he was just too happy, like really, just too over, just,
So to be clear, during this initial time, Mr. Dickerson did touch your butt.
yeah.
And did you take that in a very overtly sexual way?
No. I mean, I was just kind of more scared of Stacy seeing because I didn't want her to.
Objection.
What's the objection?
404B.
All right, I'll overrule.
404.
I'm sorry?
404B, A and B.
All right, the court will overrule the objection.
Okay. Well, you can answer, number one. Go ahead.
I was just kind of more nervous, like scared that Stacy was gonna see that and get mad.
Okay. Did you view this as like a massive event or a minor event at the time?
Just minor.
Okay. And ultimately, then, does this trip to go pick up the friend happen?
Yeah.
Okay. Describe, you had stated that you guys both sit in the back of the car.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Why'd you guys both sit in the back of the car?
I didn't want to sit in the front, and I don't know if I don't know why she sat in the back. I think it was just more, I don't know.
Okay. Why didn't you want to sit in the front?
'Cause I don't, I don't know. Maybe it's because I didn't know him.
I'll withdraw.
Okay.
I
You didn't know.
Yeah,
Did you also know that you guys were going to pick someone up?
yeah,
Okay. Did you know the person that you were going to pick up?
no,
Okay. Do you recall who you actually picked up?
no.
Can you describe them just generally as a person?
I know it was a female, and she had a lot of stuff. And when she was getting in the car, she was just kind of throwing her bags in the car, like big duffel bags. And she just was kind of like really kind of loud and just,
Can you give any other descriptors of her? I mean, was she short, tall?
I didn't really see her because when she got in the car, her bags were like on us, like she was throwing them in the back seat. And I honestly didn't really look at her to see how she really looked.
Okay. Tell us about that ride. What was it like? Were you guys talking or was there music playing?
Yeah, it was fun because he had a system and, we were kind of he was just playing music and driving. We weren't really talking because the music was loud and we were drinking. I think I had my beer, or I had something with me, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
And so, I mean, it was fun,
Okay. So when you're talking a system, just for clarifications, are you referring to like a speaker system, like with subwoofers?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And so it'd be pretty difficult to have a meaningful conversation with that kind of bass.
Yeah.
Okay. You had said it was fun and you were drinking.
Mm-hmm.
From what you could see, was the defendant drinking as well?
Yeah.
Did she ever say anything to you to indicate that it wasn't fun for her?
No.
Okay. All right. Ultimately, you said you do go pick up this female. There were bags. You put them in. Where do you go after that?
He dropped her off. I don't know where. I don't remember where he picked her up or where he dropped her off.
Okay. But a pickup happened, a drop-off happened.
Yeah.
Okay. And you guys, again, are still in the back drinking.
Yeah.
Okay. After she is dropped off, where do you guys go?
We go back to his house.
Okay. Describe what happens once you get back to the house.
That's kind of when we started drinking more, and he brought out a bottle, and it was clear, It was probably like this, a pretty good sized bottle. And so he was pouring the shots, and that's when we kind of started just drinking more heavily.
You had motioned approximately a foot, is that fair?
Yeah.
Like a larger container?
Hmm.
And what type of alcohol, if you recall, was it? You had said clear.
Yeah, I know it was vodka.
Okay.
I don't remember the name.
Okay. At that point, though, the drinking had escalated.
Yeah.
Okay. Describe how that was happening. Who was providing the drinks? Who was taking the drinks? Anything going on, if you can just state it.
At first, he was the one that was pouring us the shots, and it was pretty good size cups. They weren't normal shot cups. And yeah, and so we were just kind of just there, and I think he had music playing, and, you know, just kind of talking. And then at one point, I remember Stacy starts pouring the drinks or the shots, and she was giving him full cups. And I remember her putting water. I don't know if I actually saw her putting the water, but mine tasted like it wasn't strong, and ours was like just a little bit.
Okay. So I want to go back through some of that. You said Chris was initially pouring the shots, and then you clarified that when we're talking, we're not talking like shot glasses.
Mm-hmm.
These are actually in cups.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you were taking those that you saw Chris had poured.
Yeah.
And then at a certain point, it transitioned into the defendant was pouring the drinks.
Mm-hmm.
And you recall that yours then began tasting different.
Yeah.
Okay. And you had mentioned water. Why do you believe water was involved?
Because it didn't really taste like alcohol. And I remember she was in the kitchen when she was doing them, so I just kind of assumed that it was water.
Okay. And was Mr. Dickerson finishing those bigger cups that were described?
Yeah, and she was kind of like, let's take another shot, like cheering him on, and, you know, and it was just kind of like, you know, and like making it like a party kind of.
So there was encouragement for Mr. Dickerson to drink more.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you describe at that point, what was the level of your intoxication?
I would say I was pretty drunk, but not to the point where I was like blacked out.
Okay.
You know, and I still I knew my limits, and, you know, I wasn't wanting to over drink, I guess, because I was at, you know, somebody's house I didn't know, and so I didn't want to, you know.
Okay. What would you describe Mr. Dickerson's level of intoxication at that point?
He was getting really drunk. He was starting to like kind of stumble, and I don't know if I remember him slurring his words, but he was definitely stumbling around.
Okay. So by stumbling around, didn't look very coordinated.
Yeah.
Okay. What about the defendant's level of intoxication?
She seemed drunk also. I could tell on her face because she would make like a certain face when she was really drunk, and when she would be on her phone, like her face would just be different than normal. That's how I would always tell them when she was drunk.
Okay. And so at that point, after this alcohol was going around and there were the varieties of these drinks being poured, you noticed all these levels of intoxication. Can you describe for the jury then what happened after this in terms of what you saw and what you heard?
I do remember at one point of the night, I didn't notice this before like before we had left, but I noticed it when we came back. In his kitchen, he had a table and a bunch of papers, and there was this thing, and it had white tape wrapped around it, and that ended up being the murder weapon. And I noticed it, and I was kind of like, I didn't notice it before. I mean, it could have been there. I don't know, but I kind of got scared, and I showed Stacy. I was like, look, like it was just out on, and it reminded me of a knife sharpener, and so it was just laying on top of his papers. And then at one point in the night, I remember he went outside in the front to let his dog out, and Stacy was out there with him. I think she was smoking a cigarette. And I remember going back into the kitchen and putting just papers on top of that thing, because I don't know why I did that. And then I stood inside, and I was standing in the doorway just so like he wouldn't think I was, looking around in his things and stuff. And yeah, I remember that point.
Okay, you had seen this item and it had a white tape or a handle on it, and you said it looked like a knife sharpener.
Yeah.
Okay. You said you saw it out on that table by the papers, and you saw it and you got scared.
Mhm.
Why did you get scared?
I don't know. I mean, maybe because it was just unusual, something I never like if it was a knife sharpener, it would be in the drawer. I mean, I would think it was just odd to me to see that.
Okay. You see it. I want to be clear. Had Mr. Dickerson ever held that object in any way, shape, or form?
No.
Had there ever been discussion with Mr. Dickerson about that object in any way, shape, or form?
No.
Had he threatened or at any point during that night?
No.
Okay. You simply saw it,
Yeah.
but you shared that information,
Objection leading.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
but you shared that information with the defendant.
Yeah.
Okay. And so at that point, do you have personal knowledge that she knew specifically of that item that you've described?
Yeah.
Okay. You stated the victim and the defendant went outside to smoke.
Yeah.
Approximately how long was that?
I don't think very long. I mean, maybe a couple minutes.
Okay. And then can you describe, once they returned inside, any progression that would have happened that night in terms of an argument?
Yeah. It had to been soon after they came back inside. We were in the living room, and I remember they just started arguing, and I don't remember what it was about. I don't remember kind of, like what exact words were being said, but I do remember Stacy was up against the wall, and Christopher was just kind of like over her and just kind of like bearing over her. And I remember kind of like stepping in, like wanting to like get him off of her. And that's when she pushed him. She pushed him off of her. And I think he fell, he stumbled and got back up, and he started yelling. And I remember him just saying to get out of my house. And that's all I remember saying, or him saying. At one point, she pushed him on the couch and grabbed a beer bottle and wanted to hit him with it. And I told her, no, like, let's just leave. We could just leave, And she just looked at me and threw the beer bottle. And then she grabbed another one and threw it again on his face. And I just remember him just laying there, and he just it was just kind of like, he was just kind of bleeding. And she grabbed another one and threw it again at him on his face. And at this point, she's on top of him, like with her like knees, like using her weight on top of him. And then she tells me, she goes, "Go get that thing." And so I went and I just grabbed it and I just gave it to her. And then she tells me, "Go to the other room in the kitchen." And so I went to the kitchen, and that's when I started hearing her stab him. And that's when I realized what she was doing. I just remember hearing, like, it sounded like rubber and bone. And I remember thinking, like, I should leave through the garage. And then she calls me into the room. So I go in there, and she tells me, "Look." And he was just bleeding. And I remember him, like, trying to say something. It was like gargle with blood, and his neck was just bleeding. And she tells me, "Go back into the kitchen." And so I did. And I just heard the noise again. And then she comes into the kitchen and she's like, "Look." And it was broken. Her face was just like lit up. Like she was just so happy. And I remember thinking at that very moment, like, I can't show no fear. And she starts going through the drawers in the kitchen. And she gets a knife and she goes back, and I don't know if she tried to stab him again, but and so after that, I heard noise in the living room, and I went out there, and he was on the floor. He was on the floor now, and I remember her just looking through his pockets and kind of just, she was just in a zone now. She went to his room and starts going through his stuff. And I remember going in there and she's just bringing everything down from his closet. And I remember going around the bed, and on his nightstand, I seen like a gun. I thought it was a gun. And I kind of just showed her it, and she's just taking everything down, going through all his stuff. And I think at this point she noticed that I was just standing there. And so she tells me to go check on him. And so I went back to the living room, and I was just standing there, and I was just watching his stomach rise and him bleed. And then his stomach just stopped. And she gives me this backpack with a bunch of stuff in it. And she tells me go to the car and start the car and wait for me. And so I did. And that's when I started just kind of freaked out. Like I wanted to call my sister. And I just waited for her. And she gets in the car. And she just tells me to drive. And she's just saying right, turn left, turn right. And we didn't speak. And then we pull into the gas station. And she gives me $1. And she tells me to put this mask on and to go in there and pay for gas. And so I did. And I walked out and I seen her filling up 2 water bottles, 2 regular sized water bottles full of gas. I got back into the driver's seat and she got in the car and she tells me, go back. And that's when I kind of figured she was gonna burn his house. And I go back and she tells me leave the car and drive and to wait for her. And so I did. And she came back out. And yeah.
I think this is a logical stopping point, Judge.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take our afternoon recess at this time. Give me just a second here. Before we take a break, I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, that you must not discuss this case with anyone, either in person, using the internet, or by any other means. This includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, or if you see or hear anything about it, even accidentally, please let me know about it immediately. You must not conduct any research, undertake any investigation, or otherwise obtain information about the case from an outside source. You must not read or listen to any news reports or internet information or other electronic sources about the trial. If there has been or is any news coverage of this case, you must completely disregard it. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom and the laws I instruct you. And finally, it is especially important that you do not form or express any opinion on the case until your deliberations at the end of trial. With that, we'll be in recess until 3:10. Please rise for the jury as they leave.
Wow, that was just messed up. Ooh, my days. Whoa. She just spilled everything about how the day went on. Wow.
Thank you. Please be seated. And the court will be in recess until 3:10.
3:10. So that means how long is that? Computer. 3:10. So we got a 20-minute break. Oh yeah. She ain't getting out of that hole. The detail in that story. I'm a bit amazed how she can remember what she was drinking. But there again, she wasn't drinking to get blackout drunk, so. Wow. She was obviously upset by that testimony. The good thing is we can still watch her facial reactions. How they're talking about the different bits and pieces. So, there are two ways I think this could have gone. I think she wanted something out of the people she was partying with, so she was obviously trying to get them more drunk. Maybe. And then there's the other side that she could have been taking the vodka out of the drinks so that her friend wouldn't get drunk as well. Because obviously they were going to someone's house to party, but not to, like... Yeah. But it just depends on what she wanted. And we're not going to know that bit. But... I do think that, though. That is weird, to go in the kitchen, to go get a knife, to go back at it, to make sure that they're dead. Unalived. Sorry. Unalived. I keep forgetting. To make sure they're unalived, then to go to the petrol station to burn the house. Like, who has that kind of planning? It does take a sick mind to do that. If you've got to plan something like that, there's something obviously wrong up there. I'm lucky I'm on TCA's good side, aren't I, case one? Oh. Well, just before she goes, she's obviously cheered up a bit. Oh. I've got her back on my screen again. She's obviously not really broke up about this testimony. She's recovered quickly. Wow. I know, Pickles. I'm just like... Katya missed the best bit of the trial. Pardon me. It's that DP I've been having. Yeah, I don't get that. She's just had a crushing testimony. You know what I mean? It outlays how it happened, the events in order. Yeah. And there's details like how the body got mutilated and then how the body was afterwards. I mean, those things will probably haunt your night, your dreams. Those are the kinds of details you can't make up. Unless somebody's witnessed a murder, unaliving before. I keep doing it. So, yes. Oh my days, I think I could keep talking about that for a while longer. The fact that she went in his house to, like, remove all the valuables and went upstairs and everything is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Yeah. So, she went out for a cigarette at one point, and then she comes in, and then people are all over Stacy for some odd reason. The thing I didn't get about that testimony is she said that the guy was on the wall, but yet he was on top of her. So which is it? On the wall or on top of her? And then shifting a full-grown man off onto the sofa? Yeah. Well, this is how a lot of people get convicted. They show the true colours in the middle of a courtroom, which is crazy. Yeah, to reenact that whole scenario. Yeah. I think they already have. I mean, I think anybody would see that. Unless the defendant's lawyer is going, well, that's a hole in her story, that's a hole in her story, and that's why she's smiling, because she thinks there's holes in the testimony. Yes, they're coming back in 20 minutes. At which point, this trial should last another either 50 minutes So after they come back for break, then they'll do another 50 minutes, or they'll cut out early. I'm not really sure which one. It depends who's next. I'll have a look, see whether I can take down that unpinned message. There we go. So yeah, my days. That, you're right. That was so traumatizing for her, just to like see that happen to somebody and them enjoying it. I do wonder how they get that bad. Maybe there's like a bit of anger issues in the background. Like she's had stuff happen to her before, which means in her mind she's prepared to do whatever it takes. Oh wow. Yeah. Women do not play. Yeah, they do not muck around. I look at my wife and I think, wow, she gets stuff done. And I think that's the case with anything they're determined to do in their head. Case one. That is one comment I will treasure for the rest of time. I can't really imagine, but you'll have to put some more details in there. Oh dear. Yeah. I think Katya would be willing to go with a baseball bat and threaten any women that come after me. Allegedly. Oh, it's so nice to have everybody with us tonight. There's about 17 with us tonight. That's very interesting. Oh. Pardon me, this is Katya's fault. Yeah, so I think I'll go down the allotment tomorrow instead of going to work. I own an allotment which is about the size of a house, and I've been meaning to get it under control for quite some time. So that is my little project, while I don't have a lot of work at the moment. Yeah. Which is surprising because in March I tend to get a ton of work. For gardening just seems to take over. But now I have agreed to keep you guys company till about 11 o'clock over here. So, because Katya cannot keep up that long. But she thought this trial was amazing and she was like, I can't pass this up. Right, I'm going to read your comment out loud for other people because this is just crazy. So, case one had a woman come after her because I was friends with her girlfriend, and yeah, she scared me bad. She was not playing. And the second comment was, we were lifting weights together, and she thought we were doing things, and she busted the door and picked me up like a rag doll and shoved me into the wall, choking me. Wow. Back in the days, this certain girl liked me. She went so far as to beat down the apartment door of a guy friend I was with. She did other crappy stuff too. Ooh. Oh, sorry. I'm reading someone else's comment. Oh my days. Wow. That would have been one heck of an experience. Yeah, I don't have the jealous type stories. I have a story where I cut in front of a lorry driver, and the lorry driver followed me to a yard I was going to, and got out of his lorry and said, "If you did not look so young, I would have bashed your face." Yeah. I'm like, yeah. You go through some crazy stuff. It's so interesting. In comparison, my life is pretty boring. I don't know what it is. They go for it. There's just no sensible button that says, you know what, I'm gonna stop here. Nope. Oh man. I'm trying in my head not to say certain stuff because it might annoy everybody. It's very difficult when you're on stream. Yeah. Crazy. There was a time where somebody had wound me up so bad. I was trying to think what it was over. He was just calling me tons and tons of names, and I was in a pool hall, and I nearly decked him. I was just like this close to losing my entire temper, and just walking up to him, and absolute, because I'd lost my temper with him, and it was just a snap, instant moment. It just all your sense just turns off. And it feels almost like you're not in control. I was stopped, obviously. A friend of mine saw me gunning for him. It was just like, you need to calm down. Just visibly holding me down. Some fun moments in life. I was very fortunate because the guy in question at the time ran his mouth and he was on crutches. And I'm just like, I nearly went so far. The guy actually treated me with respect after that, but kind of wish I didn't lose my temper. Is there any other stories I can listen to, or any questions you can ask me, or ask what Kai is like? Yeah, crazy moments in life. You do wonder whether these moments people go to jail for is a snap moment, or they actually enjoy it. These are the things you have to kind of work out. But that was definitely, you can't come into a room and smile about unaliving somebody and poking them. That almost screams serial killer. Pardon me. I feel like the chat's just stopped. I think I'm gonna get a snack for the next bit of the trial. I mean, I can see heads coming past, but it starts at 10 past, so I'll be 2 seconds. I certainly hope so. I hope it is cross, because that would be amazing. Sorry. I've got a bag of crisps and I am drooling at the moment. Of course. Yeah. What person wouldn't try to say that they didn't do it? Yeah. I know somebody who was like that as well. Almost beaten down a dog. I had a friend who was considering getting married to a girl like that. And because he needed to think about a couple of things, she came and actually beat down his door while he wasn't in. And when he come back, he was like, "That's it. I need to move and get away very, very quickly." It just goes to show you don't really know somebody until you know them. I'm looking at this jumper thinking it looks like chainmail. And no wonder she's a bit uncomfortable in it. Wow. Tell me about it. You just really don't know who they are. Oh, she's limbering up for round 2. Oh my days. Oh, you can hear it? You can hear her cracking? She's like exercising herself, going round 2. And you're just like, here we go again. What does she have to talk about? I don't understand. It's like every time she has something to talk about. Has she been on trial before? Because it almost seems like she's that comfortable with the trial, she's just like taking it in a stride. It's like, I've been here before. I can totally hack this. That is something else. I've not seen that in court. The only times I've seen that is where they're trying to defend their innocence. Or whether they've got like a solid plan in place. But this just makes no sense at all why she's actually smiling and talking about stuff and just... How they are smiling, it's diabolical, crazy. over something. Hmm. I'm just trying to watch their facial expression. They must be talking about previous experiences they've had. Possibly. I have to ask though, how did you come up with that name, Miss Pack? I don't know whether I can say that on YouTube. How did you come up with that nickname? Oh, no wonder whether the defense lawyer is looking at this case. It's like, how am I going to defend this person and get them out? It's like, this is looking grim. Oh, I see. I've been wondering that for quite some time now. I'm like, I suppose it's like me picking Nightbot or no. Yeah, isn't it? It's like you're thinking, what could they be talking about? Ooh. Yeah. Okay. So what they could be talking about is previous experiences she's had when she's gone out to drinks or parties or stuff like that. This is the only thing I can imagine would be that interesting. Nah, it's gotta be past experiences with either family or parties or that kind of thing. It's gotta be. It's just yeah, it's so weird. But there again, you're not gonna have that much entertainment in a court if you're always defending people, and all they're thinking about is they don't want to go to jail. This person is genuinely thinking about all the times that they've had in the past, which are so funny, or it could be like beauty treatments or stuff like that. I'm guessing, but here she comes. And I'm gonna snack on some crisps when they start talking because I am hungry. Generally, one of the most interesting things about this trial is them just talking without subtitles, without us hearing. One day, the media is going to be like, you know what, I'm unmuting just for fun, even if they get told off. The media will do that eventually. They'll crack. They will crack because you cannot follow what she is saying at all. And I'm trying. I'm very good at lip reading. And even I'm struggling to follow what they were trying to follow. But it's definitely not on the trial. I actually feel more sorry for her. She's gone through so much. And I was actually thinking about this. There's a certain syndrome that people go through where they're willing to do pretty much anything just so they can get through the situation. It's usually to do with kidnapping. I keep forgetting what it's called. There must be a name for it. Oh, oops. Let's have a quick Google, see whether I can find it. Stockholm Syndrome. That was the one I was thinking about. I think because she was that traumatized, she got Stockholm Syndrome, and that's why she took her places. Just to also to make sure that she didn't kill her as well. If her story is correct, that is a genuinely terrifying experience. And with most people, it would be the case of they wouldn't be able to do anything. Because they're not mentally prepared for that. Does make you wonder though, if we'll have a scene like she comes after her and jumps over the counter. Oh, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. Hello, Denise. You always make me smile with that crazy nickname. Oh, did you catch everything though? That last interview outlined the whole thing, and it was beyond bonkers. I've never heard a more crazy, well, set of events. Well, yeah. I think it's going to be quite hard to top this one. See, what my lovely viewers do not see is the fact that Katya picks these cases, and if there's one she really likes, she will bend over backwards to have it on. And this is one of those cases where she convinces me to stop up late and do. Yes, she did hear that. And then she's going to get crossed for all the bits that she thinks she has loopholes in. But honestly, they haven't got a cat's back in chance of the jury being swung the other way. This is just not happening. I wonder whether she's being charged for like aiding and abetting. a murderer, or whether she'll go free because she did not plan on having anything to do with this. I would like to say she gets off free because she was having self-defense. Yeah. Oh.
All right, Chair, are you set up there? Okay. The court is back on the record in 21 CR 2296, People of the State of Colorado versus Stacy Rodriguez. Parties are present as previously captioned. We come back after our afternoon recess and we are outside of the presence of the jury. Anything from the state before we resume?
No, sir.
Anything from the defense before we resume?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. If we'll bring the jury in and we'll get started.
Please rise for the jury.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Apreli, the state may resume.
Thank you. Ma'am, when I last asked a question, it was dealing with when the defendant and the victim were outside smoking, and then you would talk that they came in, and ultimately, as time had progressed, there was an argument.
Yeah.
I believe you said you couldn't make out specifics in terms of that, but do you recall the general nature of it?
I just remember them arguing and yelling and him just kind of hovering over her.
Okay. And did you hear that same argument outside, or was all that inside?
It was all inside.
Okay. And so at that point, where are you?
I'm kind of standing by the TV and they're like up against the wall, like kind of right by the entrance of going into the kitchen.
Okay.
And so I'm kind of like more in the middle of the living room.
Okay. And you had stated that he was hovering over her. Was he physically touching her?
No, not that I've seen, not that I saw.
I mean, did you see his arms on her, shaking her in any way?
No,
Did you see his arms punching her in any way?
no,
Do you recall, was Chris short or tall?
he was tall.
Okay. And was he tall and heavy, or was he tall and skinny?
He was tall and skinny.
Okay. In comparison to the defendant, is she much shorter?
Yes,
Who is heavier?
Stacy,
By a little or by a lot?
by a lot.
Okay. And so at that point, you saw him hovering over her, looking down on her.
Yes,
Okay. To the best of your recollection, did he ever say anything that he was going to harm her or that he was going to kill her when he is above her?
no,
Okay. And ultimately, you had discussed at that point, you could see, I guess, conflict was arising.
yeah,
Yes. You had stated Stacy pushed him.
yes.
So, to the best of your recollection, who was the person who first had physical contact with the other person? Did Stacy touch Chris first, or did Chris touch Stacy first?
Stacy touched Chris first.
Okay. You had said she pushed him. Describe that for the jury.
She just pushed him off of her.
Okay. And to be clear, you've pushed both hands outwards?
Yeah.
Okay, so what was the reaction of Chris at that point?
That's when I remember him just start yelling, "Get out of my house, get out of my house."
Okay. And do you think she pushed him a little bit? Was he far away at that point? Can you describe it?
I think he had fell and more closer to where I was, and he had gotten back up and was just saying, "Get out of my house."
Okay.
But she did push him pretty far.
Okay. And so when he's pushed back and had fallen, it was clear that he was asking you and the defendant out of his house.
Yes.
Now, ma'am, you had discussed going in this house. Was anything preventing you from doing that, from leaving?
No.
Okay. Was Mr. Dickerson blocking the door?
No.
Did Mr. Dickerson have anything in his hands at that point?
No.
Did he have any kind of weapon around him whatsoever?
No.
So when he asked both you and the defendant out of the house, was there anything, and I mean anything, preventing both of you from leaving?
No.
Then we talked, or you talked about this progression. Was there's the push, there's the request to leave, and then you had discussed a beer bottle.
Mm-hmm.
Can you outline that again for the jury?
I remember her pushing him again on the couch, and he didn't have his glasses on, and she grabbed the beer bottle, and that's when I was like, "No, let's just go, let's just leave." And she just looked at me and threw the beer bottle, and she grabbed another one, and this time hit it on his face, and he's just kind of moving and kind of not really speaking. And then she grabbed another beer bottle and threw it against his face again.
Okay. So started with push, request to leave, throwing of the first beer bottle, smashing of the second, smashing of the third. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Describe Chris again during this point. Does he have anything in his hands at this point?
No.
Okay, you said describe his movement.
He was just kind of laying there and was just kind of moving back and forth. I believe he was still saying to get out of my house. That's all I remember him, like that was echoing in my mind. And she was using her weight. She would do that a lot.
Okay.
And
Objection, Your Honor. 404A and 404B.
All right, I will overrule the objection. The witness's answer can stand.
You can answer me.
she was using her weight and on him and was holding him down, I believe, with one knee. She was kind of on and off the couch. And yeah, and he was just bleeding a little bit. Just
Okay. At that point, when you had discussed this positioning that she was putting his weight on him with the knee, was there anything preventing her from taking her knee off and walking out that door?
No.
Was there anything that prevented her from taking her knee off, from walking out that front door and driving away?
No.
Did Chris ever say or threaten to follow you?
No.
Throughout this time period, was Chris asking for you guys to leave?
Yes.
You had also mentioned that you were suggesting that you guys should leave.
Yes.
Why?
Because it didn't need to get to that extent.
Okay. And when there was this positioning and this progression, number one, do you think a beer bottle needed to even be used on his head?
No.
Okay. Had he ever thrown a beer bottle at you or Miss Rodriguez?
No.
After that progression of the throwing of the first beer bottle, the smashing of the second, the smashing on the third, you had said you noticed blood.
Yeah.
Okay. Describe it. Where was it?
It was just kind of like on his face. Just kind of, it wasn't a lot of blood, but I just noticed it was just little splatters on his face.
Okay. And then at the point of her putting her weight on the victim, is that when she asked for the weapon?
Yes.
Are you confident of that?
Yes.
And did you follow that request?
Yes.
Describe where you were initially when that request happened, and then where you went to get the weapon.
I was just kind of standing there by the arm of the couch, and when she told me to go get that thing, I went into the kitchen, and where I put it, or I put papers on top of it, I grabbed it, and I went and I handed it to her.
Okay. Can you approximate how long that took?
Not long. I mean, probably a couple seconds.
Okay. During that time period, was there anything preventing you guys from leaving?
No.
Did you actually hand the defendant that item that you had talked about that looked like the knife sharpener that had the white tape or handle?
Yes.
When you handed it to her, what did you do next?
She told me to go into the kitchen.
Okay. So to be clear, when you handed it to her, she didn't immediately start stabbing him.
No.
She was able to tell you something,
Yes.
and you listened.
Yes.
And what was Chris doing during this same time period when you went to go get the weapon, you came back, and then you were told to go near the kitchen?
He was just laying there. I don't really remember him trying to fight his way up, but like just with her weight, he was just kind of moving and kind of out of it a little bit after the beer bottles.
Okay. Like in a daze?
Yeah.
Did he seem to still be conscious?
Yeah.
Okay, but not moving a ton?
Mm-mm.
Not
No.
flailing around?
No.
Okay. Not dramatic movements
No.
where his body would alter from one second to the other?
Yeah, no.
Relatively stationary?
Objection leading this entire.
All right, I'm sorry, I'll sustain that objection, Mr. Praley, if you'll refer.
Was he relatively stationary?
Yes, he was in one spot.
Okay. And then after you handed the weapon and went to the other room, describe again what you heard.
Objection, this has been testified to at this point, it's improper under 403.
Give me just a second. All right, can the parties approach?
I have questions. For one thing, how did you get the balls? Was she right side on the couch? Did she put a hand down? Was her knee on the body? Well, her foot was on the floor, and she was able to pick the beers up and smash them off the wall. To me, that doesn't make sense because you should be able to shift the weight. But was he that drunk that he wasn't able to, like, shift her weight? That is curious. Because
So, ma'am, at this point, are you hearing the stabbing rather than seeing it?
Yes.
Okay, and you had described that aspect of rubber and bone. Where are you located?
In the kitchen. I think I was standing by the sink, like in front of the sink. My back was leaning on the, like the sink, the cabinet.
Okay. Would you have had a line of sight to see the stabbing then?
No.
Okay. You had mentioned before the break that you were thinking you should leave and you were wondering about going out the garage. What was going through your mind at that point and why?
I just remember thinking that I should leave and go through the garage, but I didn't know how to open it. And I don't remember thinking anything else. That was just one of my main thoughts.
Okay. Before the break, you had talked about being called back into the room. And then at that point, are you actually able to see?
Yes.
Okay. You had talked about both your sense of sight that he was bleeding and then hearing this gargle.
Yeah.
Can you describe the gargle more?
It reminded me of my dad.
401 and 403.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
You can answer, ma'am.
It reminded me of my dad. When he was passing, he had that like a gargle sound to it, but you know what I was seeing was that he was gargling on his blood, and yeah.
Was it obvious that Mr. Dickerson was struggling?
Yes.
And severely injured?
Yes.
Ultimately, you said you went back to this kitchen.
Yeah.
And you generally heard the noise again.
Yes.
So at times you're transitioning from seeing to hearing.
Yes.
Fair? And then there was a discussion of the weapon being broken and that being shown to you.
Yeah.
Can you describe that in more detail of what was shown, what it looked like at that point?
When she walked in, she said, look, and she was just holding the bottom piece of the weapon, so the white part, the white taped part, and her face was just glowing, like she was just more excited about it.
Okay. So the weapon you had seen, I guess, on the initial counter that you, earlier in the night, it was very different now.
Yes.
Okay. Where was Mr. Dickerson laying, on the floor or somewhere else at that point?
When she came into the kitchen, I don't know where he was, if he was still on the couch or on the floor. But she started looking through the cabinets and grabbed a knife and went back into the living room. And I didn't hear the same sound that I was hearing before, but I started hearing like noise. And so I went into the living room and I saw that he was on the floor now.
Okay. And on the previous aspects, when you were talking about her putting her weight on him, where was Mr. Dickerson and where was the defendant at that point?
They were on the couch.
Okay. And so that was on the couch. And so was he laying across it or was he generally sitting, or describe that?
His head was like where the armrest was at the edge of the couch, and his head was kind of like on that, and his body was just all laying on the couch.
Okay. You had talked about that knife, but you don't hear the same sounds afterwards.
Yeah.
Okay. Ultimately, when you go back in, was Mr. Dickerson on the floor?
Yes.
Okay. You had previously testified that the defendant starts looking through his pockets.
Yes.
At this point, did the victim seem like what was he doing?
He was just laying there. I just remember blood, and I mean, he wasn't moving. He was just laying there.
Okay. And that's when specifically the defendant starts going through his pockets.
Yes.
Did you see anything taken from his pockets?
I don't know if I seen her take anything at that moment, but I do know that she took 2 of his phones and his wallet,
Okay,
which I'm assuming were in his pocket.
okay. And then you had stated afterwards that she went into his room.
Yes.
Where are you at this point?
I'm kind of just standing where the kitchen and the living room were. And when she went in there, I followed her in there.
Okay. Describe that inside that room.
I remember it as kind of like a fog, like it was just a lot going on, and she's just taking everything down from his closet, clothes and stuff from up top, and then she's putting it on the bed. And I remember walking around the bed and I seen that gun, and I kind of just showed it to her, and she's just going through all his drawers and looking at everything.
Okay. And then you had been asked to go back out and watch.
Yes.
You had talked about Mr. Dickerson's stomach rising and then stopping.
Yes.
Okay. Was that the last like physical observation of him really that you had?
Yes.
All right, ma'am. Now that you've described how he was murdered until you believe he took his last breath, okay? During any of that time that he was alive, minus what you've discussed of being touched on your butt on 2 occasions, is that fair?
Yeah.
Was he ever physically touching you in any other way?
No.
Was he ever physically touching the defendant in any way?
No.
To your knowledge, in the entire night, based on what you saw, what you heard, did you ever see Christopher Dickerson hurt or have physical contact with the defendant?
No.
Ma'am, do you believe, for your own protection, it was necessary that a weapon be used on him?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure.
So, yeah, we had those questions answered. There's another thing that in my head. Well, I think the defendant's tired and just wiping sleepies out of her eyes. Why was the defendant on the floor in the first place? Does anyone have the answer to that one? Because I'm thinking in my head, they had a little bit of fun, maybe wrestled her to the ground. But then afterwards, you would have thought there would have been bodily contact. If they were having fun wrestling. Yeah. So he didn't touch her, basically. Maybe he did. Maybe he did fell off the couch. That, and he stumbled over her because she was pretty drunk, inebriated. But yeah, certain things just don't add up, really. But her testimony is amazing.
Ma'am, as it pertains to Mr. Dickerson's actions that night, did he ever state that he was going to do something immediately after that never occurred? For example, did he say, I'm going to kill you guys?
No.
Even without that statement, did you ever believe he was going to kill you?
No.
If I could have one more.
Sure.
All right. Ma'am, going back to that aspect in the room after Chris, you believed he was dead at that point, right?
Yeah.
You said there was this taking of all the stuff out of the closet.
Mhm.
And ultimately, was a backpack used or a discussion about a backpack, I guess, in your,
Yeah, and I remember her giving me gloves too. They were like work gloves. I don't remember if I actually wore them, but yeah, she gave me a backpack and it was full of stuff and she was putting stuff in it. And that's when she told me to go to the car with the backpack.
and so you left with some stuff,
Yes.
fair, that was handed to you.
Yeah.
Fast forwarding to later, you had mentioned that there were phones.
Hmm.
Was there also a ring?
Yes.
Can you describe the ring?
I just remember it being just like a wedding ring. I mean,
Okay. As you're waiting out in the car, you had said that you're waiting there for a while and you wanted to call your sister. Ultimately, you didn't call your sister.
no,
You also didn't call 911.
no.
And then at some point, did the defendant come out of the residence?
Yes.
Okay. Did she sprint out in a panic or did she walk up to the car?
She just walked to the car.
You then discussed that you were given directions as to where to go, and ultimately you went by a gas station.
Yes.
To the best of your memory, where was that gas station, or what area was this in?
On 23rd, across from, right under the bridge of the Highway 34.
Okay, so if we were able to, I guess, detail an aerial, Highway 34,
Mhm.
pretty common here in Greeley, right?
Yeah.
And then 23rd Avenue?
Yeah.
Okay. At that point, you had stated your role was to pay for the gas.
Yes.
Did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. And you stated it was with $1.
Yes.
Was that like $1 cash, or was that like you used a credit card?
It was a dollar bill.
Okay. And ultimately, do you believe that a bottle of, or bottles of gas were filled up?
Yeah, 2 bottles.
Okay. Ultimately, you went back to the scene.
Yes.
Did you actually go in?
No.
Okay. So do you know anything that the defendant did inside that residence when you go back that second time?
No.
Okay. So you don't know what was used or what wasn't used?
No.
Okay. You just sit out in the car and wait.
Yes.
After she comes back out, can you describe where you went, what you did?
I just started driving and she told me to go back to her brother's house so she could switch out the cars to her car, the Tahoe. So I did that and we switched cars. And so now we're in her Tahoe.
Okay. Why'd you do that?
I don't know. She just told me she wanted to switch cars.
Okay. Can you describe then, after that event, after October 3rd, and the days and weeks leading up to it, or to your arrest, without going into specifics, how is your general relationship with the defendant?
I mean, her abuse got worse.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right. Can the parties approach?
I imagine the reason why the abuse got worse is because she needed to find out whether she told anything, whether she'd said anything to anyone. Yeah, that's just messed up. The fact that she took so much stuff out of the house, she must have been looking for like spare capital. Must have been. It's the only reason why she would have done anything. She definitely wanted her to do things. But yeah. Man. This case just keeps getting better and better. She's adding little bits of details that she didn't originally put in the first one. Like her positioning in the room. There was also the positioning the defendant took. I want to know what stuff she took in the backpack though. Like to go upstairs. Maybe she'd gone upstairs before, scoped out the place, thought there was some stuff to like take away that was valuable. Yeah. Maybe. Yes. Possibly there were cameras and she was getting rid of them. That's a difficult one. Because in the first place, she didn't want to escalate the problem. But she was almost scary to the fact that, well, she could have walked out the situation. She could have left her and said, no, you're on your own. I've had enough. But then again, she wasn't inebriated to the point where she couldn't make good decisions. Because she was trying to take the bottle off her hand, but then she helped her with everything else. Oh, definitely. I think there was an aspect to it where her brain was just, I need to help this person, or they're just gonna unalive me. Yeah. But the fact that she's coming out with all this stuff, just... I mean, what happens if they end up in a prison together? There's that possibility as well. But I don't know. What's motivating her to testify? Was it the fact that she's
Court
actually
will strike the witness's last answer, and Mr. Perelia, you may proceed.
Wow.
If I could have a moment.
Sure.
I suppose the reason why it would have been striked was because it was it was attacking her character after the event had happened.
All right. Ma'am, after this event, did you continue in your relationship with Miss Rodriguez?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, I'm just asking in general, were there ups and downs during this time?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a discussion at some point after you had left Chris's house, after you had seen him deceased, after the second trip there, where you spoke to the defendant about what she did to Chris and why she did it?
Yes.
Okay. Can you generally outline that for the jury?
I had asked her, one of my questions was, why did she move him from the couch to the floor? And she told me to make it look like a self-defense. And I had asked her, when did she know that she wanted to kill him? And she told me when we were in the car, picking up his friend.
And to be clear, in the sequence of events, Mr. Dickerson touching your butt was prior to that trip to go pick up Miss Vigil.
Yes.
Okay. Was there any discussion as to why you'd burn the house?
She said because a burnt body will take longer to identify.
Okay. I want to republish People's Exhibit 205. If I could approach.
Yes, go ahead.
Ma'am, I want to show you what's previously been admitted as Exhibits 205 and 208, and to direct you that this text would have been sent, or this conversation was on November 2nd, 2021. Okay. Do you recognize that, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And was that a conversation you were having with the defendant?
Yes.
Can you explain at the top of that, this aspect of you not taking the ring off?
She just wanted me to wear the ring that she had bought me.
Okay.
And so,
And to be clear, this is a different ring than what had been taken from Mr. Dickerson.
yes.
Okay. What ring had been given to you?
She had got me a crown ring.
Okay. What's a crown ring?
Like it was like had a crown on it.
Okay. And can you approximate when that ring was initially given to you?
It was in April of 2021.
Okay. Now, ma'am, I know you don't have all of the context here, but at the bottom of that, there's the aspect that I'll kill a MF for you like 6 feet under. You recognize that?
Yes.
How did you interpret that?
Just her being overprotective, I guess.
Okay. And stating she'll kill someone for you?
Yeah.
At any point, did you think these were Eminem lyrics or Billie Eilish lyrics or whoever else obscurely writes about this stuff?
No.
Okay. At any point, do you see anything where you're asking about your favorite songs or her favorite songs?
No.
Okay. If I could approach and grab that from you. Also, I'm handing you what's been conditionally admitted as People's Exhibit 212. I want you to take a moment and look at that. I'm also going to approach with 136.
136, okay.
You can keep reading and reviewing both.
Only specific texts. She was very protective. I apologize. I didn't realize they were in a relationship. So her taking off the ring must have sent
Are you
her a
ready,
bit
ma'am?
loopy.
Yes.
First, dealing with the photograph, which is People's Trial Exhibit 136. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And do you see yourself in that?
Yes.
And do you see the defendant?
Yes.
And could you simply state the name of the other party in that?
Kayleen, but I think he goes by Isaiah now.
Okay. And would that be from October 15th and 16th, like going into that time period?
Yes.
Okay. And so this would be several days, weeks after the homicide then?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate photo?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move for the admission.
Any objection to 136?
Yes, 401, and based on the previous court's ruling.
All right, court will overrule the objection and admit into evidence 136.
Ma'am, as to Exhibit 212. At the time of the homicide and then until the date of your arrest, what type of phone did you have?
An iPhone.
Okay. And as part of your iPhone, did it have the capability of making notes?
Yes.
Is that simply on the phone where you can type notes and then write whether a note of things to do or a diary?
Yeah, it was an app that was already on the phone,
Okay.
and you could just write your grocery list or kind of anything in it.
How did you use your notes section in your phone?
I used it, I guess, as a diary, I would say.
Okay. And in the days and weeks after the homicide, did you write several notes that are contained on Exhibit 212?
Yes,
Okay. Have you been able to review these?
yes,
Are they fair and accurate?
yes,
Do they contain your notes to others if you are to pass? Like if you're to die?
yes,
Okay. Specifically, does it reference if other people are reading this, that means you're gone?
yes,
Okay. And that would include notes to Javier,
yes,
to Stacy,
yes,
to your sister Hannah,
yes,
your mother,
yes,
your children.
yeah.
Why were you writing these?
Your Honor, objection, may approach.
Sure.
So we're getting loads of evidence after the fact, like bits of her diary of the events. And she's objecting to this. I mean, like, if she was frightened of her life, she wrote down a note that if other people heard, then they'd know why. Oh boy. Yeah. Actively making it like it was a self-defense or burning the house down. Jeepers. Oh, boy. Oh, it's getting late here. I didn't think this trial would stretch on longer than it has. You might be here till midnight. Hello, welcome in, Pamela Moss. Oof. But all the things she's admitting to is just a burning house in itself. Wow. She definitely cray. She wanted to do so much for her that how far she was willing to go. I get the feeling what probably happened was she'd probably forgotten a ring. And this is where the mistake happened, as we have this fella named Dixon who was actively trying to hit on her. And she was having none of it. She was getting aggravated to the point where she wanted to leave. And she wanted an excuse to leave. But why was she getting drunk at the same time if she wanted to leave? Unless she wanted something to happen. To prove her love, maybe? There's so many different avenues you could go down with this case, thinking. But in the end, it comes down to the fact that she's joyful about being in a court case. Which proves probably beyond a doubt that she is guilty. I feel sorry for the relationship this lady in orange has got herself into. Yeah. I am surprised that the testimony now is not getting struck from the record because it's beyond the events that happened. This is basically a case of what she did afterwards. But we know that the relationship just crumbled. I wonder what the guy's motive were for being at that party. And there's nobody there to corroborate this stuff. My question is whether is this fella that's named Dixon, is he alive or dead? Unalived. I keep saying dead. I keep saying the wrong word. Does anybody in chat know whether this Dixon person is unalived as well? Because I don't know whether he actually fled the scene. Because there was two guys there. There was Chris and there was Dixon. Maybe you guys in chat can help me out with that one. Because I'm a bit stuck on that. As the case is going on though, it feels more and more like she did do it. I mean, she's not thinking about things, she just knows it. There's no holes in her story.
All right, ma'am, I just want typically yes or no answers, okay?
Okay.
All of these were written by you, fair to say, after October 3rd until the time of your arrest on November 11th,
Yes.
okay? And therefore, during those times, you know that you could be getting looked at during an investigation,
Yes.
okay? Are you writing these, are you sending these to anyone, or are you specifically writing them and keeping them in your own phone?
I'm keeping them in my own phone.
Okay. Were you, simple yes or no answer, okay? Were you scared to leave the defendant during this time period?
Yes.
Specifically, did you reference in multiple places in these notes that you had witnessed a killing that happened on October 3rd?
Yes.
If I could have one moment. Sure.
I wonder what led up to this person getting caught.
Ma'am, I skipped a whole section of my outline. In the days and weeks after the homicide, ultimately, you had previously spoken about a trip to Walmart for items.
Yes.
Can you describe that to the jury?
I don't know how soon after it was. I'm assuming maybe a couple days. We had went to Walmart and I had gotten some hygiene stuff, and I remember her wanting to use one of the Walmart gift cards that she found in Christopher's stuff. We had gotten a bucket and bleach and I think some gloves, like latex gloves. She had paid for that on his card, and I paid for my stuff, my hygiene stuff on my own.
Okay. And then where did you go after the trip to Walmart?
We were staying at a trailer that her mom owned.
Okay.
So after that, after October 3rd, that was our primary spot.
All right. Tell us, how did that happen? When you guys are at this trailer, whose trailer was it again?
Her mom's, I believe.
Where is that at?
On the north side of Greeley. I forgot the name, maybe the villa. I forgot the name of the trailers.
Okay.
But
Okay. And ultimately then after you get back with the supplies, with the bleach, the bucket, what do you do? What does she do to your knowledge?
she just started laying everything out on the bed, and at this point I was just over it, and I didn't care to help. I didn't care what she was gonna do to me. And so I think that kind of was getting her more mad. She's allergic to bleach, and she wanted me to pour the bleach, wanted me to put everything in there, and I just wasn't participating in it. I didn't.
At that point, did you help with any of that?
No, I remember just seeing everything laid out, and I was just there, just watching her.
Okay. And then what happened after in terms of disposal of any of this?
Probably a couple weeks or a week after that, she burnt all of the stuff. She made a little bonfire. I remember that night. Well, throughout the week, she kept saying, "We got to get rid of the stuff. We got to get rid of the stuff." And I just wasn't, doing anything, or wasn't like, "Okay, well, let's do it." And so she's like, "Well, I'm gonna burn it." And so I remember that night I left and I went to the gas station, and I was drinking, and I bought me a soda and some snacks, and I tried to just drive to take my time on going back. And when I went back, she had already had the fire going, and it just smelled like chemicals. I remember it smelling like chemicals. And I went back into the trailer, and she was just mad and came in and slammed the door, went back out there, and I don't know what she did with the ashes. I don't know. She never told me.
Okay. Now, ma'am, we published the proffer letter, and we had dealt with generally, you went through a long interview, fair to say?
Yeah.
Where you were asked questions by Detective Burrows, you provided your story.
Yes.
Fair? And then after that, ma'am, again, you were going through your own case connected to this one.
Yes.
Fair? You have in front of you that Exhibit 218, that's specifically your plea agreement.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
In that plea agreement, you noted that you waived a factual basis, but ultimately you pled to first-degree arson, tampering with a deceased body, and that you were an accessory to the crime of murder in the first degree.
Yes.
Okay. At any point in this case, were you promised anything by the district attorney's office other than what is agreed to in that plea agreement?
No.
Okay. And specifically, that contains that you were going to be sentenced between 16 and 32 years in Department of Corrections.
Yes.
How many years were you sentenced to, ma'am?
32.
And as part of that, there's an agreement by my office, and specifically me, that if you testify truthfully, that it may be reconsidered and that we wouldn't object to the untimeliness of that, right?
Yes. Yes.
And you had lawyers involved in this process, right?
Yes.
And contained in that, it says that ultimately, all of this deals on the truthfulness and completeness of the testimony that's provided.
Yes.
Are you testifying truthfully today?
Yes.
Are you testifying to everything you know today?
This is bolstering.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
Yes.
You had lawyers involved in your entire process, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Who were your lawyers?
Habla and Keith.
Okay. Would that be Havila Lilly and
Yes.
Keith Coleman?
Yes.
And who is your investigator?
Michael.
Okay. You know his last name? Hodgkins?
Okay, yeah. I forgot.
Okay. At any time, did they coach you or tell you, you got to testify this way?
Objection.
What's the objection?
My approach. I don't want to.
Sure.
Yeah, the prosecution must be almost finished. I'll get to these in bits. So, she even went as far as to go and get bleach and gloves. But why go that far if you're just going to burn the whole thing anyway?
Have any of your lawyers coached you or told you exactly what to testify to here today?
No.
Okay. And prior to your proffer, you had been receiving some discovery, right? Police reports, media, things like that.
Yeah.
And is it fair to say that at the beginning of your proffer, you had discussed what you had seen and what you hadn't seen.
Yes.
And that was up to sub 65 at that time.
Objection, leading.
I will sustain the objection.
Do you recall saying that that was up to 65?
Yes.
Okay. And therefore, the other events that you are testifying to, specifically, I'm asking, even if you read about it, would you testify as to what you read about, or are you testifying as to what you believe happened?
I testified on what I remembered and off of what I remembered, not what I saw.
Okay. And today in court, are you testifying as to what you read or what you previously said, or are you testifying to this jury what you believe actually happened?
What I believe happened.
Those are my questions at this time.
All right, thank you. Any cross-examination, please go ahead.
Yes, sir, thank you. Can I have a moment to set up, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Your Honor, can I please approach her? Can the deputies hand me what she has in terms of exhibits?
And I'm sorry, you said the exhibits that are on there?
Whatever, she has a bunch of exhibits on her, the witness stand, if I can.
Sure, if you can collect those, please.
Thank you. Can I approach the exhibits, Your Honor?
Yes.
She's gonna go through every piece of evidence with her questions.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
So, Ms. Varela, I want to start this afternoon by talking about prosecution's exhibits 204 and 220. So to reference or help reference you, 204 is the letter that we saw on the paper towel that says flush, right?
Yeah.
And then 220 is this big yellow one, right?
Mhm.
Sorry, can you say yes or no, please?
Yes.
Now, neither of these letters have any dates on them, right?
Yes.
And you provided both of these to your lawyers, correct? I'm sorry, you need to say yes or no, please.
Yes.
In fact,
Ms. Varela, it's really, really hard to hear you. Can you speak up just a little bit, please?
is that a yes?
Yes.
In fact, in 220, we actually see they were delivered to Detective Burrows. It says his name on it, right?
Yeah.
And it has your lawyer's law firm, Bruno Lilly Legal, at the top left corner of the envelope, right?
Yes.
And according to you, these letters were sort of sent to you at the Weld County Jail, right?
Yes.
And you were at the jail for what, a couple of years, right?
Yes.
You're aware that obviously the Weld County Jail is staffed with deputies 24/7 a day.
Yes.
Deputies that are there to help with any concerns that you have.
Yes.
in part, right?
Yes.
And you also knew that while you were at the jail, you weren't supposed to be having any kind of communication with Miss Rodriguez, right?
Yes.
In fact, there was something called a keep-sep between you two.
Yes.
And never once did you, before your proffer on June 8th, 2022, ever approach a single deputy and tell them, hey, my co-defendant in a first-degree murder case is trying to contact me through these letters.
I told my lawyer that day that they moved me back into the pod with her.
That wasn't my question. My question was that never did you reach out to any of the deputies who are staffed at that jail 24/7 a day and say, hey, deputy, this is a problem.
Not the deputies, no, my lawyer.
And then your lawyer never mentioned it to anyone either until after your proffer, right? Or
I
during
don't
your
know.
proffer, right?
I don't know.
Well, you were at your proffer on June 8th, 2022, right?
Yes.
And you were there when she brought up, Miss Lily, who's sitting right over there in this courtroom, hey, Detective Burrows, we also have this for you, right?
Yes.
And then that ultimately, these purported letters that are from allegedly from Miss Rodriguez weren't even given to him on that day out front of you.
The detectives?
Right, you didn't witness Miss Lily hand Detective Burrows this envelope during your proffer.
No.
And let's call a spade, right? Like you gave those to your lawyer saying, hey, this may help my case, right?
I was just, no, not necessarily help my case.
Ma'am, you gave these to your lawyer who gave them to the district attorney and the police as part of a proffer process, right?
I was scared.
That's not my
And
question.
so, no.
My question was, you gave these to your lawyers claiming that they were from Miss Rodriguez, right?
Yes.
And you gave them to your lawyers who then mentioned it to Detective Burrows during your proffer on June 8th, 2022.
Yes.
And you did that to help yourself, right?
No.
Then why wouldn't you have given them to the deputies the entire 8 months beforehand?
Because the cops talk too. They would send messages too.
Who?
And so I didn't trust anybody.
You didn't trust the police, ma'am?
No, not there.
You didn't trust a police officer who's tasked with keeping you safe at the Weld County Jail to say, hey, my co-defendant is reaching out to me, talking about this case, making threats or telling me what to do or not say.
They were the ones that put us in the same pod together, the Weld County Jail.
Okay.
And so that's when I told my lawyer if I can be moved from the pod.
Right. And you were moved, right?
Yes.
And just to be clear, when you talked to Detective Burrows on June 8th, 2022, he asked you specifically, how did you get these? How did you get what your lawyer's gonna give me eventually, right?
Yeah.
And you told him that the girls were essentially passing notes and somehow they were given to you.
Yeah.
So you never told Detective Burrows, hey, Miss Rodriguez directly handed me this, right?
No, I never said that.
Because that's an important thing is at the jail, despite what Mr. Perelia just asked you about or alluded to, you can't just mail someone a letter, right?
Yeah.
So even if we believe that these letters are from Miss Rodriguez, like you're claiming they are, you never got them directly from her, right?
No.
And again, ma'am, it behooves you in your situation to say, like you did earlier, oh yeah, I know that that's Miss Rodriguez's handwriting, right?
Yes.
Even though your entire relationship with her, as you told Detective Burrows on June 8th, 2022, you two communicated via Facebook Messenger.
Most of the time, yes.
You guys weren't mailing each other letters, right?
She has wrote me stuff the day she gave me the ring, actually.
Okay. Did you ever provide that to your attorney?
I don't know where, no.
Okay. And just like you also claimed to your attorney on, or let me take that back, on June 8th, 2022, when you and your attorney and Mr. Burrows met at the proffer at the Bowie Police Department, and you mentioned generically having these letters potentially that your attorneys would give.
Yes.
You also told the Mr. Burrows at the time, it was Detective Burrows, that there was other letters that Miss Rodriguez had sent you to, right?
Yes.
But you just happened to get rid of those and destroy those.
In the beginning, I was destroying the letters that she was giving me.
So you picked and chose what letters to give your attorneys, who would then give it to Mr. Burrows, correct?
No.
But you did, because you destroyed evidence, right?
In the beginning, yes.
You destroyed evidence, correct?
Yes.
So I want to take a break and go back to those initial kind of days at the Weld County Jail. Okay. One of your first calls you made from the jail after your arrest was to Javier, who we've heard is the father of your children.
Yes.
And you told him about the detectives coming into the car in the parking lot, correct?
Yes.
And obviously, like any mother, you quickly changed the subject and asked how the kids were doing, right?
Yes.
And his response was that the kids were not going to be happy to hear where their mom was, right?
Yeah.
And you told Javier not to tell them,
Yes.
not to tell your kids that you were in jail, right?
Yes.
And Javier pushed back at you at your suggestion of not telling the kids the truth about where you were. Do you remember that?
Honestly, not really.
Okay. Do you remember Javier challenging you about, well, what if you never get out? How is that going to work out if I don't tell them where you are?
I remember having conversations with Javi and telling him that I wanted to tell the kids that I was on vacation.
Do you remember Javier, again, challenging you about this plan of telling the kids that you were on vacation? Because what if you never got out?
I don't remember our first phone calls.
Okay, would it refresh your memory to listen to that on a video? Would it help you with your memory to listen to yourself and Javier having this conversation?
We can play it if you want to.
Okay. Sally, how do you want me to do this? How do you want me to do this?
Do it up at the stadium.
Okay. Fine, the page is cool enough. I mean, it's an audio. E55. It is the phone call that ends in 1580C.
Which discovery is?
I don't know, it came in E55. I'm telling you the exact number. It's 10 period 36 period 101 period 23 hyphen 1580C. That's the exact name of the book. I just told you E55. Can I approach?
Yes, go ahead.
That is absolutely unhinged. For all those not paying attention to the chat, basically, they were allowed to be in a cell together. And she was afraid. She wasn't wearing her ring. And she was actively asking for another cell. And like, no wonder she didn't trust these cops. It was just like, with the letters. Ooh.
Is your memory refreshed now, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. So again, Javier is challenging you about what if you never get out?
Yeah.
Correct. And later on during that same conversation with Javi, you asked him again and again not to tell the kids where you were.
Yes.
And he told you again the kids were going to be asking about their mom.
Yes.
Javi specifically told you, and I quote, "And what do you want me to do if you fuck yourself?" You remember that?
No, can I listen to that?
Yes. Would it fresh your memory?
Yes.
It's the same e-discovery packet, E55, the same exact clip, 10:36, period 101, period 26-1580C. Can I approach her?
Yes, you can approach freely for this purpose.
It didn't say that part.
He didn't say, "And what do you want me to do if you fuck yourself?"
No, because in that recording talked about the bond, and he was just saying I didn't know if he could bond me out. And then he was giving me my mom's number.
Okay, can I have one moment?
Sure.
Can I have one moment? I apologize.
Sure. While we're doing that, can the parties approach just briefly?
She's gone through a list of oddities, which means that she won't take very long. Seemingly. But it's odd that they got access to all her phone calls as well. Yeah, that's funny. It's, "No, you said this." And she's like, "No, I never said that." She just can't accept it. Oh my days. She was talking about the Bond release. This is just funny. I mean, why wouldn't you have your clips together? Oh man, this trial is just dynamite sometimes. Yeah, true. True that. She can't find her defense bits. I don't know whether you heard that. She cannot find what she is looking for. Ooh, I feel like the judge is gonna call it for the day and go, "Get your stuff together." Well, if you think about it, it's another day she's got to be out. So, oh, this is crazy. Even the judge's like, "Yep, getting sick here." Oh,
All right. We're going to come back to that, okay? Yep. And at that point, you had just gotten arrested and hadn't seen a judge yet. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Okay. And as you mentioned when I showed you the wrong clip, you asked Hobby if he could bond you out.
Yeah.
And he couldn't.
Yes.
Right? And you asked him to call your mom for help bonding you out again.
Yes.
And you expressed to him that you would hope the bond wasn't too high at that point.
Yes.
At that point, you were completely unaware of the reality of the situation you were in terms of not being able to bond out.
Yes.
And Javi kept telling you that you were probably not going to get out.
Yes.
And you recognized that you may not be able to get out that day, but said something along the lines of maybe tomorrow.
Yes.
And Javi again told you probably not tomorrow either.
I don't remember him saying it multiple times.
Okay. And is it fair to say, again, at this point, you had no clue that you were going to be held on what's called a no bond hold?
Yes.
And so as the days and times are progressing, you were trying to come up with a plan as to what to tell your kids.
Yes.
And your kids were asking you questions, right?
Yes.
And you knew your kids were going to be continuously asking where you were.
Yes.
Right? And they did, right?
Yes.
You have one moment, please.
Sure.
And Your Honor, I'm going to be asking to approach what I've marked as proposed defendant's exhibit S as in Sam.
S, go ahead.
Yes.
I don't know whether I can count that as an objection because she's actively asking to approach the bench. It's only an objection if the attacking lawyers ask for an objection. But it's weird how there haven't been many objections since she took the stand.
Your Honor, I think now's a good time for a break then.
All right. Ms. Dever, you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think this probably makes sense to go ahead and break for the evening. Give me just a second. I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone, either in person, using the internet, or by any other means. This includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, or if you see or hear anything about it even accidentally, please let me know about it immediately. You must not conduct any research, undertake any investigation, or otherwise obtain information about the case from an outside source. You must not read or listen to any news reports or internet information or other electronic sources about the trial. If there has been or is any news coverage of this case, you must completely disregard it. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom and the law as I instruct you. And finally, it is especially important that you do not form or express any opinion on the case until your deliberations at the end of trial. With that, we will recess for the evening. I'll ask that you reconvene at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Please rise for the jury.
Did I hear right when you said tomorrow morning? Is it tomorrow morning? I thought you said he was going on a break. I'm so confused. Yes, it is about
please be
10
seated.
to 12 over here.
And the court will be in recess until 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Your Honor, actually, I have one request.
Oh,
Sure.
interesting. There's a
Whoever wants to go
request.
first.
I was gonna actually suggest something. So Your Honor, I have a series of clips of jail phone calls between Miss Varela and her children that I plan on admitting. Mr. Perelia, I've given him the e-packet. I've given him the specific numeric and alphabetical title of the specific jail phone call the clip can be found from. I don't know if it makes the most sense to have Ms. Varela listen to the clips ahead of time rather than stopping during the presentation of evidence. I know Mr. Perelia takes issue with the fact that he didn't get to listen to this ahead of time. I've given him for the record, again, specific e-packet, the specific title. I can give him a specific timestamp, but I am not required, just like he did not provide me with any sort of clips ahead of time, I'm not required to let him listen to our evidence in advance. I have no objection if you want me to play it ahead of time for Ms. Varela and him at the same time. But I think that was the record that he was going to make, and as long as I'm giving him a specific reference point, then I think that my obligations are complete.
Ms. Devereaux, can you give me a general sense of how long this material is? I was thinking if we can, if the deputies can bring Ms. Varela back at 8:15, I don't know if that is enough time.
Your Honor, there's only 3 different clips. They're on 3 different discs, and I can tell the court that each clip is approximately maybe 30 seconds, 45 seconds. They're very short clips.
Okay. And Mr. Perelia, any further record that you need to make as to this issue?
Number one, she can't read my mind. Number two, my issue is the fact that she's providing me a disc without a discovery reference, without a file name at the time she's handing it to me, without the timestamps, and therefore to verify it, A, I need a disk drive, B, I need to verify, then we need to deal with rule of completeness. The general aspect of laying the foundation hasn't been done, so there's a much more efficient way to do this. This trial is already behind schedule. I understand what Kilgore says and what it doesn't. But if you hand a disc that can't be listened to at that point without giving all those other specifics as to where it came from, then yeah, I'm gonna probably ask to take a moment to hear it, because if she's being given 15 seconds of a 3-minute phone call and I need to go back to those other aspects, then yeah, we're gonna keep having delays. So all I was asking for is specifically the discovery disc, our discovery packet that was provided, the file name, the seconds of each of the clips, so that those could be reviewed between now and tomorrow morning.
It sounds like you have those now.
I do not.
Your Honor, I don't understand why we're actively misrepresenting to the court. Like, I did tell him the exact E55 numerous times. I gave
Not
him
the times.
All right, here, listen. We're going to take a break. This seems like a conversation that you guys can handle, and just reference whatever it is. If you need clarity, seems like you can ask Ms. Devereaux and have a professional conversation if you need clarity versus what's been provided. I will, what I'll do, deputies, can you bring Ms. Varela at 8:15? All right. What I'll do, we'll reconvene at 8:15, and then that seems to be a reasonable way to give you an opportunity to have Ms. Varela do that. And then if there's anything we need to address on the record after she's brought to court, then we'll have a chance to do that.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Court will be in recess until 8:30.
Wow, that was bonkers. I love it when lawyers argue.
Here, just listen to him. Here you go. Well, I'm offering you mine. So here you
She's
go.
giving the disc and making it listen to the whole thing.
No. Here, you can listen to it right now. Well, I provided them to you. They're literally 30 seconds.
Jerry, do you have a disc?
Oh, this lawyer is just
Linus wanted me to tell you that he'll go on a senior trip.
That is crazy. Oh my days. So, she couldn't get her act together. And so she's forcing evidence that, like, hasn't been properly prepared. Oh my days. She's trying to find her evidence. She can't find it. And the trial is running behind schedule. And the judge is like, I'm not happy about this. Sort it out between yourselves, children. Children. so they've got to sort it out like professionals. That was not like professionals. I wonder whether the judge actually saw that. That is crazy. So the whole defense is focusing on the aspect of these phone calls between the husband and as husband, boyfriend, or ex, that kind of thing. Yeah, very unprofessional. Just hand him a disc. I don't care. You do what you want with it. I'm going to present this evidence whether you like it or not. Like, you cannot do that. It has to be presented before time. Oh. Yeah. So she's trying to bring in this evidence about bonds and stuff that doesn't really matter. Yeah, it is after the fact of what happened as well. So what can you really do with that information? Unless it paints her in a negative light somehow, I can't really see it happening. I don't. So there's also the fact that she thought she was going to get out. So here's what I think happened. She wasn't going to talk to the police officers. So what she does was she keeps quiet for a while. And eventually something goes wrong. And in that time, whether it's a relationship with this person, the letters. So in that period of time, something flips in her head and she thinks, what am I going to do? I'm still in jail. I'm going to be here for a long time unless something happens. And then they just offer if you confess in court, we will lighten your sentence because you're not getting out of here. So I think what the defense is going to try for is they're going to try with the phone calls to make it seem like she was uncooperative in some aspect. I think that's the area she's going to go with. But the thing is, she was cooperative. She gave the letters to the lawyer instead of cops that weren't, how to put it, they weren't good at the job. I mean, one with two brain cells stitched together wouldn't put two people in the same room that could unalive each other. But yeah, she'd do anything to get out of jail. I think if you had kids on the outside, maybe you would. I think, but she was getting absolutely mortal. These parties with this other girl, so she was getting out of jail to keep party. Don't know what her motivation was there. Maybe it's the kids, maybe it's to get out and party again. I don't know. Who knows? Yeah, like the statements being made so factual and truthful, it's hard to argue that they weren't just false. It's hard to produce that level of detail. Yeah, I think that's a good. Snitching's definitely not good when you've got somebody who can unalive you in the way that she unalived somebody else. So I'm guessing she really didn't want to go down that route. I guess it all depends on what evidence the cops had. That's what I'm thinking. She must have been swayed in some way by the evidence that they collected. There must have been something so concrete that would have just landed her in jail anyway. So we will find that out tomorrow, as I am sure. And because it's way past my bedtime, like 5 minutes past midnight, and I am falling asleep, I think this is a good place to leave it. And I'm sure Katia will be absolutely gutted she missed the best part of the trial. And I mean the best part. Some of these testimonies were just... Yes, good night. And I need to figure out where whether Katia's got an outro. Does she have an outro? Good night, everyone. Thank you for tuning in. I do appreciate it. Liking and subscribing helps the channel. And thank you for all watching. Yes, I've got another day of it tomorrow. So you'll see me tomorrow. Bye. Right, figure out how to end the stream now. I know I could just hit the off button. But like sometimes I feel like Katia's made an outro and I haven't figured it out yet. I'm sure I'll get told tomorrow. See you all tomorrow.